Well, that's enough of that. Hi, I think. Let me just check. It's the first time. No audio, chat audio. There we go. I'm still muted. God damn it. There we go. If you say it in a funny voice, oh, it should be an echo now. Say it in a funny voice. It's okay. It's okay that you're being pathetic. Desktop audio. Gosh, I put this on. Okay. And that's full volume, and that's full volume. This needs to go here. No, go that side, please. Okay, or don't. It's fine. Thanks. Oh, for fuck's sake. And then the one that I want on the left is this one. Thank you. And this can be smaller, so I don't have to see myself. Thank you. And this should be, come on. Can I hide this shit? Go away. Thank you. Alrighty then. I think this is it. This is the first time I've streamed on YouTube for the past 3 years. So I don't know how it's going. I hope it's going well. The reason that I switched to YouTube for this particular stream, number one, my gaming friends give 0 fucks. Only 2 of them, or 3 of them actually. Actually, no, wait, they do. They don't give 0 fucks. But then, the Twitch people aren't that interested well, that's not the kind of content I usually do on Twitch. Not that I usually do anything on Twitch these days. That would require me to be regular. Anyway, and then of course, thanks to the incredible shout out. You can hear me fine. Great, thanks so much. So thanks to the incredible, mind-blowing shout out from Sitch and Adam. That was insane. You guys, there's more people here that are actually interested in the debate diagram. So I thought, don't be stupid and do part 2 like ASAP. So yeah, that's what we're here for. It is very strange streaming on YouTube. It's like streaming to strangers because I'm a tiny little stream on Twitch, which is just streaming to my friends. And then now it's like new people. So thanks for coming by, Bearcat. Cats gotta stick together. Yeah. So I suppose I can just get into it. Like that was my preamble. The only thing we need to check, Bearcat, is how this audio sounds. Okay, and also turn my phone off of vibrate. That would work. Okay. Oh yeah, let me just tell Discord I'm on because I don't have a thing. Aces. Shit acre. Bleh. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be very self-conscious. So this is not. It's weird. It's like I knew I needed to tag the channels that I spoke about, and that would mean a possibility of them coming across this, but I did not think that it would actually. Yeah, I didn't think they would actually say anything about it. So I really appreciate the just even the Adam having a look at all to this. So that's pretty cool. And I want to, and also the comments that people made on the video were actually really nice, really supportive. So I hope to make it better. And maybe what would make it better is actually starting. But I'm not going to do part 2 in the same way. Oh, not in the same way. I'm not going to start straight with part 2 in the second question. I realized that it didn't really finish properly. It didn't end question 1 properly. So I just wanted to see where we are on the diagram, and then maybe catch up, and then we can continue from there. So I've shared the link on the previous video to view the diagram. I had to split it up into different what do you call it, different pages, because it wasn't pretty. There was no zoom function on if you have just it on one page, so it's very strange. But anyway, I'm going to go to the normal one because it's just for me to see. This will live update anyway. It's cool. So just a recap of where we were. Oh yeah, and I did change this. This is I cleaned it up a little bit compared to what was on stream previously. Cool. So, but it's the same. Also, I've freshened up the key. So here's actually, let's look at the key first. That's why I started with it. So yeah, so far this is what we're doing with the question being the debate question. Shift Ace. Carl. Wait, Carl. Look. Wait. Let's see if just watch. Did it work?
Hi, Carl.
Hey. Hey, I've got Twitch chat here. It doesn't disconnect your Twitch, so I can I can put all the shit in Twitch chat. Like, it's actually Meow one. Sorry. Is it there? Can you hear it? Anyway, nerd. I couldn't. It was such a mission. All of my sound clips from all the setup on Twitch is on my old laptop, and I didn't go like a moron. I didn't put it on in the cloud, and so I would have had to get the MP3 of You Stupid Woman, and yeah, but actually I could play it for you if you like. I just have to put it on here. Actually, we can test the we can test the sound.
Okay.
Why are you arguing that the gen scene shouldn't be in?
What's it? You stupid woman. This one.
You stupid one.
Yeah, that's the actual. I took the audio from that clip. Slow mode is on, by the way. Oh my god, fuck. Oh, that's cute. That is cute, YouTube. Like really, that is that's quite a thing. How do you fucking turn this shit off? Stream settings. Oh gosh, I suppose I'm doxing myself somehow, because now both of my. Let me just do this. Where do I get my settings? How the fuck do I turn this shit off? Pop out chat, community moderation, stream health. And list, no. Added delay, no. Oh, the joys, the absolute joys of doing something for the first time. How do I... Wait. Fuck y'all. Fuck all the way up. Exactly. It's got to fuck all the way off with that. Let's edit title and description. Get shareable link. If I edit here, what will it do? Customization. Wait. I think I might have found something. I'm gonna just, okay, comments, it's fine. Allow comments, recording. Whatever that is. No restrictions. Playlist. I'll just put it on entertainment. It's quite. There we go. Okay, live chat replay. Anyone? Cool. Message delay. No slow mode, you stupid shit. There you go. Oh my god. Thank God. Slow mode is off. Whoa. Is that like the default? That's hilarious. That's quite ambitious of yeah. I did it before you even told me, Carl. How amazing. Okay. Where were we? Okay, actually let's just check the audio while you're here. Yes, away. Yeah, exactly. Or yo, are you at work? Because am I going to only have a few minutes at a time of your attention?
Or not. Okay,
So,
that's the original thread that brought us down to this point that we were talking about, and I was explaining the political ideology behind it.
How the people said that the
disagreeing with whether
low.
it was political, and then we kind of went off into
But
whether
that was in the
everything
beginning
is
of the
political or not,
stream.
and then whether everything political should be involved in the show. And then you said what I want to focus on.
I didn't touch the volume dial for the for my desktop output or whatever since the end of the stream last time. So I don't know. How is it? I'm not touching it. Just tell me. What do you say? And also, I know, I'm sorry, YouTube is that's another weird thing about being direct having these real channels directing you to your channel. It's like, oh yeah, please come to the scuffed stream after the great amazing stream that you were in previously. I'm at work, but actually I'm at my desk. YouTube works better than Twitch on my... Oh, nice. Audio's good. Okay. Let's go, boys. Yeah. Let's go. This is, yeah, doing this live will obviously mean that I'll end up talking all over the place. So, who cares? It's fun. Okay. So, yeah, I'll try to fix up. It might be a little loud. Okay, well then you know what? I can change it just a little bit over here. Let's see.
Which I think is very important is that am I saying that there
me
shouldn't
talking
be a
over it
woman's
is not.
experience?
Yeah, it's like we're like similar.
And why?
Hey, it's when I talk over it that it's pretty loud. I mean that it seems loud, you know. I can bring it down a little bit, 25. There we go. So then I'm always talking above it. I'll be lurking. You lurk hard. Lurk hard. Let's see.
And so my question to that is,
why
do you think
what do you
that
think?
women all have some sort of
the audio
unifying experience that is
the audio sound
in that scene right there?
Oh god, I hate technical, especially audio. I've been streaming for years, and I've had several different microphones and several different rooms to work in, and all different things, and I still have not ever figured out my audio properly, which is kind of important. Okay. Yeah, no, it is pretty hard to lurk. I'm so bad at lurking. So I don't judge people for their inability to lurk, especially at work. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I cleaned up the key, kind of. Okay. Just for this one, we've got our color coding, right? And then agreed upon, which are hardly ever, all of these agreed upon things are hardly ever good faith agreements. So it's like they say they agree with it, but it's not for real. So you can't really take those green blocks take the green blocks with a pinch of salt. And then definition is with a different font, which I actually put I put this in a table. I don't know which one, where it is. Okay, it was in a table. Example, I'm going to be doing examples with dotted lines. Commentary, we've already got that going. Conclusions need to be, so like we've got your premises and then your conclusion should be in caps. I haven't applied that properly, I don't think, across the whole thing. On topic is just like the normal shape. Off topic is this is the, I looked at the argument sort of notation. There's software and everything that does this, and just like I said, the notation that you're supposed to use in like first year philosophy. And yes, when you are mapping out an argument that just goes premise conclusion, or premise to get to one conclusion, it's great, but this is a conversation. So we could have just an argument, a diagram of the argument on its own. I like having the conversational things in it as well. So I'm trying to blend the two notations. So that's why I've got this weird key going on, because I find it so interesting that how a conversational debate works. So that's why I wanted to do it. I don't want it to just be like everybody can understand the general where somebody sits with this and where somebody sits with this, but following people, that's the reason that I wanted to diagram debates, is because this person says this and what's the name, disagrees with themselves from previously and all of that. It's because it's so disorganized that I want to organize a little bit, but it's never going to be as simple as the philosophical stuff. And yeah, I'm also hoping that I can get faster at it so that I can have the video play, because I mean, that's the reason we didn't get through question 1. You know what, Scarecrow, okay, I wish Morny was here, but Scarecrow guy, if you, I just laugh because it just seems like somebody used two dicks for the feet. So I don't know. I'm like, no, you got to keep it then. I hope you can't unsee that now. Anyway, so yeah, and then the debate brain and these little stickers I'm having fun with. I think I'm probably going to make a few more just as we go along. But yeah, let's go. Actually, I think let me just turn this off for a sec, because I don't need you to see my secrets. I'm going to find the other key, because the other key has a table in it with actual those are some sturdy fellas. Yes, they're actually a bit pokey. Wait, map key. There we go. This is it. Okay. This is it, she says, and doesn't show the people. Sturdy fellas. Sorry, I'm 12. Okay, I'm not. Jesus. Okay, there we go. This is it. Just debate brain has to be interstate. Virtue signal is avatar. Bad faith is mixer. I just need to basically put this on. Anywho. Let's go, bitches. Okay, so actually, let's just go over, like I said, this is not a good format for ADD people. Okay. So we started off with, obviously, I'm really glad that Adam saw the coolness of the question of asking whether owls are birds. It was a meme. It's just a stream meme of theirs, but it is really it is good to have that sort of question to see how debate brain goes. And one of the things I was worried about, I was like, oh yeah, cool. If they start each debate with that question or a question like that, and we all were starting to think like, what kind of questions would we do? Are all mice rodents was the one I suggested. Like there's stupid things like that you could do. So you could find a whole bunch of them and just use a new one every debate. And not every stream is a debate with them, but you know they could totally do that. But then it's like, oh well, what if the person knows what that means and what they begin to know what you're trying to do. And that's actually also still a measure. If somebody knows that that's what you do in your debates, maybe that's an indicator that they've actually watched something of yours from start to finish. Who knows? So it might be it's a good indicator whether somebody expects it or not. Even if they go and they say, yeah, I know what you mean, why are you asking that question? That's fine. That's still something that breaks the ice as well. I don't think it's that contentious. So that thing of asking a question. Otherwise, you could just go like, cool, what's your favorite color? And that would be go into whoa. It would have the same effect. But anyway, back to the actual question. And yes, that is why I included the owl question. The person on Twitter was like, oh, I'm glad that the owl made it into the diagram. Like, yes, it needed to be mapped. It had relevance in the conversation. I actually want to go back and map the insults that go back and forth. Anyway, excuse me. Yeah, so basically our big question that I didn't finish was, can you criticize something for being woke without being called an ismphobe, whatever? Then they started off with the definition of woke, and then these are the definitions. Well, the definition that Sitch gave. Then you see here, this actually is where we land up after a whole bunch of arguments. We land all the way back here. Even if you don't agree on a definition in real life, in this debate we need one. So it actually came full circle, sort of. So we had our definitions of woke. Then they did their definition of woke, which was extremely bad faith, because it was like, oh, I don't use it. And it's like, just, okay, we don't need to go over it. Go and watch the other video if you want me to rant about it. Yeah, then we go into basically where everything broke down was around here. We went, and the reason that I actually wanted to go back to part 1 is because they actually do a whole thing of cancel culture that becomes relevant later on. And the reason I was just trying to get through stuff at the end of last stream, I just wasn't, I was trying to get far, but that's dumb. I should have just carried on as slowly as I was going, and then we get to the end when we get to the end. Cool. We got there. Basically, no, you fuck. Ugh. Just let me go to my other page, please. We went into, so from the definition of woke, it was like, okay, you basically the answer, when nobody ever said the answer was no, that you can't make, the answer is no, that you can't make criticism without being called an ism or something, because ist or whatever, because they are always going to think that it is a legit. They are just pointing out from the definition exactly. They're just pointing out what's bigoted. That's it. So to them, it's bigoted. You're within their definition of woke. You're not allowed to criticize something for being woke. So there's no point. But it's always interesting to see how they try to pretend that the answer isn't no, while also saying the answer is no, which is what they were doing. Cool. This debate brain detour was. I mean, look. It wasn't that. There actually wasn't too much going. Who is saying that? No. Okay, and basically the She-Hulk stuff is where we landed up. So we're not working on any questions anymore. We're just now arguing about She-Hulk, which is fine, I suppose. Feminism and ideology, blah blah. So basically, the fuck off now. Having multiple pages is the end of. No, I hate it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, I get tired and go to sleep. End of part 1. That's basically what happened. So I think I'm just going to create it. Make a copy, and then I'm gonna just delete all the other stuff that I was doing. Oh, I should probably think about breathing when I talk. I would recommend being able to breathe. Delete. No, don't delete that one. Don't delete that one. Because I'm not going to deal with this switching between pages all night. Yeah. Okay, so let's try and figure out where we were before I started skipping time. Men, she, man, bad, women, masculine, passive men. So let's see. It's around here.
To critique it.
Wait a minute. Well, first of all,
No,
yeah.
he said it shouldn't be in media.
Wait. Please. Okay. First of all, we're talking about. We were originally talking about like whether this was given an example of whether there was politics in the show or not. Okay. That's the original thread that brought us down to this point that we were talking about, and I was explaining the political ideology behind it, and you seem to be disagreeing with whether it was political, and then we kind of went off into whether everything was political.
This is now them.
And then whether everything political should be involved in the show. And then you said what I want to focus on, which I think is very important, is that am I saying that there shouldn't be a woman's experience be allowed in the show?
I think that's basically
and so my question to that is, why do you think that women...
No, what the... Wow, just ducks yourself all over the fucking place, Jinsia, really?
With whether it was political, and then we kind of went off into...
Okay, so, oxygen is most... Okay, I got enough there. We got enough in. Now let's continue. So what actually is happening here is they're talking about this circle. This is what Sitch is saying here, and I put this is the circle because it's just this is where things broke down, because it was like, oh, so it's not woke because it's not woke. It's not woke because it's just a woman's lived experience, and you are just a bigot. You call it woke because which is what Sitch is now saying, you're saying you can't express and you don't want women's experiences in your media. And then the reason I put this also in caps, even though that's supposed to be a conclusion, it's actually just me being exasperated, because eventually it's like, you do need to remind me. Okay. That's one way to make you stay. I will die. Yeah, he really is. He does. and he really keeps his cool a lot of the time, and he lets people go. He doesn't corral people in. Like, look, he did allow the conversation to go over there, but he still holds on to the main question. You're so right. It's so cool. Then there's me who can't do that. I'm focused on the thing in front of me. Okay.
Whether everything is political or not, and then whether everything political should be involved in the show. And then you said what I want to focus on, which I think is very important, is that am I saying that there shouldn't be a woman's experience
so
be
this
allowed
is
in the show?
it.
And so my question to that is, why do you think that women all have some sort of unifying experience that is being voiced in that scene right there?
I mean, I don't think that they do have. I don't think every single woman does. No.
Well, no,
like
but that is what Bob is implying when he asked me that question.
All I am saying, listen, Jen Walters is a woman. We can agree to this, correct?
Sure.
Hypothetically.
I think we're going over this again. We did go over, because I remember the joke. We did go over this joke in the previous video. I'm just trying to figure out. We'll just watch until I recognize something we haven't covered.
Some woman's writer's life experience, but she can, do you have any problem with her expressing her issues?
No, but I think it's sexist.
Sorry, this debate actually sets the human race back at least a couple of months. Sorry, I'm just paying attention to chat now.
It's important too, Sitch, to separate. Like, he's making the implication that you want that censored out of the movie. No, you just want to be able to criticize it without being called a sexist.
There you go.
Well, I would
that's
prefer
giantly different.
I would prefer if we didn't have intersectional woke politics in Marvel stuff. Yeah.
Well,
I think. Oh shit! No, I'm thinking of the ending statements. Never mind. I'm gonna let them get back to the end. I know I went over a bit of their end arguments, their closing statements, which then devolved. But I want to go over it again because again, I didn't map the way we got to it, so that's not good faith.
I don't know that. How are you taking the leap of that being intersectional woke politics from just her saying this is what women deal with, when like a lot of times it's pretty easy.
Yeah, there's Axel. Okay, wait, no. Who you'll be able? Axel's gonna jump. Can you see Ax? Okay, they're now on the post that you can't see. That was Axel in the background.
To find women that will tell you.
Sorry, I know, Bear, you're not used to this, but yeah, this is what scuffed streams are like. We talk to each other. I don't know if you're used to small streams because yeah, big streams like this you can hardly keep track of what people are talking about. It's one of the things that I feel bad because I want V's chat to stay small because I like talking to everybody. But then when it becomes like thousands of people talking, it's like, oh, Jesus.
That reflects some of their experience. You know what I mean? And even if not, why can a woman in a character in a movie not have like a flawed perspective, right? Like, and I'm not.
Well, wait a minute. She could want if what she said. If the show is saying this is a flawed perspective, then I would applaud the show. Okay, and I don't. But that's the problem. I don't think it was supposed to.
So you wanted to just hold your hand and like tell you what to think about things that it's saying? I don't know. That's kind
of. Okay, I think that's actually that is a sign that we are at a place that I skipped from, because I remember wanting to say or referring to one of the guys, one of the chaos or whatever, saying what, do you want them to hold your hand or do you want them to point it out for you? And I know that I didn't map that at some point. But the point here is notepad. Yeah, you should be using a notepad. I think that's true. That's right. To just, even, you don't need to have it in an order or in a diagram for you to follow it, because you literally just that was one of the ways I was thinking of doing it while I watch, because this is something I've watched. So when I haven't watched something, what's it going to be like? Because I want to do it that way. what would I do? Would I get a notepad out and just write everyone's points and then afterwards put it into the mind map? Yeah. So I don't want to do that. But if you're in the debate, I think it just should make sense for you to use a notepad. Just to keep track of, especially a point that you know somebody is probably going to go back on.
I believe the show confirmed that as the perspective that is the right way to think.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to have that read. I completely disagree with that read, but you're allowed to have that read.
Do you think that if
sounds still okay?
Most people had the read
What's up, Nicho?
that it was that you were
Nico?
supposed to realize that what she's saying is flawed. Don't you think that there'd be all this criticism against the show from the left?
Probably. That was more of a devil's advocate argument. My question now is like, why? Or you're like assuming, I guess, that.
So wait, but you accept that that's not the read that most people interpreted from the show, including people on the left.
I'm sorry. Repeat what it is.
You accept that most people who watch that scene and watch She-Hulk, whether they're on the left or the right politically or in the center, they interpreted that writing of the scene to be you are supposed to agree with Jen in that scene.
I don't know that that's true. No, I don't. I can't speak for most people. And that's kind of the problem with this argument that we've had so far, in my opinion, is that we're like kind of just being asked to defend, like to tell you how you can criticize stuff without ever being called woke. And it's
without you calling us woke. Without you calling us racist. Look, this is your personal experience. We're not asking you to tell us.
Hi,
what
Nani.
The guy down the street thinks. We're asking you.
Well, it depends if you mean would I call you sexist, or would I maybe say that this is like an attitude that contributes to sexist ideas? I tend to speak with a little bit more nuance than that. So
but here's the problem. Maybe you do, Dane. But the way that Bob worded his question to me was
there
very
is nothing new here.
Was to say, why do you have a problem with a woman's experience? That implies that I'm committing a sexism.
It's committing a
it's probably
sexism.
Not worded well, but I don't know if it's bad faith. I just generally, I see where you're coming from. That like, I kind of agree. Just let me think of how to phrase it. Like,
I put some stars here in the previous.
Is it such a bad thing to have one woman character in a show express a perspective like that? And does that imply that you think that just having that exist is going to turn children into feminists, or what?
We are going to play MHR. This week, if I remain faithful, we will go on Twitch and we will play Monster Hunter Rise, and that will be where we go. Welcome to Controlled Chaos.
So
controlled.
I don't think that having one character explain that in one show is going to turn the world into feminist.
What's the problem?
Hold on. We need to stop right here. We need to stop right here.
No.
Sitch, one second, because the accusation.
Guys, as people that are here from, I don't know. I don't have a view account. People that are from Sitch and Adam here, is this basically? There's nothing new that I should be adding here yet, because I should have, I suppose, gone and spent some time to find out when the hell I started skipping how far I went. But right now, this is actually just a lot of them rehashing this argument in any case. But I just want to know if you think I've missed anything, just let me know.
The accusation that you're making here is that, putting this kind of material out there could possibly turn people into feminists. Is that your thinking for the reason to put it in the movies?
No, I think the reason.
Okay. This is when I also started to catch the scene. Also, oh my God, Baba! I'm thinking of it being like somebody. Baba, you've come. Oh, Baba. We will have to. I'll have to write your names all over the place. Baba's Nani. I think I'll remember that because it's like, huh? Oh yes, that guy's name. I don't know who I thought you were. I thought you were someone that I jumped on with afterwards. Or actually somebody who was saying Monster Hunter Rise instead of Monster Hunter Worlds. Because we had played before. Anyway. These are Twitch people that I told that I was going on YouTube, so I really appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, of course you're not going to know what's going on here. This is a debate diagram where we are diagramming a debate. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out where the fuck I stopped. Great planning. I did not think that this was going to... I thought that I would have a bit more time to refine it before I go to part 2, or I thought I would abandon it, but I really appreciated people coming to see it, so...
I think the reason is to tell a story with characters that relate to people's perspectives. Maybe some women relate to that, and I'm sure I know a lot do, and I know that a lot don't, and that's okay. That's basically any movie, any show is going to have that.
So you don't think the writers are putting their politics into the movie to make people be more feminist?
No.
So.
Oh yeah, that's where I started. I don't know, not where, but I think I started shouting about the fact that they say it's political. They say it. My not so sexist agenda is. Oh no, not my not so. What? My not so. Oh, that meme of it's like it's not so. It's not a. It's not really covert. It's a homophobe. Something about that. I'll have to watch this later. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Nanny. Cheers, Baba. Thanks for saying hi.
Let me ask you this. Like you keep on using the word politics. Can you explain the exact politics into a woman explaining her point of view?
Right, but
what makes that inherently
I wanted
political?
to answer. I'll answer that, but I wanted
to
answer.
No, they are not saying it's inherently political. Okay, so if you what would you like to know about bad faith? That is bad faith. That is willingly, and I really don't think he's so dumb that he couldn't have picked up that point. That it's not the actual experience. It's the way that it was framed. God, fucking.
Its previous question before that, which was that, why have a problem with the scene? I assume I'd be the same thing if there was a scene where there was a male superhero who basically espoused some ideology that was basically, some Andrew Tatean ideology about, how women's places in the kitchen or, whatever. And somehow this related to his, life experiences and being a superhero. And the show never either implicitly or explicitly, states that that's the wrong view. And it actually seems to imply that that's the correct view. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think you'd criticize that show. I'd criticize that show.
Yeah, Bob, if I may, I think the difference here is that, for me personally, I think Bob as well, and a lot of people on the left, whether or not they, fucking do a good job of saying, I definitely don't think so that they do. I'm not really associated with a lot of lefties for that reason, but I approach from a point of harm. And is this harmful, potentially harmful, proven to be harmful?
Okay, here's a new part. Okay, I just know that I don't have anything here about harm versus... Okay, I don't know... Okay, I'm just going to start something separate then. And we can see how it joins on at a later stage. So maybe go to Debate Diagram 2. No, it's fine. Okay. So what organized chaos? No, who is it? It's Fandom. He's now just said harm. What is harmful? Okay, so now his definition of woke is going into is it harmful? Is he asking? Hold on. Is he asking whether it's harmful to put the ideology in the movie, or is criticism harmful?
And yeah, so Andrew Tate type rhetoric and shit like that is pretty obviously gross and harmful. And so to have that just...
Okay. So his line here is, rhetoric in media allowed if not harmful? So again, this is it as long as it's the right things, then it's fine. As long as it's what I think, then it's fine. Of course, I would not enjoy, I don't know, it might be very funny to have an Andrew Tate movie, but in terms of a guy walking around. Hey, Aaron! I decided to stream it here because a bunch of people subbed after seeing my seeing my video, because I got a shout out from the people that actually did this debate. I'm actually kind of like embarrassed because it's like, oh, she's got this YouTube channel with 3-4-year-old videos on it and whatever, but hey, at least some people came past and had a look at this and gave their opinions on what debate diagrams like, what they like about it. So yeah, I thought I might as well put it on YouTube, because the people on Twitch, well, the ones that will come, that will watch this are here anyway. Yeah, what's the name? Aaron, Carl is reminding me to breathe. Okay, we do have these. Still running because they go through Twitch, and I've still got the Twitch overlay on. Anyway, so where we are with the, we didn't get very much further after you left, Aaron. Will you be able to stay with us? Yeah, we didn't get very far after you left, because then I started skipping around. So actually what I'm trying to find out is where the frack, they also got into a circular argument anyway. So, okay, right now we're talking about, yeah, I did it all by myself, Carl. Yeah, that's why I'm also breathing funny, because it's people that are, it's weird. It's weird that I'm doing exactly the same thing, but because it's not on Twitch, it's different. It's I think it's because yeah, it's just of actually the exposure. It was crazy. Like for me, 800 views is something I don't think I was gonna get in my lifetime. So that's pretty crazy for me. Anyway, so that's why it's a bit overwhelming. Okay, so what we're doing, where we're at now. Yay, stay! You better stay. We are going. Where we're at now. What we did was.
Without being challenged.
What we did was the circular argument. I think you might have been around for it in any case at some point. It was basically they go politics. You were here. It was like they were like, okay, politics in. You're saying politics in movies is not right, and it's like no. What we're saying is putting in this woke agenda into the movie is what's not right, and can we figure out how to criticize it what's the name, without being called sexist? And of course the answer was no, even though nobody's going to say that. It's interesting. Well, I think that Adam does say, like, dude, it's clearly I can't do this. I can't criticize a show, She-Hulk in this case, as woke, because that's without being called a sexist.
In a piece of media, I would damn sure criticize.
Okay, so now where we are, sorry. Where we are is Fandom is now saying rhetoric and politics are allowed in media if they are not harmful. And I suppose what I will be saying is what is harmful. So yeah, in the debating, the argument mapping software, you would have your conclusion. But you see, that's not what this how this works. This is a conversation. So he's not going to map it out. Well, it's a conversation with a certain kind of person. I'm pretty sure Sitch and Adam actually have, when they get confused about what each person is asserting, they go and bring it back and they go, okay, this is what I'm arguing, and this is the reason that I've come to that conclusion. Here, obviously, these kinds of people, it's about just the current sentence. What is going on in the current exchange that I can win? That must be pretty hectic to be. Like, I wonder if they had to have a Kyle there to remind them to breathe.
I don't think that a woman expressing what She-Hulk expresses in that scene is harming anybody. I don't think that.
Okay, so here's the example. Here. Yeah, She-Hulk, not harmful. Okay. Cool.
Can harm anybody.
So if we had like a history, hypothetically, if we had like a history of, you know, in America or in the world, you know, women were the sex that had controlled everything and had subjugated men, you would then say, well, then what she was saying would be bad because it have a higher likelihood to generate harm in the world.
In that, I mean, you know, yeah, I guess in that, well, first of all, I disagree with the premise of like subjugating and stuff like that. But, like,
I understand.
But I don't know. It's a hypothetical, so there's a whole lot of context I would need to really. Yeah, I'm not gonna answer.
Yeah,
it's just kind of a trap.
Yeah, we're talking about like weird alternate reality.
Really? You can't do a thought experiment? You can't just go a little bit up and go, okay, cool, let's think conceptually. No. Oh, it's too much. It's too nuanced. There's too much to hold in. And also there's too many things. Oh, wait, also the fact, putting this concept into a hypothetical makes it even more obvious that you're not making sense. Oopsie. Yeah, there's the hypothetical. Oopsie. Let's go. Shall we try to, what was, so yeah, let's put, Sitch's hypothetical is in here. Is he's going, if women were the oppressors, even though bro, he didn't like the word subjugate, so I'll use oppress. Okay, the oppressors were the oppressors. Would She-Hulk, actually this should be over here. Oh, for fuck's sake, sorry. Oopsie. If a woman the oppressors, would She-Hulk message be harmful? So, what is Sitch doing with that? With that hypothetical there? He's basically, what he's trying to figure out is the basis for harm. What he's trying to understand, what is harmful determined by history and who is oppressed and oppressed now, which goes back to their definition of woke, which is always about the oppressed and the oppressor. But I don't think they would come back with him on that journey if he went that far down the reasoning hole.
Reality crap.
Well, why not? Because the whole point of the thought experiment is to try to figure out what is the specific
thing. That's not the world we live in, Sitch.
The whole point of the thought experiment.
We're not subjugated by women. Is that what you're trying
to
say?
Adam's insertion of jokes. It's amazing. It's great to have it in there because they can't joke around with him. He's just over there just trying to entertain himself.
That's what I'm trying to say. The whole point of the thought experiment is to try to pick out and try to exactly understand what is the specific thing that's affecting the thought or the behavior or the ideology. And when I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say cause harm in the world, are you kind of levying a P plus P equals R argument, or are you levying something different?
That's power. You know what P plus P equals R is?
Me? No.
Yeah.
The idea that like,
How do you not know? It's your
power
thing.
plus
like if a
privilege
white
equals
person
racism.
is if a white person is racist against a black person, it's very bad because of the
We know your
you're saying
arguments
that there's going to
better
be a higher
than you.
likelihood that racism, you believe there's a higher likelihood that racism will be enacted because we live in a society, quote unquote, dominated by whites or has a history of white oppression, where if a black person is racist against a white person, since they don't have, quote unquote, institutional power, it's less egregious because it's not really gonna, or you or someone who would say this wouldn't believe it would manifest in the world. It sounded like that's what you were saying. You didn't have a problem with what Jen is saying, but you have a problem with what man was saying.
My perspective on it is just that generally I do believe that we have to roll back certain, we have to start kind of, I guess, consciously dismantling certain things that have been, taken for granted and have caused harm historically. Do I think that you saying, She-Hulk saying this is harmful or that it contributes to a greater degree of harm? No, I don't think so. Do I think that you're a piece of shit if you say that? No. It's just that generally I think it's important for us as people, who live in a society to consider how we can, work to improve it. I mean, I don't even think it's that controversial to say that we can, look at things how things have not been done the best in the past. It's what we've always done, is try to improve. And it's weird that this day and age has become such a sticking point for like any kind of...
So the reason I did this is because it's like, what the fuck are you, like, I don't know, am I missing something? Please tell me. He just went from okay, Sitch and Adam are like, yeah, is this your definition? And then he just goes, the world can be better, we can work together. The P plus R, P plus P, go away. And I put this in a cloud because it's off, to me it's off topic. It's a dodge. It's like, hello, hi. This whole hypothetical, maybe he can't follow a hypothetical. Maybe I can't follow whatever the fuck he thinks he's doing, yeah. Should I go back? I don't know. He's cringe. Okay. But like, yeah, what is he? Also, I would like a beacon of virtue over here. I know it's a star. But yeah, it's like, oh, well done. Oh, I did my thing. I said the thing. Clap, clap, clap. I said the right thing. This is a soundbite. Nobody's making the soundbite. This is not the soundbite that made it onto Twitter.
Progress is an attempt at analyzing, systemic faults is now woke and therefore bad.
Aha. Okay, we kind of brought it back. Oh, it's back to their definition. Like obviously, which is great. Well done, consistency. Woo! Because basically one of the first things that they said for theirs was, when there is, I point out bigotry when I see it, right? That was one of the first things I think even Chaos said, and Chaos doesn't speak much. That's going back to their definition, because it's pointing out those systems is woke. Saying that criticism of the system is woke. That's their definition of it. And calling by their definition, you have to. Oh, thank you, Ure. Oh, I don't know how you want me to say your name, but you're right. So yeah, like what they basically, from their definition, it follows that actually, sorry Adam, you can't criticize things without being called improve, doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Basically, he doesn't want to acknowledge that he probably thinks it's okay to be unfair to the... Yes, oh, so true. I want to put this over here, and I will put your name. I'm going to copy paste yourself. Because why must I? Improve during a holiday. The dominant race. It's exactly it, and I think yeah, that's what this whole hypothetical was for as well. Is to say, cool, fine, if we change the dominant sex, then what happens? And you just can't. You can say we must work together to do that. You can say all of the star things, but you can't just say, you know what? Social justice is actually about revenge. It's about getting your own back. It's about doing things that you thought you couldn't do before and sticking it to the man and all of that. Oh, thanks. I'm from South Africa. I live in Dubai. But yeah, my accent is South African. Therefore, I think it's what language English sounds like when you don't have an accent. So there's the English accent, and then there's the American and whatever everybody else's accent. This accent has no things in it, so it's naked. That's my thought of. I would like to see AI do the South African accent, because I feel like we have this protection because it's such a weird accent. It's close to Australian, but then not, and then close to New Zealand, and then not, and whatever. Oh yeah, if you can't understand something, just let me know, because I've said one of the funniest things was I kept saying I've got to, for a loadout, I was going to say I would say while I'm gaming with international friends, I'd be like, okay, I need to save this build, and everyone's like Vika, one of my friends, is like, what the fuck are you saying? And like, build, BUILD. I just build. That's South African accent, really. Hi, Trey. Yeah, American accent is, look, I can do the American accent very badly, but if words are not making sense because I don't use R's, what do you need R's for? See, I did a 4 for you. That's everyone thinks of their own accent, I suppose, eh? Because yeah, you're not making your accent. Cool. We'll have an argument. We'll have a debate diagram about accents. What is the best accent in the world?
And yeah, I don't think it's directly harmful is the point. I just think that it's could contribute to reducing harm in the future. It could contribute to.
Okay, so he's saying he wants this messaging in. It can improve. So why it's not indoctrination. I don't think that a lot of people their criticism of woke media, whatever. Okay, yes, a lot of the Ben Shapiro's and whatever's, they're like, the kids are gonna get out and they are gonna be indoctrinated, and I do think there is some truth to that, because when you're a kid and you're watching the Proud Family, the things that were in there, Sitch said what else was in there, and I could not tell if he was joking for the Proud Family. Anyway, but that's not that is typically from Nerdrotic and all of that sort of all of that area of the internet and EFAP and all that, is you're supposed to be telling a story, and it's supposed to be a good story, and it's supposed to be entertaining. That's what we're doing here. We're entertaining. But you're putting your that's the criticism. It's your message is not the problem. The fact that you are just making everybody's character is just what their sexuality is. You just, everything is about the message. Just, you guys know. I think it's not indoctrination. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're watching and you're a kid and you're watching that, I just can't. I grew up in the 90s, so I had like the best. I had all kinds of diversity, and I didn't I wasn't sitting there learning to hate. And I was in South Africa. South Africa is the place to hate white people. So, yeah, anyway, let's not go there yet.
Creating a better fucking society if we just started to.
Sitch, I'll let you wrap up, but we just passed like the 1 hour mark, and we haven't even gotten to question 2. We only have 3 questions, so I mean,
German and Australian. That maybe you're hearing that because there's Dutch, the Afrikaans influence, the Dutch. It was between the Dutch. 97 baby. Yeah, 90s baby. Well, the thing is, what I consider the 90s as well, because I was born in 91. So technically I grew up in the 90s, but I had a lot more growing up to do after the 90s. But the early noughts were very 90s-esque. So I kind of just consider them to be, in my mind, they're all still 90s.
I was just going to say, just to go back to the She-Hulk example, even though we've
I really hope I haven't missed anything because of that skipping thing. I'm actually, it's like I've got a stone in my shoe right now. I really want to make sure that I've diagrammed every minute of this, but I will do that in my own time. And yeah, because that's just for me. That's just for my obsession.
For a while. Like, the whole defense has been, from our end, that it's been a character arc. But I think even within that episode, isolated by itself, throughout that episode, we essentially see Jen acting like a brat. She's throwing the rock and showing off, and she's not, being responsible. And I think even within the context of that episode, we are not seeing her behaving at her best. And I think that's very clear in that episode specifically.
Right. Well, I think, to me, it's very interesting you say that.
Okay, so he's going here. That she is... He's going here to say, there is no what do you call it, wokeness in in her arc. Where do I have women specifics that you think is preceded? Yeah, it's basically this argument. But I want to write somewhere that he's like MCU. You see there, it was just MCU re. I'll just put, because it's in this. It's over here. It's just another cloud. Where it's basically like BT dubs. That's the cope. I don't have a cope badge. What would the cope badge be? A cope sticker. Yeah, that's chaos. That's directly quoting chaos there, totally.
Behaving like a brat, and she's. I think this is where the disconnect is. I think a lot of people that complain about the episode being woke, they, like you, perceived her as being wrong, as her being a brat. But the difference is they perceive that the show is celebrating that, and you're perceiving it like, no, the show is saying she's wrong.
Such a good
and
boy.
If I look at the overarch of season 1, I don't, to my perspective, I don't see the show ever criticizing Jen for her behavior in episode 1 at any point.
I'd have to watch the show. I didn't know we were talking about She-Hulk.
I didn't know either.
Oh! Apparently this is something he does a lot. Where he goes, I don't have the facts. And I didn't know that was really something he does. Until I saw another clip from another debate or conversation that Chaos and... Oh, sorry about that noise. Some people get surprised that I can make that noise. Anyway. These two were talking to each other, Chaos and Fandom, and he wasn't even arguing with something, but he's like, oh, haven't looked into that enough. But I won't look in. So he just never has the data. Anyway,
you mentioned throwing the rock, Bob. That reminds me that you mentioned Sitch a minute ago, or a little while ago, that people go into stuff looking for whether it's woke or racism, or or whatever it is. And I think that She-Hulk is kind of an example of that. In particular, the rock scene. I remember when the trailers are coming out, and Hulk throws a rock, and then she throws it further, and that's where the trailer ended. And I saw a bunch of people flipping the fuck out because, oh, she's stronger than him or whatever. And then, of course, the show comes out, and then he throws another rock out into fucking orbit. And it's like, okay, but where are the people that were freaking out about the trailer saying, oh, I was wrong? You know what I mean? So I think there was a lot of that going into that from people, anti-woke folks.
Cool, Kyle.
Since you feel like
remember to breathe when you're eating.
Well, I don't want to move on yet. I think this is important.
This is like the third time Adam's
there's a
trying.
Scene immediately after he does throw a rock into space. But the entire sequence is her basically showing him up easily, or at least showing, look, I can easily do what you're trying to do. I don't really need your help. And
acting like a brat about it.
And acting like a brat about it. And that's
what a pop culture commentator, political commentators have an in-depth grasp of the show, but he doesn't. Yeah, well, I gotta go. We'll catch the rest later. Cool, that's okay. Thanks so much, Bearcat, for coming. I really, 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 really appreciate it. We'll see you later. Pop culture, political have an in-depth grasp of the show, but he doesn't. Yeah. You're saying like he suddenly doesn't. He's the pop culture guy. He's supposed to only care in the beginning. He's supposed to only care about these things, but these two know more about it. But I suppose they're just bigots. So the only reason they know that stuff is because they're bigots. They don't care about pop culture, but he does. So yeah, I can't believe why. I want to know, like, if I was also gonna just get into an argument more than a debate, I would be like, sorry, wait, you haven't watched the show. Why didn't you watch the show? Why wasn't it interesting? Oh no, it's been a while since I watched it. I'm just, that's all I'm thinking. I would have loved to know, like, if he had watched the show. Because he said, I haven't watched it, I didn't know we were going to talk about it. Hold up. That's interesting.
Kind of what people interpreted, like, wow, this is...
Oh, God, all the arguments I know that he would come up with.
Why people interpret it as, like, kind of woke. So they're like, oh, this is the woman can do anything that the man can do better with no training, no experience, blah, blah, blah. And then the only explanation that the show... Well, let me just finish. And then the only example, the only explanation that the show gives for this behavior about why she has such control over her powers is literally the political answer. So
I just want to map that. I'm sorry. I know it gets a bit boring to just watch me type here, but at the moment, this is just... I'm still getting there. This is only the second round. Basically, what Sitch's thing here is, and I'm still keeping it in a cloud because this is not the discussion. He's basically saying show still makes and lack of the only explanation and that's what also makes it so boring.
Upset by that episode and seeing the political ideology, within it.
I think that the it's pretty clear that she didn't get the same, dose of Gammo. So it's like, just she didn't have to deal with the mindless aspect of it that Bruce did because she didn't have the same exact thing happen to her. And I think that
I don't know, is this Coke Cloud?
On the wrong thing by zeroing in on that as the reason.
I have to call this Coke Cloud now.
Yeah, but see, this is
she's just a regular woman, except kind of like extra strong now, so she just had to.
If the scene was basically she said her whole tirade about being a woman, and then it immediately cuts to Bruce saying, "Well, actually, I looked at the numbers, and you just got a lower dose of gamma radiation," then that would have completely subverted, the woke aspect of it, and and you could have been like,
talking about
yeah, why not?
Oh no, do you need everything spelled out?
Do you need everything spelled out for you? I need that. Do you need? And then it's just like, no. Just put the, I'm just, that's not part of the argument. So you're just being mean now. You just want to put that in there because you said it funny. Bitch.
For you?
Well, and also,
there's a difference between needing something spelled out for me and the show.
Not what if you want to talk about her being better at controlling her anger, that's one thing. But what she can do with the powers is not the same subject, and it's weird to kind of extrapolate from that's the reason that it is. You know what I mean? Controlling her anger and then being able to be graceful and do like handstands and shit is different stuff.
Okay, so to first address what Bob said. I don't think you could say like, oh, do you need to be spelled out to you? It's like, yeah, because the show's spelling out to you the political aspect of it. You're trying to interpret, or you are interpreting through some sort of like, deeper reading there that she's supposed to be wrong in the scene.
Oh, Sitch is so cute. He's just like, through some deeper reasoning. No, through a cope headcanon. That's what you're doing.
I mean, it wasn't just anti-woke people that saw the scene as woke.
Yeah.
All the fucking woke people saw the scene as woke, and they were cheering it on. So, unless like everyone who's interpreting this but you is wrong in how they interpret this episode.
I've talked to a lot of people that saw it the same exact way, that were, even after that first episode, like, why are they acting like this isn't setting something up for down the road?
What I saw overwhelmingly was people on the anti-woke side screaming bloody murder over it, freaking out.
Wait, we need to explain our technobabble to you? Can't you figure it out yourself? No. No, none of that.
Out over it, and then essentially people on the other side saying, why are you people freaking out? Essentially, what is inherently wrong with this scene?
Yeah, right. They agree with the politics.
Yeah, they agree with the politics, therefore they're okay with it. It is not even that Sitch and Adam would not would disagree on these politics. As we go down later on, it's okay. Yes, men and women should be equal. They also acknowledge that some women have horrible experiences, but also, so the message or the need for women to have better lives is not denied, but the thing of needing to put it in the show, that's the problem.
They don't have the position that
even
you have, Bob.
Well, let's say even if where were the same people that were calling it woke from that first episode after episode 8 or 9 or whatever?
They were making reviews and getting shitloads of views because it was woke every single episode.
Even if they don't agree that it was done well, like you're saying, you don't agree that it was like executed well or that it was really even there, nobody even talked about it. Nobody even said, oh yeah, this follows up on that what was set up in the first episode, and no, I don't think it did a good job.
Adam starts, he's not interested. I think I wonder if he's gonna get did I look away look at my chart when he did the corn one?
Executing it or whatever, or it was kind of flimsy, but like nobody even had that discussion, and that's where I come from too. Is like it.
He put the corn on, didn't he?
How much someone's actually engaging with what's really happening in the media, as well as what they're calling woke. Because
I only saw the crying one. There he goes. Whataboutism. Because it was a bad setup and payoff. I like. It was hardly a payoff. There was no, there was There was no payoff for the entire season because of that last episode. When Gary came and read the script like the day before or something, a couple days before the last episode came out, I was like, somebody's trolling. This is horrible. And I kept saying to myself, no, wait a second. This could be this. What makes you not think that this could definitely be this horrible? This show could definitely be this horrible. It's okay. Like that's what the world is like now. Satire is very hard to figure out because everything is so horrible. I could not believe. I'm sorry. Who can enjoy that? Who can enjoy that? Oh jeez.
There's more to it that you could have a conversation about, but that wasn't a conversation anybody.
Well, okay,
really
but here's the problem is that, well, first of all, if that scene, if other people, if the majority of people interpreted that scene as her being wrong as a brat, then then She-Hulk would have been
didn't I miss it
by the mainstream audience and attacked for it, which it wasn't.
Why? I don't think so.
Because the mainstream accepts kind of the woke narrative, at least the mainstream.
No, I mean,
I think the mainstream actually recognized it was an arc.
No,
that's some bullshit. That is some lies, man. That is some lies. Okay, I'll just put it in the same cloud. Because Gamma B bar. Oh no, I think it's about it. So this would go here. The mainstream. I'm putting it in Mixer because it's bad faith and it's stupid. The mainstream thought it was an arc. Yeah, honey, it was totally an arc. I mean, everybody saw it that way. No, if I properly dismantled whether that could be it, they are very good faith when they are looking into. They do try to look into the narrative and find something that was good, and then they go, okay, they often just go, they could have done it this way. This is how they could have done it if that was the story that they were trying to tell. I think I'm just going to create a new page or something for when we get onto EFAP, because that becomes another argument. It's not a question. I guess we don't need to base our map on a question. It's just sub-arguments all over the place.
Recognize that she was acting like a brat in that first episode.
They did not. First of all, I don't agree with that interpretation, and I don't believe that anyone else. I don't believe that the majority of people saw that as an arc whatsoever. And this is even further compounded by the fact the main villain of the show are literally, anti-feminist trolls on the internet, who are angry at her for the existence of quote being a woman. So to me, this is like a very silly.
It was
that you're
very.
Trying to say, well, no, the whole point was, she was being too bratty.
Oh, it's very silly. Yes, that's what we would call it, because we're being good faith Garys.
And woke in that
I
first
think that
episode,
there was layers to
wrong.
it, man. I think that just saying it's one or the other is kind of I don't know, bad read of
This
media.
is like a side quest, and we're not really.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in. Look at the side quest. The side quest is. We're way out on the side quest over here. And guess what, Adam? Little did he know he was going to go into a further side quest called "Is EFAP Harmful?"
To the bottom.
Well, I mean, but the thing is that any conversation about this is going to inevitably get bogged down in specifics, because you say, well, someone's sexist for calling XYZ bad or MCU or whatever, and then you have to talk about specifics. Right?
I think it's safe for me to say that they will call you a racist, sexist, or transphobe
there you go.
if you criticize the ideology of the movie. And the ideology is the.
Well, you say they. You're talking about me and Bob would do that?
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about you guys.
Yes, we are talking about
there's
you.
a difference between calling someone racist and then saying that this thing is a racist idea. I have racist ideas. I have sexist ideas.
Look, we can look at this going
that's
forward.
Something that's often not distinguished between the anti-woke.
Only started and hasn't ended yet. Oh my god, do they say that? I don't remember them saying that. Maybe it's because I shut off and I didn't want to hear more stupid things. I think that was someone's argument. I remember as well. I think on EFAP it was something like, people are going to say this. And yeah, that is one of the arguments they say. Wow. I just want to put Adam Adam goes back to the answer, goes back to the question. The answer is no. And then I want to say what he's saying here. What Fandom is saying is actually now that it gets to the exact we have gone nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've gone nowhere because we've gone on a scenic route because we go on to the answer is no. Because the contention came all the way down from these definitions of woke. We have gone nowhere because the answer was already no long ago, because it was if these things are only the things that are allowed. The ideology that I agree with cannot be criticized, and the reason that is because it's right. So it's, oh God. Yes, we will call it out. It's wrong. So it's a kind of a meta to agree that the answer is no. So maybe I should just put a point here as well. Just, although, I mean, just somewhere in the back there. The answer is no, just whispering in the background there.
People is like, are they saying that I am just an evil bigot, or are they saying that this is some language
what's up, man?
I can, do better on, or something?
I've made my declaration. Going forward, we can watch your critique of others' movie analysis.
It's a pretty absurd declaration, Adam.
But it matches reality.
Yes.
No, it doesn't, man. I think you created a straw man, and you after all that conversation.
Okay, so he says you did a straw man, right? Honey, sweetie baby child. He's just gone through your argument with you and said, I understand what you're saying. You are saying your argument is saying, nope, you can't do it.
Conversation we just had, you're zeroing in
I want to ask a
and
question,
they're like kind of just blowing it off and saying that they're going to call you a racist if you don't like their ideology.
Yes.
Which is a fucking absurd thing to state, man.
But you just explained how that is exactly what you do. But okay, it's fine, I believe you.
So I just want to ask a question to kind of wrap up the She-Hulk thing, which is that, if I mean, I don't know if you're gonna levy death of the author here, but if the
you're a it's he turned the mirror and then he was like, oh my God, that's absurd. Yes, that's your face.
Writers, if you talk to the writers and you said, is Jen supposed to be a brat in that scene? Is this supposed to be an arc about controlling their anger? And they said, no, she's not supposed to be a brat. What she said is true and legitimate, and that's why she has control of her powers. Would you then say, well, I guess the people complaining about it were correct? Or would it not?
No, because that's one person. You're talking about...
Oh, okay. That's one person. What? I don't even... Is that even worth... Okay, no. We're still arguing. Okay, we are arguing again. That's absurd. The answer is not yes, but it's not no either. That's absurd. You can't, you won't. So it's literally just backflips. What an incredible backflip.
I'm saying, well, let's say the entire writing staff is like, 10 people. They
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they...
Okay, wait. So wait, back here. Oh, it was an arc? Okay, so that actually goes back to me saying they actually say it. Honey, they say it. They say, thank you. They say, that the arc is there. They say that they actually, this is, no, even if they say it's a political, it needs to be the whole stuff. I think that's something I'll trim off later. Wasn't OC finishing in an EFAP vid for fishing? Yes, he was. He's the one that that was looking for. It wasn't EFAP. It was Mauler. In Mauler's glorious. I didn't watch Multiverse of Madness. I watched Mauler's thing. Yeah, he was looking for what's the name? That Mauler would say something about the two moms, and I think they when they went over, then they went over him going over there, over Mauler, and they did talk about him looking for the comments, and Mauler was just like, he knew that people were gonna think that, and then he's just it didn't, he wasn't upset about it because it was so small and they're from another universe and it all made sense narratively, so he had nothing to say about it. And if he did, he would have come up with the narrative story, not, oh, you're pushing your agenda. It's just that, so actually, if anything, that is an example of how well, that is an example of how you can criticize things without seeing it work all over the place. He does talk about how Doctor Strange is basically cucked the whole movie, but yeah, he he didn't have a problem with the lesbian marines because, hey, who cares? They're from another universe. Yeah, they do address it during super chats. Yeah, I see. I didn't listen to the super chat part. I don't think so. I was walking around town listening to things. It's very. There were some times where I was like at the store. So.
Said that because if you look at the entire context of that episode, it's clear she's supposed to be a brat. Yeah. She is acting like a brat. Like okay, that.
I don't think it's that clear.
I think it says more about the person making the claim that like they have a sensitivity to you know, hearing I guess stuff like that. It's weird to me to get upset about it. In that way.
Okay, I to me it's fascinating because to me it's very obviously, from my perspective, very obviously the show is promoting that.
Well, I know. I mean, there's that culture online that's you know, presented these things as a certain thing and therefore bad, and yeah.
Question 2 unanswered. Question 3. How should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia?
Okay. Let's go to the blue. So it's actually it is answered. Sorry for you, Adam. It was just a horrible answer. It was stupid. Ugh. Okay, I'll just do that. How should society?
Question 2 unanswered. Question 3. How should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia?
Well, wow, I'll let Bob go if he wants to, but I just want to start off by saying that
wait. I want to hear that again.
People respond to it.
Question 2 unanswered. Question 3.
Thanks, Ray. Thank you so much for coming by and taking part.
How should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia?
Well,
Wow,
I'll just start. I'll let.
I don't know what he says there. What do you think he says? What do you think Chaos says? Wow.
Bob go if he wants to, but I just want to start off by saying that a lot of the ways that people respond to it online, that's not it.
Oh, good boy. Again. Although it's all bad faith because it turns into shit later. So AF be like the way a lot of the good portion
Mm-hmm.
What are those ways? What's the wrong way? Maybe we can do process
dogpiling and just like well, let's just say.
So cancel culture. It sounds like you're not in favor of cancel culture.
I don't believe in cancel culture.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
cancel
good.
culture.
No,
Oh
I
god,
really
I need to stop so I can just get this down. Just hold on. Because it starts going faster. Okay, so it's wrong. So then we go to Sitch be like, so cancel culture bad? There was a question box. I don't know what it was.
Exists is what I'm saying.
I was gonna do.
I don't believe it exists.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. That's...
Okay, so now he asserts it doesn't exist. Okay, I would love to know what his reasoning for that is. What does that stand on?
Pretty massively different, but okay, interesting.
No, I mean, first of all, the question once again is very broad, and so asking
what is dogpiling if it's not cancel culture?
Okay. So
it's a broad question. No, you can give us examples, and then we're not asking you for the entire thing. We're asking you just for a couple of examples. We're not sitting here and doing policies. We're not creating policies over here. Oh yes, it's going to get there. When he said that, I audibly, when I was by myself, and I was just like, when he said that, I just could not handle it. I was just like, are you going by script? Because we could probably tell everything that you're going to say. Is wrong. Dogpiling. Dogpiling. Okay. What's it? Dogpiling isn't cancel culture. Like he did say, dogpiling isn't cancel culture. Because it has to be not cancel culture because that means he's against cancel culture. Yeah. He needed to do that. Whoa, 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 whoa. He's slipping over. All over the place. Yeah, he's going to do the consequence thing, isn't he?
The thing that people call cancel culture is often just social consequences, which have always existed for saying things that are unpopular in society.
Right. Like so, you would frame it as accountability culture. Sometimes I hear people say.
I've heard. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. It's a case by case basis because the thing that. Well, how would you describe cancel?
It's a case by case basis. Is it? And also one of my points as well of him saying cancel culture has always existed. So, he's saying it's always existed. So it's like it's in different forms. Okay, best faith I can take that as yes. It's taken all different forms. Societal shunning, all of that. That's how society works. We understand this. But now cancel culture has gotten to a very practical, very quick and it happens at a higher rate, and it's more severe because there's so many more people, so many more. The grammar is hurting. There are so many people that are on you at once that the effects are different to, say, if people at your church were looking at you funny, or if people at school were mean to you or something because you said something stupid in class or something like that, you had the wrong opinion. Like, it's because you're exposed to so many more. Jesus Christ, does it work? Stop thinking about it. You're exposed to so many more people that the consequences are quite exponential and way more damaging, I would say.
Cancel culture. What is the universal?
Well, dogpiling.
What are the
That's a good
universal
start right
descriptions
there.
of cancel
I would say
culture?
cancel culture is trying to get someone fired from their job and some sort of financial harm to them, try to destroy some aspect of their life based on a political opinion that they have.
I mean,
or cultural opinion.
Yeah, so if I work at Burger King and I'm, in my capacity as a representative of Burger King, I go around, saying, calling trans women slurs, calling black people slurs or whatever, and Burger King hears about it, like I would be fired. I don't understand why it's like there's this weird protective coat around entertainers often. And public figures.
What if they fire you though for making a critical video of She-Hulk?
Was I doing that in my capacity as a public figure?
Okay, just coming back. Sorry, I just want to do. I will be a lot better. I'm just learning the controls, man. Okay, and then we're going to go example block. Actually, yeah. I just want to put in there Sitch. Adam calls it. What was it? Consequence cultures, whatever. Yeah. Okay, and then the example is Burger King.
You're in representation, in representing the company, or?
So here, that's the example. Therefore, and then Adam's example, fine. Getting fired for She-Hulk. And then we have some criticisms of it, which are, is it in personal capacity? Or for a company?
Well, you're not saying Burger King endorses this message. You just happen to work for Burger King, right?
Well, I mean, it's a different thing in that regard because we're talking about public figures who are associated with certain brands, and we're talking about brands here.
He's decided that I decided that yeah, we're talking about people that are associated with brands. No, not necessarily. It's actually a lot of the time it's the brands that are doing the canceling. I suppose, yeah, that's the whole point. But people themselves are cancelled for opinions. Like, my biggest example here is that girl that got cancelled. She literally got fired for saying she was excited to play Hogwarts Legacy. She didn't say anything about trans people. But, okay. In the personal capacity of the company, brand association means it's legit to fire people when you don't endorse. That's fine, but I think and okay, maybe it does go to a case by case basis then, because when it comes to brands, are brands making an effort to, what's the association to this brand? Is it such that you would expect the things that this person says in their personal capacity to match the brand? Or like when it comes to Balenciaga, whatever, and Kim Kardashian, like that's something where you got to take a stand. So that's the other way around, where a brand, you reject a brand. So endorsement is a conversation to have. I agree with this message, that whole thing. But then again, what my conversation would be there is what counts as endorsement, because again, like if you go and if you decide that a brand is supporting this horrible video that you're watching on YouTube because the ad came up while you were on YouTube, that's just stupid, and it's the definition of bad faith. Like really, it's the worst. There's absolutely no reason you could do that anyway.
Well, no,
Sorry,
I'm saying, like, say the internet decides that you've made a critical She-Hulk video, and they.
So doing it falsely represents itself as the dominant culture. Doing what? Represents itself. Oh, what, like? I'd rather wait for you to clarify.
Brand you a sexist.
The internet.
I say so many things at once, I don't know which one you're addressing.
It's not an ape.
People and a dog pile gets going, and all of a sudden everyone's calling your work and saying that you're a rape apologist, and you lose your job.
Oh, okay. I mean, that would be shitty. I like to think that most.
Wow, that would be shitty, guys. Damn. Hey now! I wish I could say it like him. Oh wait, I don't have a harmonica, but I do have something that I think will piss my cats off, and also just warning, mute if you if you're gonna. I don't have a harmonica, but I have this. My cats are pissed off. Okay. I'm sorry, my baby Axie. Oh no, man, he's so upset. I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Go back sleep. Go back sleep. Daisy's like, I give zero shits over here. Can you? I don't know if you can see Axel. Anyway. It's all Callus's fault. Callus?
You know, companies would do any kind of diligence at all to find out the details of that, but like, can when does it happen?
Yeah, this is such.
Oh, we're going back to that lovely place of when did this happen? Not the principle. I guess for these people, principles are so foreign that we can't stick to them even in a hypothetical argument. We just can't. Again, we just can't hold two things in this. This is amazing. You have this amazing ability to have cognitive dissonance, but at the same time, you can't hold these two things that we are asking you to hold in your mind. Just hold them together, because why? Oh no, we must just disagree on everything. Jesus. We went to dogpiling, and then okay, yeah, another example block of rape apologist accusation gets fired. And our lovely comment, which I will definitely be putting here in the block. Yeah, that would suck. Then the question becomes, well, the argument now. We've gone on to the This over here was where we were doing. Where is this happening? I'm going to just put just kind of relate these two. It's all very I'm not satisfied with this map, just so you know. Where is this happening? And that's going to be with a bad face.
This is such an ambiguous example. Right. It's like I work at Burger King. I made a video critical of She-Hulk, and I got.
Yeah, that was your example. I was about to say. He's like, oh, it's such an ambiguous example. Like, well, actually, yes. Then I don't think it's ambiguous, but address that with your friend.
I'll give you a real example. I'll give you a real example. There's a guy named David Shore, he worked for a polling agency, and this was during BLM, and he had looked at the data and he said historically, this had to do I think with Nixon winning the presidency. He said historically, when there has been a lot of riots, especially riots related to race issues in certain neighborhoods and certain areas of the country, those areas of the country will reactively vote Republican. And so maybe the people should kind of try to keep that in mind during the BLM protest.
What was his name? David.
He said that. He had data to back up his claim. Just because they're able to then revitalize their career either by appealing.
You've made a critical She-Hulk video, and they brand you a sex
from his job for being racist.
Lose your job.
Okay, well, I'll just while I'm typing this here. Sorry, guys.
I mean, that would be shitty. I like to think that most, companies would do any kind of diligence at all to find out the details of that. But like,
I also want to say that that would suck. They should do. Companies should. Whoa! Did you see that apostrophe? It was wild. Oh, that's why. Because my brain was like, that is not how you spell companies. Oh, fuck. Companies should do.
When is it happening?
Yeah, this is such an ambiguous example. Right. It's like I work at Burger King. I made a video critical of She-Hulk, and I got fired for being critical.
I'll give you a real example. I'll give you a real example. There's a guy named David Shore.
David Shore. They can't engage with hypotheticals. They can't engage with definitions. They just can't. It's true. They can just attack. Can't engage. It's just abrasive. Was talking about cancel culture. No worries. Wait. Now we go. So, cancel culture falsely represents itself as the dominant. Yeah, well, cancel culture. So you're saying like applying it falsely is just the norm, and what it says when you do cancel culture, what's that saying? What that's saying is that this is the way things are supposed to be, and now we are policing it, and you are the bad person, and whether or not that's true, it doesn't matter. It's because this is how it's supposed to go. I don't know. I think I'm trying to. I tried, Aaron.
He worked for a polling agency, and this was during BLM, and he had looked at the data and he said historically, this had to do I think with Nixon winning the presidency. He said historically, when there has been a lot of riots, especially riots related to race issues in certain neighborhoods and certain areas of the country, those areas of the country will reactively vote Republican. And so maybe the people should kind of try to keep that in mind during the BLM protest. He said that. He had data to back up his claim, and he was immediately fired from his job for being racist.
Well, I mean, was he misrepresenting the data? You can have data.
Okay. He immediately, like, also the word immediately was there. So just think about that, mister. But, wow. Oh, was he misrepresenting? That's actually kind of like, is that relevant at this point, actually? Is it? Because of this immediately word, it implies that we don't have, there was no due diligence. So, and also when misrepresentation is going to be a matter of opinion, then everybody's fucked. Sorry, then it does not make sense. You are that's this whole thing of whether the data, whether the claim is true, actually goes out the window. So I'm just doing this quickly and just misrepresentation. Like that's basically it with these take away. It's pissing me off that there's a border.
Use
I
it
don't
for
believe he
specific.
was, but
Well, I mean, we don't know. It's a pretty, but even if this guy, I mean, definitely people have lost jobs for reasons they fucking shouldn't have.
Well, isn't that's cancel culture? People said this guy should be.
Well, because that happened. That has always happened. That has always happened. It's not like it's new. And so what I'm
la 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 la. It's always happened. Let's go and just do a nice little. I'm just gonna put this arrow. Cancel culture doesn't exist, but it's also happened all the time. Also, why would you default 12? Jeez.
Cancel culture part is what I have a problem with, considering people like Dave Chappelle, who all's been canceled. Like Louis C.K.'s made a comeback. Let's see.
Well, just because you can come back from it doesn't mean
freaking
you
Bill Cosby is playing together.
Okay, so now they're going into another argument. Another example, sorry. And then Sitch, of course, is saying, bro, coming back from it isn't the point. I wonder if they would say the same if someone on their side got cancelled. Yeah. Well, I don't know Lindsay Ellis, but yeah, would they go and say, oh, give the benefit of the doubt? Are you allowed?
And there's some new stuff.
They eat their own. The left eats its own as well. Because they're not principled, they don't hold the principle. Wowee, an attempted murder isn't a crime.
It's like you gain a whole new cultish audience now whenever you're quote unquote canceled. You get a whole bunch of people like.
So he's now arguing, yeah, coming back from it isn't the point. That's actually Sitch and Adam. Also, my comment over here is, well, I think they actually make the comment, so I'm not too sure if I need this. That whether or not. Also, just actually, I don't think they talk about it. Say a small creator with no established audience. You don't have much to lose. Oh, but at the same time, the percentage of people that you lose, that's greater to you. If you have 100 subscribers and then you get cancelled, you are going to cancelled. You are going to lose that many, but that doesn't mean you're losing money. Fine, but then what if you get fired? That's when you're losing money, and that's when it becomes a problem. And you don't have people that are supporting you already, people that already agree with you, people that like say now if people tried to cancel Gary from Nerdrotic, people would not let that happen. We would not let that happen. 700,000 people would not let that happen. So it doesn't matter, but it's still and yes, it has helped. Like Nick Ricada, he got literally cancelled. Yes, it has helped people before, but that doesn't mean it hasn't. It didn't cause damages, and that doesn't make it right. Just because of these cases of where it helped people, that it helped people with established audiences that just grew bigger, and also bigger creators were helping to uplift those people. If you don't have people supporting you, if you don't have anyone coming out to bat for you, if you don't have the quartering coming up and doing stuff for you, what are you gonna fucking do? You're gonna get cancelled. You're gonna get fired. Sitch and Adam did a legendary stream on Lindsay getting cancelled, even though she was for said culture. Peak irony. You have to watch it. It's super. Oh God, I've got so many to watch, but I do wanna. That's the thing. I wish I could see these things live as well. Even if we were did they justify? Yeah, exactly. That is the thing, misrepresenting. Like, then you're just saying your opinion is based on something. And you did not say that in your capacity. You were asked for your opinion. What should have happened is, no, then somebody needs to come and say, no, you're misrepresenting the data there. You don't get fired for that. I mean, God, imagine if people got fired for misrepresenting data. Pfizer?
But that doesn't.
You're not a
okay,
Bill Cosby fan, are you?
It seems to be beneficial, honestly.
I was going to say Pfizer, but it's actually World Health Organization. But you get the point.
But wait a minute. Just because if someone gets if someone gets fired from their job because of a very terminally online political community that's generally on the far left, just because they're able to then revitalize their career either by appealing to the right or just by going into hiding for 5-10 years and coming back, that doesn't mean cancel culture doesn't exist. It just means it maybe is not terminally permanent.
Well, I mean, and then there's also just the fact that people have not been canceled despite cancel culture being levied, like Dave Chappelle.
Bro, he just went anyway and just went to the next point. That's it. You just went to the next thing. You oh, thank you for that, Sitch. Anyway. Wow.
Netflix literally refused to do anything about all that shit, and he's not the only example. I mean,
but it was called for that he was supposed to, that he had to lose. That's what they did. They knew that monetarily it would make more sense for them to keep him than to dump him.
He survived. So, but
doesn't
I mean, I don't understand.
He's doing
just because one person survives doesn't.
Like, he just reasserts the answer, his previous point. Yeah, but Dave Chappelle, man. Don't even say yeah, but. Just say yeah, don't even say yeah. You can't say yeah.
But the question was, how should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia? So, I mean, you bring up an interesting point because you bring up cancel culture, but you don't think it actually exists, but you acknowledge that, people are being accused of racism, sexism, and transphobia and suffering the consequences of that by being canceled. So it seems like you're not calling it cancel culture.
The last part I disagree with. What is being canceled, man? It just seems like a way for people.
Being fired.
Yeah.
We're going back again. The people who pretend that someone wasn't actually cancelled always sound like they wish that person was actually. Exactly. The way he said, they didn't fucking do anything. They refused to fucking do anything. Exactly. They wanted it to. Come, notation, let me go. There we go. Exception to the rule, of course, the rich and powerful. Yeah, it's anyone that has that sort of anything, any, I don't know, not disadvantage, anything bad happening to them, yeah, they will recover better because they had more to lean on. Just in this case, the resource is an intelligent audience.
For having financial
people have always been fired for saying dumb shit. I mean, I don't get it.
Okay, so is that how society should respond to transphobia?
Okay, so and then he goes again. People have always been I think there are quick keys or whatever that I should learn. She said without learning them.
I mean,
Should they
to
be
add things quicker.
fired?
What is the transphobia?
Well, I
You're
mean,
asking
we
these
are-
very vague, broad, general questions, and you're
Yeah.
expecting us to give you a specific
Well,
answer. And I think that's kind of
When you
Like-
when you
Can
Hold
other
on.
people
Sorry.
Not calling it
the
cancel
last part,
culture.
the
Well,
last
wait.
part I disagree with.
Sorry, wait, what? I without
certain
10
areas of the
seconds
country,
back and forth,
those areas of the
can you do that
country-
on PC? Without that, I'm struggling to seek properly. Been fired for saying dumb shit, and then so is that what should happen? Is
will reactively vote Republican.
okay, well,
And so maybe the people should kind of try to keep that in mind during the BLM protest. He said that.
Fucking shouldn't have, you know.
Well,
I can
isn't
agree with
that's
that.
cancel culture? People said this guy should
well,
be
because that
removed
happened.
from
That
his
has always
job for what
happened.
he
That has
said.
always happened. It's not like it's new. And so what the cancel culture part is what I have a problem with. Considering
I'm
people
too
like
scared
Dave
to
Chappelle,
try and
you know,
use it.
who all's been canceled? Like Louis C.K.'s made a comeback.
Oh,
Let's see.
Well, just because you can come back from it doesn't mean
Freaking
you're canceled.
Bill Cosby is putting together some new stuff.
Yeah,
crying
dude,
out loud.
it's like you
Freaking-
gain a whole new cultish audience now whenever you're quote unquote
The arrow
canceled.
keys,
You get a whole
maybe.
bunch of people like
Yeah,
new
but that
fans.
doesn't-
You're not.
Okay.
Very terminally online political community that's generally on the far left, just because they're able to then
Thanks, Hopcrop
revitalize their
and Nico.
career either by appealing to the
No, you never told me that I said your name properly.
right or just by going into hiding for 5-10 years and coming back.
Not been canceled despite cancel culture being levied, like Dave Chappelle.
Yeah,
Still doing
I
great.
don't understand.
He's doing
Just
great.
because one person survives doesn't mean
Right.
they all do. But the question
Did you
was,
see Adam standing there? he made his. He was talking about how he makes his desk go up and down. You can see he's standing.
how should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia? So,
Sorry, but
I
now
mean,
that I
you-
can
you
seek
bring
properly,
up an
won't
interesting
happen
point
again.
because you bring up cancel culture, but you don't think it actually exists. But you acknowledge that people are being accused of racism, sexism, and transphobia, and suffering the consequences of that by being canceled. So it seems like you're not calling it
the
cancel
last part.
culture.
The last
Wait.
part I disagree with. The last part I disagree with. What is being canceled, man? It just seems like a
So-
way for people
but-
to
so
avoid
public-
having to-
being fired
Yeah.
A word for people to what does he say? It seems like just a word for people to avoid that. Oh, it's like an excuse. So he's basically saying you calling it cancel culture. Oh wait, I do want to write in here. What even is being cancelled? It's just a word people use. This is very similar to what they did with woke, where they said there's terrible people online using the word woke. So they're just going, oh, it's just a word. So it's what the ugly people over there do. They use that. So yeah, he's saying they're trying to avoid consequences by saying, I'm getting cancelled. They cry cancelling, basically.
having financial
People have
harm.
always
Nico.
been fired for saying dumb shit. I mean, I don't get.
Okay,
it.
so
Social
is that how
consequences are not good.
society should respond to transphobia?
I don't know. I mean,
Should
not
they
depend-
be- should
let's-
they
let's-
be fired?
What is the transphobia?
Well, I
You're
mean,
asking
we
these
are-
very vague, broad.
Oh God, sorry. Now he's going here. He doesn't know. I don't know. What is the okay? That's a second point, Chintzia. What is is the case of the ism sexismus?
General questions, and
Yeah.
you're expecting us to give you a specific answer.
Well,
and I think
wait.
that's
Oh.
When you
Like,
say, when you
can
when
you-
Unfair. He's saying it's unfair. I'm sorry. I just wanted to note that somewhere. Broad question, but wants specific answers. Therefore, bad faith, unfair. That's an interesting assertion to make. Wouldn't it be more difficult to answer a broad question? Answer a specific question with a broad answer? Answering a specific answer to a broad question is quite easy. Right? We've just and also we are not asking you for the examples we are doing. We're asking you yes or no. Is that an example of the consequences that you want to take place? One of the things we actually are noticing here is with a debate like this, and the reason it becomes this heated debate is because no one, well, not no one, but the other side is just not willing to engage with the answer, with the question. We're just going to quibble around, and we're going to dodge, and we're going to dance, and we're going to try to get a little jab in every now and then and say a thing and get our little our stars from our audience. I said this to Adam. Ooh, I owned them. Like trying to do that, but we're not going to actually just go to the question. Jesus, just go to the question.
other people, let me say,
And just then say yes. I guess what it means is that these people are they don't really know what it is that they think, or there's the cognitive dissonance, the gymnastics of, okay, now I need to think, I need to still be a good person, but be against cancel culture, also because Adam and Sitch and Adam are for are against cancel culture, so I can't be. So the debate brain actually comes in there as well. So wow, this is why it devolves when the other side's just picking words and just let's argue about this, let's argue about that, let's move the goalpost again.
Other people say like that's what's always been happening. That basically implies that you're saying that this is an acceptable thing to happen.
God.
Yeah, it totally does.
I mean,
Is that
I'm answering broadly
provide-
to something that was asked broadly.
Well,
Yeah, so
can you give a specific example of some so-called victim of cancel?
Are they scared to assert anything? The elephant. Should I just put the elephant emoji? I wonder if I can't copy paste it. Just go here.
Culture, because the only one I can think of is maybe like Harvey Weinstein, who's in prison right now, as he
Okay.
should be.
The Dixie Chicks.
Okay, so now we are going to go for examples again. And it must be... No, not that. I want this. So I can actually see the fucking example, because I haven't done that for the others. Dixie Chicks. What was the other one? God damn it. Just play.
Hey, okay, yeah, there we
Dixie
go.
Chicks.
There we go.
Well, see, but this is the problem. When we talk about cancel culture, it's pretty obvious that people are talking about a situation where
Just go back. I'm
one
sorry, I
side
need to know.
is very politically.
Okay, yeah, there we
Dixie
go.
Chicks.
There we go. The only one I can think of is maybe like Harvey Weinstein, who's in
Weinstein. Wow, that is a fucking... How did I forget Weinstein? Or whatever, however you spell it. So, yeah, there you go.
prison
Thanks,
right
darling.
now, as he should be.
The Dixie Chicks.
Hey, okay, yeah, there we
Dixie
go.
Chicks.
There we
It's
go.
a crime.
This is the problem.
It's a
When we talk about cancel
crime.
culture, it's pretty obvious that people are talking about a situation where one side is very politically in favor of the person getting fired and the other side isn't.
Uh-huh.
If you bring up Harvey Weinstein or Bill Cosby,
Yeah,
it's not really
Yes.
like a controversy there. You know, people are not in favor of people committing actual crimes or things of that
Well, I don't know.
nature.
Ryan Kindle made some videos kind of like shitting on that movie, like talking about Harvey Weinstein as if like.
Okay, Cosby and Weinstein aren't controversial, and I guess that that's kind of where it goes with Balenciaga. It's not many people were on board with that. It's just maybe one day people will not be. Will be. It'll be more sunken into them. But your immediate reaction is gross. Because why? Because it's fucking. I know Balenciaga is not a crime, but it actually was even on the topic of crime against children.
I don't know, it's a cringe movie, it shouldn't exist, and so on. So I don't know, man. Maybe not everybody.
I know, Aaron. They literally just brought in, and that's chaos. That's the, again, I know my voice is not great, but that's another one. Okay, takes one to know one. Chaos. No, I'm not gonna. Just gonna be like What about Justine Women who got cancelled over a flight? What? What did she do? What was that? I remember hearing about something with Justine. Or am I thinking of a brand, Justine? I won't pretend to understand. Let's just relax.
Okay. Reasonable people that are not, completely crazy.
So you're saying Ryan Kindle's not reasonable and he's crazy?
I don't know this individual you're talking about.
I assume you believe that Harvey Weinstein deserves to be incarcerated.
Thank you, Ure. Hey, you're still here.
After he's proven guilty in a court of law and all of that. Which is
absolutely
that's under the category of sexism, right? Society responding to criminal activity by
sexual assault
investigating and incarcerating people is good.
So now what he's trying to do is take this, Aaron. He's actually trying to good faith the shit out of this example. So you asked the right question, but then Adam's like, okay, let's go with this. Let's run with this, ladies and gentlemen, and let us go. Fine. Weinstein classified as sexism. Investigation. And I don't want to spell incarceration. Best good way to deal with it. Deal with ismphobe. And the reason he does that is he's equating them in the exact same manner, because he's showing them this extremism. He's using their extreme to show how ridiculous they are over here at the bottom. He's using the classification of it's classified as sexism because you are acting as if the person who is over here telling Nancy that her idea at the office meeting is stupid. That is the same as Weinstein. It deserves to be cancelled. You just need to cancel that person out. That you're applying the same rules. Some passing comment about AIDS and her travels. Oh yes, there you see. I remember that. It was a shitty comment. It was stupid. I think it was like she was saying, "I'm going to Africa. I hope I don't get AIDS." Like, I guess it was a joke, but it's like, it's stupid. And yeah, then she got fired for that. It's look, there is some code of conduct sort of things that you need to be aware of as a public figure. I suppose it becomes difficult to walk that line. Because the brand then if the brand itself is not strong enough to stand with you, because a lot of the time the brands just panic and they run, and they don't actually just go, actually you're trying to cancel this person and it actually makes no sense. Like Meta PC is also what won't be doing. Meta PC has been asked basically to try to leave Nerdrotic alone and all of those people alone, leave them. Ooh, spit went flying. That's gross. That means I need to hydrate. And they were like, no, we don't give a shit. The reason that you are there, those controversial things that you say, are the reason that people watch your content. So why would we want you to stop doing that?
Well, I feel like you're trivializing.
Commit a crime? Then we can talk.
What Harvey Weinstein did. He did sexual assault. He required women to have sexual acts with them to hire them.
Look, how am I trivializing?
You're just clumping everything he did with sexism. And it's like, technically
so
sexism,
okay, but I'm doing it for a reason though. So is sexism a crime? I mean, obviously rape is a crime.
Man,
sexual assault is a crime. Is racism a crime? Is transphobia a crime?
God, this is just, look, I know that these two, that Sitch and Adam know a shitload more about things than I do, and they have way more experience in arguments and things like that. But they have to come. I understand this, okay? The fact that I can understand this argument makes me just go, how does somebody else not? And the fact that he has to bring it down to okay, let me show you how, and they have such patience. I don't know if I could have that patience. She's like, no, let me bring it down for you. I'm not trivializing it. The whole reason I'm doing this, they have too much patience. I don't know how. I guess you hone that skill, and also you don't have a personality disorder or something. But
the question is how. So the question.
So
we agree.
I didn't say legal consequences.
So we agree. Harvey Weinstein, sexual assaulter, should be fired.
Is a piece of shit and
go to jail.
should
That's
suffer
totally
the
fine,
consequences.
Right?
Of
I don't think
actions.
that's really like when people are talking about cancel culture. We're not talking about that.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about like
what, that he has
Gina Carano
patience?
had her tweets or whatever that people said that she was being too anti-Semitic, which I didn't. As a Jew, I didn't find her tweet anti-Semitic at all, and she was fired.
Oh, now they're gonna start saying, but that's just you.
For the tweet.
There's layers to the Gina Carano thing, and I'll go ahead and tell you my take on it. So the Gina Carano thing, like, the public story is
look
that
how long he went. This is for real. Look how quiet he was. Let Sitch do a lot of the talking.
I'm going to assume she's probably in the.
He was very
union,
patient.
So she probably had some good defense to not.
And he
get
kept to
fired,
himself.
He
He just like, let me just use the crying. Let me just use the crying filter. Let me just sit over here and just make my desk go up and down. And, he kept it together.
They did. She was warned not to do bad tweets. She continued to the Gina Carano thing, and
anti-Semitic, which I didn't. As a Jew, I didn't find her tweet anti-Semitic at all, and she was fired from The Mandalorian for the tweet.
There's layers to the Gina Carano thing, and I'll go ahead and tell you my take on it. So the Gina Carano thing, like, the public story is that she had bad tweets. She was warned not to do bad tweets. She continued to do bad tweets, and she was fired. Now, I'm going to assume she's probably in the actors union, so she probably had some good defense to not get fired, meaning they had to have good contractual reasons to be able to fire her, which they did. Putting all that aside, I don't think somebody should get fired just for bad tweets. I also think there's probably something going on behind the scenes, because there's nobody that came to defend her. Nobody.
Well, first of all, I don't know what you mean by nobody. Lots of people on the
Twitter and YouTube did. Specific corners of YouTube did.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about co-workers.
Is Gina Carano guilty of racism?
I don't know. I mean, you use a lot of loaded language, Adam, when you ask questions like guilty.
Adam recently learned not to say that I don't love it, but I do enjoy a good old, and I haven't. Sitch's berserk is just very quick and loud. I feel like Sitch has a very long fuse. Lol. My sex joke person is not with me. He's usually with me on Twitch. Morny. if you're out there, I made a sex joke for you. Well, talking about, then we're going into Gina Carano. You use such loaded language, Adam. Oh, that reminds me of, I think it was that Sunday guy that they argued with the one time. Adam. Like, Jesus. He thinks that just saying that the name is some sort of own. Like, it's his name. Oh, God, it drove me up the wall. And again, Adam was very patient. I would lose it.
Of racism.
Did you
like,
call her anti-Semitic? Did you?
Oh, did you see that art that they showed in the previous that other stream of the when it's then the elephant turns out to be Sitch? Oh, I love that. That's so cute.
Call her racist? Did you do videos on Gina Carano when she got canceled?
I was more upset about the just the fucking some of the misinformation and just like the hyperbolic way she was describing, you know, vaccines and stuff as being just
Do you both agree that you think she should not have been?
Oh yeah, I need to put Chaos's thing out here. Chaos was good. It's like, can't get canceled for bad tweets.
Can I tell you my take on
we
her?
don't know.
Sure.
Not if you don't know the full context. We don't want to hear your take if you don't know the full
Nobody knows the full
context.
context of people who work there.
I'll tell you
The question is, how should society respond to racism?
I want to hear Dane's
homophobia.
explanation of.
So yeah, what I think based on what I know is that, and I have a friend who works in Hollywood, and you know, he doesn't know the situation personally, but he knows Hollywood movie sets or like filming sets and stuff, and he said that there's almost certainly considerations that went into that outside of what we saw, in regards to like if she's doing, you know, vaccine denial or whatever, then that means she's not getting vaccinated, and therefore she's going to be on set with other actors who are very, you know, we're very concerned with, like, we don't want to fucking get COVID, and so like they would have to shut down the set at certain points to, you know, kind of like give. If she got sick, they'd have to put throw a wrench in filming, throw a wrench in production, and she was about to start on a show that she was going to be the lead of.
Why wouldn't they
there
just
are other
say that,
considerations to be made than just like she said something that they don't like, and therefore she's got to go.
Okay, so if the reason she was fired was because they wanted everyone to be vaccinated, why didn't they just say that? They didn't say that. They said they fired her because she made social media posts denigrating people based on their culture and religious identities.
No,
that's important and
yeah.
unacceptable.
Well, I mean, and I respect the fact that you're Jewish, and you know, but I mean, also, I don't think that any group is a monolith. So just you not agreeing that it was something harmful is, you know,
so
not necessarily
okay. But
the
so
case.
the original question was: so is this an example of cancel culture? She put social media
Sorry,
posts. They
Sitch,
said
you're
they
not a
fired her for
Jew.
No,
social
I think
media
it's the Burger King example. You know, she was
posts.
representing.
How
She
then
was
you're
the- she
defining
was-
cancel
I-
culture in a very strange way that I don't think aligns with
Well,
everyone else's
I'm
definition.
also getting a correction in chat where she technically wasn't fired, just her contract wasn't re-signed.
Oh, well.
Not so erudite. No, I don't. I didn't. Gotta keep that in mind. What was the subject? I mean, I know it was on President Sunday. What, did he put it all together? Or I might have seen a clip.
There you go.
So
She
like,
wasn't
yeah, do you
re-signed.
feel like she was entitled to have a contract renewed?
Well, if she's a main character in a show, and it's very unlike, and they said that they didn't resign it for this specific reason. I mean,
Yeah.
what is the contention exactly?
The contention is that
there's
she wasn't
no
owed
obligation
anything,
to
and
re-sign it.
they
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
They're
this is his
corporate- are
main
you guys
argument that comes in later. So she was fired. Contract wasn't renewed, by the way. But okay, I'm sometimes within one block there are two sides talking. They're making the same point. So I suppose it could be green to show both of them. But contract not renewed. When there's something to do with words, I suppose I am I cannot focus at the same time. My doing this in being able to be wanting to commentate and doing the diagramming at the same time is difficult. So I have to pause. I'm sorry. But if this is the pace we go at, this is the pace we go at, I'll get faster. That is the second time she's said this. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm not saying
corporations should be able to do what they want, or
sure. Well, to some extent, obviously,
I don't think corporations should be able to sterilize people.
Yeah, I'm not one of these.
Who's being sterilized? Jesus.
Neo-libertarians.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that's bad faith. I'll say that's stupid. Okay, just right? Have a bit of a laugh. Adam made a joke. Right? Haha. No, we are so scared that we are going to get caught in a trap that we can't do anything. Basically, Sunday tried to claim that she lied about her academic credentials based on some pedantic evidence, and she addressed it. Damn! And then what? Silence. Radio silence after that. They are on debate mode. They had a bit more flexibility in the first question, but because this one is so charged, that they can't compute. Gina is not owed a job. She's not entitled. That's his major point. He hangs on that motherfucker for the whole debate. No, I'm not ready for my. Anyway. Okay.
But
my watch
no,
is
so
trying to tell me to do stuff.
Disney specifically said, we found her social media posts, bad, blah 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 blah. They didn't just say,
oh yeah, just by the way as well. They go between well, she wasn't fired for that reason, but then also we're going to start arguing that she wasn't entitled to the job. Decide on that premise. Which one are you going to sit with? Are you going to say, okay, she was fired because of her tweets, or are you going to die on the hill of, okay, she wasn't fired because of tweets? Die on some hill. You can't die on both. Announced to debunk her. Okay, and that happened when?
Oh, we just decided not to re-sign her because the show's going a new direction. So this is an example of cancel culture. It's an example of them literally saying they didn't do it because of her social media post.
Okay.
How are you defining cancel culture?
What did they owe her?
What did they owe her?
That's irrelevant to the question I'm asking.
No, it's not. It's the implication.
The question is, does cancel culture exist? Not what is anyone owed.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Sitch is getting irritated there.
Like, it does seem to be a sense of entitlement with this stuff. Like, I didn't get the show that I wanted, or I didn't get the job that I wanted because I said something and I was entitled to it, no matter what my behavior and actions.
How do you guys identify politically?
I really don't.
I don't. There you go. Well done, Chaos.
And a pragmatist,
saying
and
a thing.
Stems from that.
Yeah.
From all my
do you identify more as liberal or more as leftist?
I really don't. I think I don't, because leftists will call me a liberal, liberals will call me a leftist. I just think it's kind of
socialist.
Okay. That's an interesting little. Maybe I need to have a little shape for interesting social interaction kind of thing. I will have to figure this out afterwards when I redo this. But yeah, he basically starts going on to whether entitlement. What is entitlement? Entitlement, etc. Entitlement.
There's no good answer.
So you're not socialist, at least not openly socialist.
None of us are socialists. We're all living in this fucking capitalist shit.
That doesn't mean you're. Well, what do you mean?
Oh, he's okay. This is why we're not actually diagramming the. I'll have to do. Yeah, we're not diagramming the entire argument. We're just kind of flowcharting the conversation here, because he goes. Well, he went. Well, they ask. How do you. Politically, and then he just goes, no, I don't. I'm not socialist. And then immediately says, we're living in this in this fucking capitalist society. Like, dude, you are demonstrating. You're demonstrating the point, and I love it. Thank you. We enjoy it. We do enjoy it, but I really wish that you could notice, because that's not cool. Nobody wants to go through life that stupid. Ah.
Piker's a socialist. He still lives on
Right, I know. I just don't see utility in of signing labels like that to things that I don't live like that.
Explain what
so
someone's
I can't call
ideology is. That's the
myself that.
utility. What do you mean?
Yeah, like, okay, fine. We're just gonna, again, you know what? I just needed just an entire big debate brain. Just a huge debate brain over here. Which is a brick wall. Seriously. It's just, damn. I don't use labels. What's the utility of labels? God.
Do it.
It's to explain what someone's ideological beliefs are. Like someone says they're,
and my ideological beliefs are that
Christian,
we should improve society based on the way things are at this point, and that just having aspirational goals toward the ultimate, whatever our ultimate ideal world is kind of I don't know, fucking usually pretty pointless and creates some needless division.
Okay, I just thought it was interesting.
I'll tell you exactly where my ideology stems from, just from the root of it. It's that everybody should be allowed to pursue whatever happiness they want, as long as they don't harm themselves or others.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, it's a very libertarian approach to things. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it depends upon how you're defining harm there, Sitch, because he would define harm as making a video critical of the MCU.
Right. I guess that's true.
Whoa.
So wait. Okay, so wait, you said you're fine with anyone doing whatever they want as long as they're not committing harm to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we'll have to bring up, because I know that that you, Dane, and I assume Bob is involved in this, that you guys said, you put out like you wanted people who have been, harassed or abused by EFAP to contact you, right?
Well, it was EFAP and others, yeah.
Right. So what is the intention?
Let's go to just the EFAP
class.
class.
Lots of people get bullied by these groups.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these cultures that have sprung up around that stuff. It's like, I've talked to countless people, man. In 3 years, I've been making content, and I've talked to a lot of people who I've seen the reports, so to speak, and like it's not healthy, man. It's not a healthy way to engage in fandom. I think a lot of how we engage with fandom, generally, we as fans, I suppose, is not great,
So is the intention just to say, listen, we're like a support group against people who feel like they've suffered abuse by angry fan bases, or is the intention more like, we want these people to get in trouble, we want these people
I don't want
change their behaviors? What exactly is the intention?
I don't want my ideal outcome, which I know, it's kind of a pipe dream, is that we could get some accounts together and say, get some attention from these folks and say, look, man, maybe you don't realize the impact that what you're doing has on certain.
I once was told that leftists say folks a lot, and I didn't really think about it. And now I'm seeing it everywhere, hearing it everywhere. That's a satanic creed. Do whatever you want as long as you don't harm another. No, and yourself. Yeah, it's also not harm yourself. Care, harm, basket, yeah. And your definition of care and harm is a flopping bitch. It's all over the place because, well, some people deserve harm, so it's not really harm. We're not even going to go that far. EFAP victims should contact Fandom. It ain't healthy, lads. It's not healthy. I just don't. What would you like? What would you like people to do? for their fandom. You are fucking gatekeeping what fandom is allowed to be. I can't believe he thinks EFAP is harassment. I personally, I don't know any evidence of that, and
people or a lot of people over time, and that they will go, oh shit, we didn't consider that. We'll try to foster a fucking better culture.
What are they doing? What is the behavior that's causing this strife?
So EFAP in particular will very often cover content creators who have not made any kind of they don't ever make videos about other content creators. They'll be talking about a movie they like.
Okay, so you're not allowed to make a content. You're not allowed to make content. Somebody can't make content about you unless you make content about other people. Culture to get the if we get victims together to get their attention, then they'll stop. They'll stop. That's all he wants, I'm sure. He totally doesn't want to rally people into getting EFAP or FNT deplatformed. Totally not. Oh, no. He's not. No. Don't be ridiculous. Do not be ridiculous. Totally not. I swear.
And EFAP will, cover them and
okay, so
call
here's
them
my
retards and tell
argument.
them to kill themselves and all kinds.
Again, retards and self-deletion and all of that. Really? I can see apparently Rags did do that, but Rags is known for everybody's making jokes there. Seriously. It's I don't know. It's not because you can make the choice to not watch their video in their feedback. Go see V. Go and see V's discussion of this, because it's just like you got to deal with the bad feedback. Not this exact one, but just the fact of if you're the harassment online thing is, it's very hard to prove that that's properly harmful.
Of other shit and essentializing them as bad people because they like a thing or whatever, and then inevitably EFAP's audience loves to go after that person, and like show up in their comments, downvoting their videos. It really kind of looks a lot, like what you might call cancel culture.
Oh, he thinks he thought he got it. Oh, he's like, he thinks he's bringing out this amazing, you might call it cancel culture. Look, everybody. No. But nobody reacted in that way. He wanted people to react. Wow. He wanted Achincia to say, boom.
Thanks for reminding me, Dan.
I mean, if anything, that's more like cancel culture, or at least it fits the terms and the way you describe it. I think they're wanting this person to pay consequences for having an opinion on a movie.
Yeah, if I'm not familiar with the other people that you were listing, but if the EFAP people, we've talked to Rags and Mahler and Frank, we've been on EFAP a couple times. I've never heard them say something like, you should go to this person's page and you should attack them and you should harass them. I mean, if they were doing that, I would agree with you. That is an immoral action. I would agree that would be I'd agree that would be sort of in line with cancel culture. But I've heard them explicitly say the opposite. To say, don't harass these people, don't attack these people.
Okay, so when and to kind of turn it back to the cancel culture thing, when
he wants to do it because he thinks he's got it.
Leftists to go harass and report someone being racist or whatever, and
it's not just people literally advocated for physical violence.
I mean, that's the whole boycott the J.K. Rowling.
Did you know that we aren't
boycott people playing the J.K. Rowling?
Well, he asked me for an example.
Did you know we're not Vosh? Oh, he loves it.
Yeah.
But that's not a culture, is it? That's that's
God.
Here's the culture.
Just for that little thing. That's what you did. You worked so hard just for that little thing. That's why we're not actually we're having an argument. We're not having a debate. Okay, so I'm saying this is what they're alleging, and I don't think so. So, where is the evidence of that? Oh yes, sorry, I just need to put here in like huge capital letters. That's cancel culture, man. No, it's not an am I right moment. Okay, cancel culture. What? Where's the evidence of that? Leftists do it. Vouch. Oh, even though we know you're not vouch. Vouch, vush. Did he even put Tyrone?
There was this huge thing.
OC it doesn't speak much. I think I would leave him. Well, then again, it doesn't speak much, therefore you can't say that much dumb, I suppose.
You need to boycott this game, and then it became you need to boycott anyone playing the game.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid.
Yeah, I agree, it's stupid, but that's your
my take on that.
the culture.
But where did
My
you think
take
come
on
from?
that
Did
was
it
that
come
people-
from specific
Oh,
content creators
shame.
telling their audiences? I'm
Archie
sure
didn't
it
get
did
to
to some
tell
degree, but
Yeah, it
everybody.
came from
it didn't-
yes, it came from that specific
the difference
leftist
being we're
woke
talking
ideology.
about a video game made by a corporation that is a part of a huge IP, as opposed to EFAP's audience, which will go after much smaller creators. Sometimes recently it was Pillar of Garbage, who made a video critical of Critical Drinkers video, and then EFAP covered that, and then Pillar of Garbage got a whole lot of fucking shit for it. They made a post about it, described it really well, and then also it's kind of where part of what spawned me to want to address it, because Pillar of Garbage described their MO so well that I was like, shit, this is it. He's able to zero in on how they operate, and it's like doing content at other people is the thing that I kind of think is pointless.
But here's the problem. So the question that was asked was, you're saying, is EFAP engaging in this quote cancel culture? And I said no. They're explicitly telling people, from what I've heard, they've never told people to attack people, and they've explicitly told them to do the opposite. And then you asked, well, who is telling people to attack them? That's not how cancel culture works. And I said, well, no. I mean, generally when we're talking about
again
the
with
left
Sitch
attacking
mapping
things,
it
there is
out
an
for
explicit,
everybody.
Attack and saying go cancel something, go boycott something, write a bunch of
boycott is a
emails
boycott,
to
it's a stupid
Disney
boycott.
to
I
try to
don't
get
agree
these
with
people
it.
fired, etc., etc. It's very explicit. So I don't agree with this sort of reframing.
Okay, fair enough. So I mean, I guess, do you believe that content creators, people with a platform, have any even implicit sway over their audience? I mean, we call them influencers for a reason, right? Do you
Well, that's why they tell them not to go attack.
Yes.
People. Yes, of
And
course they
Well,
have
they tell them.
influence.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many times?
So do you think that should just
How
be,
often?
that would be
How
enough,
often?
right? Like, do they constantly say that? Have they said it a few times here and there? Do they say it every single time they call somebody retarded and tell them to kill
It's
them?
like, aha, you see, they don't say it enough. So first of all, he has to. He's literally just like, yeah, this is what you said. Did you know? Did you hear yourself? No, you didn't. Okay, cool. This is what you said. I know, right?
Themselves, or do you think that should just be, that would be enough, right? Like, do they constantly say that? Have they said it a few times here and there? Do they say it every single time they call somebody retarded and tell them to kill themselves? Or
Well,
are they really?
I've been on EFAP, I think, 3 times, and I don't once in the 30 hours that I've been on EFAP recall somebody telling somebody to kill themselves.
That's
okay.
Well, I mean,
It's happened plenty
there's
of
a whole.
times.
Yeah, I got a collection of them, man. Rags likes to do that a lot.
He's got a
so
collection.
It really is like about
So
they're not giving
Rags has said this.
They're not
This-
giving.
so Rags.
They're not giving.
Okay.
They're not giving instruction. I never said that, but what I do believe that content
Therefore,
creators of the platform have a response. Like, I know my I got a small audience, but like, I don't believe that any of them, or at least any more than maybe one fringe one here and there, would go do any kind of shit to, and if I found out someone did, I would fucking call them out directly, and I would, make a big deal of it, man, because I think that I do have a responsibility for
Well,
having even a small platform.
I think chances are, the way the internet works, if you made a big deal out of it, you'd get a lot more people doing the thing that you're making a big deal out of. So
I don't know, because a lot of my content's kind of built on, built around my explicit ethics of things, and I think I'm lucky to have an audience like I do.
He's got explicit ethics, everybody. Sorry, Sitch and Adam, you don't have explicit ethics, and your chat is just barbaric. How dare you? There's no cancel culture. EFAP is cancel culture, which makes them bad. HL is cancel culture, but it's not bad because Target is big. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. It's Target's big enough. It's fine. It's not cancel culture. It's literally. Unfortunately, I suppose they just weren't part of that. They didn't hear about it, or that it just didn't come to mind. But Hogwarts did get somebody fired because of not taking part in that big what do you call it, boycott. So even then, even his circular I want to draw that somewhere, but I want to take your darling. Jeez. I don't know where to take it. There we go. It's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna do one of those things with a little bouncing balloon over there.
Did you get a good answer on EFAP? Can I go back to how should society?
Well, I mean, I'm curious if this.
Can we go back to the question, please?
I mean, because you're talking about, like,
we're here with EFAP.
Do content creators have responsibility for their message, and attacking others? And I do agree to some extent. They explicitly, tell people not to do these things. And it's interesting to me that then, when it comes to, like, Disney Plus, and they have a message of, all men are, part of some patriarchy and it's all bad, that's kind of, brushed aside as not having some sort of societal impact or harm.
That was a pretty wild claim right there.
Yeah, that's
what? That's not the. Wow, they're.
I was going back to the
What are we just gonna say? We're just gonna say that something's a wild claim when it's also being used to demonstrate a double standard. So yeah.
Not having some sort of societal impact or harm.
That was a pretty wild claim right there.
Yeah, that's
I was going back to the She-Hulk example we talked about.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's just kind of a really false kind of comparison, because we're talking about a YouTube channel that has, what do they have, like hundreds of thousands
okay, now
of
you goes back to
subscribers,
size.
I think more people watch She-Hulk than watch EFAP, I would guess, but
that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So he's saying, like, yeah, we're talking about we have to just keep it with EFAP. That's the only place we can stay. That's why this is now the debate question. Sorry, Adam, we can't go back there. Your question 3 is fucked. Sorry for you. We're done. We're on EFAP now. Goalpost and ball got replaced in this match. AF is running in the field away from the ball with the goalpost in. Oh man, I wish I could just make that video right now. A wild shift acre. Okay, so in Discord I was trying to say the shift aces, which is the shit faces. I said you shift aces gotta come, but I said shift acre by mistake. So shift face has come from shit face, and shift acre has come from. I'm no longer shift ace. I have breathed, I promise. But I spat. Like that guy who spat on what's the name? Turn the frogs gay. That guy.
Okay. So and then they're covering a channel like, I think Pillar of Garbage has 50,000 subs. They're calling a specific person.
Okay, so he's saying the larger size is not the point, when actually, arguably, what Sitch is saying is like, yeah, more people watch it. Therefore, the harm goes further, which brings it all the way back to their example down here of good versus evil, harm versus no harm. Size matters, lolsies. Okay. Size matters. You're saying Disney not bigger than. And then it's just like, oh, but BT dubs though. I used to say BT dubs unironically. I mean, ironically now I say it unironically. Oh shit, that's the wrong way, the wrong color. Exactly. Okay.
Right. Versus a show making a commentary, whether you want to call it political or feminist or whatever it is, just commentary, which shows and movies have always done, and that about general attitudes in society, right? I think those are two very different things, and that comparing them, conflating them is
they're a little different in terms of, as you're saying, like, you know, they're
very
critiquing
different.
a specific individual. I'm assuming, I haven't watched this Pillar of Garbage video. I'm assuming they're critiquing their opinion on a movie or a TV show, versus, you know, She-Hulk critiquing an entire class of people based on their gender.
It's not. I don't think it's not. Hold on. It's not. We didn't ever agree that it was critiquing a class of people based on gender. It wasn't. It wasn't people. We talked about it. You described feminism yourself. You described.
We are not going to go into that. He's going in down this other. He's going down the path over there. It's like, I guess we could. He needs to do this because otherwise we would then be saying, oh well, he has no problem with it now. Maybe instead what you could do is say, okay, assuming that, just to remind you that I don't agree that that's what it was, but assuming that you are right, if blah blah, then maybe that's a better way, because then we can stay on track.
And if we agree that that was a feminist view, then it was a system of thought, a mode of.
Yeah, but the problem.
He's reading that back.
Class of people. I don't think that most men would. Yeah.
But the problem with the way that you're saying that is that, so the ideology is basically structured so that, well, even though it's part of this system, if you don't actively fight against the system, if you're neutral in it, or you're not fighting against it, you are participating in the system. You are advocating for the system.
Did the show say that?
No, but that's part of the broader ideology.
I don't think that just having and expressing a view like that is inherently means that you get to tie that entire ideology and whatever
well, I mean, if they're using the
same
ideology
to that show.
It seems pretty apparent.
So you can't tie the entire ideology to that show because of just the one thing that happened in the show. So we can't put a whole ideology or whatever onto EFAP. They don't. His argument is stupid here now. It's like no. It's going in. It's arguing semantics of no, not even semantics. The mechanism by which we are comparing.
To me, but
I guess so.
I mean, I think you might be unique in that.
In what?
Well, that whole ideology you just said seemed like a very bold claim.
That's literally Ibram X. Kendi, who was like one of the biggest names during BLM. That's his entire thing. You're either anti-racist or you're racist. There's no neutral.
Oh, he wrote She-Hulk though.
But yeah,
yes, that's exactly what I said.
Well, I mean, it's kind of smart ass answer, but like seriously, like you're kind of just reaching a little bit there,
you
man.
know,
no,
the
because
writer
that
She-Hulk
that idea,
Ibram X. Kendi, you know she has.
The binary of you're either promoting the anti-racist or racist narrative is the same thing that applies to the sexist narrative. You're either promoting the anti-sexism or you're sexist. So that's the connection.
Okay.
I think it's a stretch.
Do you disagree with that? Do you believe in a world where you can only be racist or anti-racist?
I think the disconnect here is the essentializing and the think and not distinguishing between you know, kind of just being part
nobody
of
nobody
a
has
society
centralized anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
not. These aren't
Well, I mean,
inborn
we're jumping from
traits.
if you
Ibram
don't
X
do
Kendi
this, you
to
are racist
She-Hulk.
or you are sexist. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
if you're
cherry
not
picking,
actively speaking
and
out,
like
you know,
moving
like,
goalposts,
whenever
taking
there's a
balls,
possibility or
changing
you
the
have a
game.
chance to, you know, push back against harmful, shitty ideas, and you're kind of just taking a neutral position. I don't think that you're like a terrible person, really, but I think it's kind of sucks, and that, you know, okay, it's not somebody I'm gonna want to.
Okay, so yeah, he does concede that yeah, if you're neutral, that sucks. Well, like so that is a thing. This is now nitpicking of no, you can't make that claim. You can't make that claim. It's
Sounds like you do agree with
So you
Kendi.
agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm not sure what we're arguing about.
I mean, to a degree,
I don't know why
but
Kendi
like,
came
we're talking
into it,
about
like-
She-Hulk right now. Yeah, we're not.
Well, no,
you're
I
just like,
we
The way-
still
the
haven't
reason
got
Ke-
an
the way-
answer on
okay,
the
I'll tell you
question.
how Kenny came
Like,
into
I
it.
don't think you need to be speaking out against anti-woke people on YouTube, but like, this is just a thing that like we've kind of chosen because it's a serious problem. Listen, I stumbled into it simply because I like criticizing movies.
okay. So he's saying you don't need to be. That's kind of cool of Chaos because he's just like, well, yeah, you don't need you don't need to go after anti-woke people. He's trying to say that it's not going after anti-woke is not it's not about ideology. It's about it's a problem at the same time. You know, I can't diagram this as an argument, you know, where it's premise conclusion, premise support. None of that, because they don't take this structure. What he is saying within the same fucking argument is going, we can't go after the anti-woke people because it's not about ideology, but it's a big problem and that's why we're here.
Movies. I like, you know, looking into themes, looking into ideas behind movies, and then I find this YouTube platform absolutely dominated by these anti-woke guys. Absolutely dominated. And that's a problem.
Do you believe with it?
Wait. Why is that a problem?
well, because it's not representative
Because
of
it's not a
actual
good,
fans.
it's not remotely good critique.
Woo! Sorry, I don't know if they go there, but you're saying it's not remotely representative of fans. Really? Wouldn't it be that? So you're just saying it's dominated out of the ether. It just became dominant on YouTube and popular out of the ether. Everybody, Eric July's success is just, you know, weird. Okay, Nerdrotic's success is weird. Oh, whatever, you know, like there's no fans behind this. This is just so you can't accept that maybe there's fewer fans that agree with you. You can't accept that. You would rather say that there is a problem with this being dominant. Go. You don't have to be the dominant voice. Go at it, boy. Go. Critique the anti-woke. And the point is, your arguments are not going to really work. And they're probably not going to fall apart when they see your video the way you want them to. They're not going to fall to pieces when they see your critical video of them. But go hard at it, boy. But that does not mean that does not entitle you to the fandom. But now it's just, wow, why do we always get down to the fabric of reality with the left and right argument? Wow. How can it be both? Yes, I love that wording. That is a good way to word it.
It's
And
terrible.
it's not representative of fandom. There's far more people who aren't anti-woke that are fans of these things, as evidenced by the success of them, than there are that.
What success? I pray. Please tell me. Their success. Okay, you can say it's evidenced by their success. Actually, it's not. Number one, because like you're saying, the success of these things. First of all, you are misrepresenting the success of, say, She-Hulk. No, that's not. Go and ask Disney how that went. Actually, don't, because they'll lie. But you're saying you're denying the reality of that they perform better. So you're saying, actually, no, woke media does perform better. Anti-woke is just, again, it's dominant, but it's not representative. Oh my God. What? Oh yeah, we're asserting here that I just want to go ahead and just be woke content makes money. See, we can't. You see this? We just can't map this. This is even worse than the previous one. They like, at least there would be contradictions after a few blocks, but these are contradictions within a block. I'm tired. Yeah, the problem is that the anti-woke exactly, that is the problem, and they must go away so that we can have all the views. But you know what you're gonna get? It's the same thing. One of the things that Shad said, Shad from Shadversity and the Night's Watch, he was like, you have to call out people on the right that are doing stupid things. You have to do that, because if they've done something wrong and they are not they have done something that's not in line with your values, and say they lose a bit of their audience, Tim Pool, they lose their audience, not that he's what you would call right, but anyway, they lose some of their audience. You can't just leave that alone. And the reason he says that as well is that there's somebody else that will come up. It's not going to decimate your political side. It's just that somebody else will come up and take up that person's place. So you can't now just you just, if these guys weren't there, if EFAP was not a thing, the same reality would manifest. It would be the same thing, because they're successful because these people exist, because people agree with them. Okay.
YouTube, by the way the algorithm works, and incentivizes sensationalism and incentive.
Okay. So this is how this is the cope there. So actually, the reason this, let me just delete this. Sorry. So yay! Look, guys. We could do a conclusion and a premise. The premise is Google YouTube algorithm incentivizes sensationalism. Organized Chaos mentioned Kthxbai. Comics have been extremely woke and extremely underperforming in terms of sales. Yeah, they do. They are. And people just hate bringing up when somebody brings up ISIM or any independent. I mean, literally, Sitch and Adam's graphic novel or whatever. Like, so many people are making graphic novels, and people are more interested in spending money on that. It might even be more expensive because it's independent, but it's like, I can at least have something cool instead of wheelchair Spider-Man woman.
You benefit from repetitive, like kind of thin content.
I can expect that.
Stock talking points and stuff like that, and so you get channels that are cranking out, everything is woke, this is woke, it's all woke.
Meantime,
meanwhile, people are making nuanced critique. It takes longer. You have to take time.
I say to you, every frame a pause. So you're telling me that sort of granular examination like we're doing right now, that's not nuanced? Not at all. I guess it could be. You could be properly bad faith whether you look at something in depth or not. I understand that's true. That is not my argument here. My thing is more like the whole theme of their channel is to look in depth at things. So the example that they went for here is just, wow, it's one of the worst.
Time to think and to.
He appeals to the success of woke shows, but balks at the success of anti-woke. Yeah, exactly.
right? And to not say the same thing
And
over
manga-
and over again, and just by
it
virtue of
sounds
those
It's
like
facts.
you just
repetitive.
don't understand what the critique is. You said that you were against communism. Like if covertly people were placing communist ideology into popular movies like Captain America,
Okay, this is now
would
going
you be
theoretical.
against that?
Yeah, I'm not going to argue a fucking fantasy, man.
Well,
You
no,
know, like it
look,
sounds like you're kind of just creating
No,
you know,
I,
it's a straw
I'm
man.
look,
not gonna argue.
I'm
Oh my god, this man just said that Adam is making a straw man because of a hypothetical. Because of a thought experiment, because of an analogy, because of a diagram, a nuanced way of looking at something. This is a straw man. I guess he just learned that word. So he was just like, haha! I can take out this, and I can wave it in your face, and say, ha! It's the card. It's like, oh, it's the Uno. No, honey, you can't just turn it that way. Check it, Adam. Stop, bitch. Yeah. So his thing was communism secretly in media. Would you be against? You're against.
I'm saying, are you against people subversively placing their ideology into some fictional work? And I tried to pick an ideology
I
that
think
you
that's
disagree
a false
with.
premise. I think that's a false premise because you're subversively implanting. Narrative and media has always had perspectives of the people creating it.
So you don't think propaganda exists then, is what you're saying?
No, I think everything is basically propaganda. You guys make it, we make it. You know, propaganda isn't inherently always a negative thing. Like propaganda is just, you know, it's everybody's got opinions and perspectives. That's what we're doing here. And it sounds like you guys want to create a cancel culture for, you know, woke stuff.
I'm
So
thwarted,
I think
man.
maybe you misunderstood what Adam meant. He was saying when he means subversive, he means that it's not really
It's dishonest.
Well, yeah, it's not exactly apparent that the person's advocating for in hypothetical that the person's advocating for communism, right? That would be the subversive element.
And I think the word subversive really kind of gives away that it's like you're reaching for something that maybe isn't meant in the way that you're taking it. And
you don't think there's been any subversive political propaganda in media ever?
No, I don't think. I didn't say that. No, there definitely has.
I don't understand the problem with the hypothetical.
The communist one.
It's such.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre.
Well, this is the accusation
It's a really
that
bizarre
people look.
hypothetical.
This is the accusation that people are making. This is the conversation that we're having. This is the critique that you have a problem with. Like you're saying,
You have to tell them about their argument.
The critique you don't necessarily even really understand.
Yeah.
No, I think right now you're kind of just reaching for a way to shut down, you know, the stuff that we've already said.
Yeah, you're bringing up a hypothetical and saying it's real critique. What?
No. Wait. So Dane refused to answer a hypothetical, and now you're saying that the hypothetical is ridiculous, Bob. And I guess I don't understand why it's a ridiculous hypothetical.
Because obviously Adam's going to take that and extrapolate that to mean that we don't understand the critique, and it's fucking nonsensical.
No, you could say either that you could no. I mean, you'd say that you're either against or
there is the debate brain literally coming out. Like this is what his debate brain is thinking. He's trying to he doesn't want to engage because look, you're going to do that. You're going to do that. No. Then defend it at that point. Defend it at that juncture. Can you not defend it there? Maybe that's indicative, and you go, shit. I think I've been wondering what would I do if I had these views and I was presented with something like this argument. I don't know. What would I be doing? Changing your mind, how did that go? How would that go? And I know that I changed my mind because I was total TDS in 2016. And I don't remember what changed my mind, but it did. How does that happen? What in this situation with everybody watching, you're going to dig your heels in, but maybe there's a way of saving face socially by gracefully accepting that your argument is shit. Is that possible? He's cornered. Yeah. Pretty sure propaganda is a negative thing by definition. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or neutral to whether someone is putting, political messages that are subversive and not exactly obvious to the audience in the media.
Yeah,
I disagree that that's what's happening, and also the audience is not a monolith.
So,
and
but we're
maybe
not,
some
we're
people
not
don't realize
asking
it,
you
but-
if you think that's what's happening. We're asking you, is that okay if it was happening?
Well, communism is a weird example.
Well,
but
how about
let's,
smoking?
My
How about
God,
pro-smoking?
it's
How about
numbing
fascism?
me.
Whatever you want to put.
Yeah.
How about fascism?
Oh.
well, I mean, there's actually lots of pro-smoking in movies. Lots of people looking
Hold
cool.
on,
And-
Bob.
That's so true. I'm gonna put that there for you, Scum. What's up, man? I'm losing it. I can't believe that the previous question was okay. Ish, like I could follow, but they are just I think they are shutting down. So they keep going all over the place, and their arguments start to become about where communism is a weird example, man. Like they're attacking premises, right? Because we have an argument has a premise and has conclusions based on premises, right? Cool. Every time even a premise is brought to this conversation, it's discussed, it's attacked as if it's a conclusion already, instead of God, I should have taken a screenshot. With this software, it goes, here is your argument, your conclusion, and then it goes, okay, cool. Here are the premises that support, and it like uses green. Here are the premises that negate. So you can do it that way, right? We were arguing both ways, but they are just on top of that. They're on top of it. They won't even dip their feet in that water. They can't get there. So, can't touch this. It's like, no, we all feel that in the being able to engage in a hypothetical requires 110 IQ. Exactly. We are all here getting irritated because it's like we can see this happening. Oh my God, I'm losing my man. I'm losing it. I can't. Just drink. God.
That's a
the way
very
you-
common
is that-
thing.
Bob,
But
give me a second. The
Okay.
way that you just extrapolated or like connected Ibrahim Kendi to feminism and like by these weird, connective threads that like, and you're just
I'm
kind of
going off.
It's bizarre. That's why
somewhere.
I'm getting hesitant to
Just going
answer
into
stuff
that.
now because it seems like no matter what, you're gonna
Hit!
find some
Oh,
way to-
now he's becoming hesitant. Sorry, now he's becoming hesitant to answer things. Now, bro, you said an owl is technically a bird.
some
but
weird
I
position.
think. Well, here's the problem. It's not really that bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't think. Now you can tell me I'm wrong.
They
here.
do
I'm
want to
not sure what your
deconstruct
guys'
everything,
background is.
but only
I
on
don't
their
think
terms.
that you guys have
and
really done any sort of deep dive into reading, any of the literature related to, the origins of CRT or queer theory.
oh, don't come at them with that. Like these guys are well read. Sitch and Adam just if there is some bit of information, they probably know it, and if they don't, they will say, I don't know this. They're pointing out something that these people don't know, and also I think they might extend again to ask, you can come back after you do your research.
Or radical feminism. And
No, I
you're
have.
really familiar. You
Oh, I
have a
have,
good
I have.
academic theoretical understanding of these.
I have read it. Yeah, I've
Really?
I've looked into it for sure. Yeah.
He's
Okay,
looked into it.
What is like?
He
what is the
said he
source-
looked into
like, one of the
something,
primary
people.
Sources that you read for this.
Oh, he won't.
For, like,
He
what
doesn't
have
say.
you read into, I
Well,
guess?
what-
Yeah, he
what-
doesn't.
Like, So wait,
I
is this
understand
gonna
that
be
the
like
idea
a
of
giant
battle?
side
What?
quest, Sitch.
It is a
we're
giant
an
side
hour and
quest.
That's the promise,
44
because
minutes
he said
in.
he doesn't understand how.
But the thing is, every single sentence of theirs is a side quest. You can't play. You can't. Nobody. They're running off the field, and Adam's just sitting there like, when are we gonna play? And they've gone. They've run off. But the gamma thing was implicit and did not have to be explained. It did not. It was totally obvious. It was completely obvious. We didn't have to insert a lot of cope into it completely. No, it was very obvious. Most people, all the people that count, saw it the way that they saw it.
Ibram X. Kendi to this when you were directly asking me, how does it say that you're either with us or against us? And I brought up that's literally Ibram X. Kendi's position. And you're saying you don't understand how that's connected. So it doesn't seem like you don't have a good theoretical understanding
racist, anti-racist guy
of kind of like where the quote unquote woke academic ideas come from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I know what the ideas that Chris Rufo has popularized, and as he's admitted that it was all kind of done intentionally to create this moral panic about CRT, which doesn't exist. Like, it's not being taught to anybody that hasn't chosen to teach it. It's not being put into elementary schools or whatever.
Right, so I'm not asking if you've
I guess I need to know like what you mean by CRT.
Well, okay, so I'm not asking if you've read Chris Rufo or an article complaining about Chris Rufo. I'm asking, have you read academics who are CRT academics who are...
Yes, I have, man. I've read through some papers. I don't remember
They
names,
both say man a lot.
If you're asking me to cite, citations, I can look for them and see if I can find what I read. But what do you ask?
Okay, if you've read... No, we're not winding down for the night. We're not winding down. We've got an hour left. I'm wound up for the night. I think I need to take a break. It doesn't exist. Like he's saying, I need to go and check where my sources are. It's like, are you sure? Are you sure you're gonna have to find them because you don't, like, just admit that you haven't read some things and Sitch, I don't think Sitch is going to go and appeal to authority. He's going to say what he's read in those things. And then you can say, assuming you are correct and you have told me this in good faith, here are my thoughts on that reading. Yeah, I guess it's very difficult to admit when you aren't knowledgeable about something. Meowdrate, yes. Targeted view, yeah. You can Google any headlines and then also just look at the site. I need to see the citations to see what I read. Guy, drink spring water. I've got just desert water. I live in the desert. Bad faith bobbing a bunch here, sorry. No. Oh, he is, yeah. No, he really is, though. I guess, yeah, I guess we are. We're assuming, we're, you know what, we've just taken, what we have done is we've taken his past behavior and shall we? Let's examine. Let's examine ourselves. Ooh. Okay. Fandom hasn't read stuff. Okay. Premise supporting. He said he hasn't read stuff. And he did recognize Sitch referenced. Okay, but then premise negating / against. The knowledge logic displayed. are inconsistent with someone who has read anything. Yeah. Also, can only it's better than no water. No, I don't know if it's oh, it's great. Water is amazing. I drink water and wine. I did drink 7-Up. I tend to drink the unhealthy things when I'm streaming. So it's like, oh, I'm allowed to do it when I'm streaming. I'm allowed to, but I've been drinking water, and water's good. So yeah, this is what we're supposed to be doing, you know. But at the same time, I'm also wanting to do conversation analysis. So breaking all of these blocks down into that, I'll go and look at the structure of it and make sure that the arrows are. I did it with the previous one, like make sure the arrows make sense. But a lot of the time, these blocks are just assertions that are being made in. I need to have them go in a serial, you know, a sequence, because that's how the thing flows. And if anything, you know what will be very interesting is comparing this to another debate that didn't seem to get derailed. Is there one that we should look at that doesn't get derailed? Is there a good one that doesn't get derailed? Because I would like to see whether it looks any different. Whoopsie. Any different to this. Because this is a fucking shit show. Not a shit show, but a shit show. Damn. That would be very interesting. So if you can recommend, although I do want to do the like a social drinker but for soda. Yeah, exactly. Actually, I'm just gonna get water, more water. I'm not finished, but still. There is like Mirinda in the fridge, but I'm being a good girl and I'm hydrating with water. Where is my boy? He's probably in his drawer. Okay. How about the Ben Shapiro versus Sink? Whoa, when was that? Chink. I always say Sink in my head. Chose violence. So yeah, we're supposed to be doing that, but then we're doing this.
Yeah, yeah, we're getting off in the weeds, but
well, we can go back. To
Thank
me,
you.
I don't think there's a good. If you have read these things and understood them, you would very clearly see the connection.
Well, tell me, no, see, I think you're shifting the burden here because.
Oh wow, dude, wow. That's my response. There is wow. You really? He's doing it. Sitch is doing the movement of the burden. Okay. Kurt Mitz. Oh gosh. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, you're not comfortable with me calling out the fact that you connected things that really are tenuous
It's
at best.
totally pertinent. What are you talking about?
Wait. They literally weren't tenuous at best. Okay.
It's totally pertinent.
You forgot the original line of the question. The original line of the question that got us onto the sidetrack with the She-Hulk even Kenny thing is I said, how is this not different?
Record Rain. How convenient. So true.
Then we were talking about cancel culture and audiences, and I said, how is this not different than if she's making these broad sweeping claims against men in society And basically, is that not levying
And I
hatred
answered
towards
that.
men? And then
I
your
answered
response was, well, it's different because she's not attacking individual people,
Right, I
and she's
answered
not
that,
talking
yes.
and
Wow.
she's not talking about intentional behaviors.
Just like
she's
the
talking
third
about
time
systems.
Sitch has
And then
just
I said,
gone back
well,
in the
wait a
diagram
minute.
immediately.
Implicit in and explicit in those ideologies about the systemic racism and systemic sexism is the idea that you either have to fight against it or you participate in it.
Thank you
and
for
then you said,
recapping.
who's saying that? And then I said, Ibram X.
Ibram
Kendi,
X.
who's
Kendi.
one of the most
No,
famous
I was
people
saying in the show
in
who's
this
saying
thing.
that. In the show.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay,
who's
well,
saying that?
obviously
Another
no, the
convenience.
show said those exact words, obviously.
Look, let
But if
me
that
make
was your only
this.
contention, you should have said that.
Well, who?
Yeah, what was that? The law that they were talking about, Sitch's law and Adam's law. They both didn't. Both weren't sure which one was which. But yeah, a lot of the time things are, and a debate is about a definition. What they're doing here is not so much that they are not agreeing on a definition. They're just not agreeing on any fucking thing. They just can't. So the blocks that you are moving around here, they don't interact with each other properly.
Who even implied that in the show?
Look,
That's
let's
implicit
get
in
back.
the
Let's
well,
reel
okay,
it in.
we can
here.
get back, but
Let's
I'm
get
saying
They
that's
do
implicit
like
in
to
the
forget.
ideology that she was talking
Look,
about.
is it okay? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, what
but I don't think they
society should
actively
do.
do.
About
They
racism. Like, is it okay to
gone.
be friends with a racist or a transphobe, or
There we
We
go.
have
we
to
should
decide,
just
like,
shun
who's-
them?
Yeah. So
Okay,
listen,
I am friends with racists, right? I'll put
Okay.
it that way.
How dare you?
You cancel me,
Okay.
right? You guys gonna
Okay.
cancel me? Or,
I'm
no?
going to.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Well
not.
done.
I'm not in
But
favor
what I
of
mean by
cancel
that is-
culture, and I've heard you don't even think cancel culture exists. So I don't see how we would cancel you.
I think it doesn't exist
Yeah.
to the degree, like, it's just so...
Oh
like,
fuck! I didn't even realize. Bro's like, are you gonna cancel? I know he's making a joke as well, but I think he actually is worried that he gets cancelled for saying that. So he is kind of just doing a little, wah, maybe you'll don't cancel me. Really, kind of brings maybe a little bit worried. But bro, cancel. You've literally owned yourself. You just went and just wrapped all of that shit around your neck. Sitch's law. Most arguments are arguments about definitions. You just don't realize it. Yeah. So they're not even the bits that we are arguing about. Not even. So the definitions. It is the first argument was the first, not the owl one. The question about whether you can criticize something for being woke without being called a sexist or a what. That one was a definition bonanza, because the answer is no because of the way that they define woke. And they immediately started off with woke, that woke doesn't exist, number one. So it's the same argument here. Well, yeah, woke doesn't exist, and then I just point things out, bigoted things out, when I call people sexist and whatever when they point out wokeness, because basically it's legitimate. They are being sexist. That was their argument. That is what wokeness is. Wokeness is actually pointing out wokeness is legitimate. Is illegitimate. It should be you should be not cancelled. You should be labeled a racist. Then also they did the same sort of tactic here with the should people be how should society deal with these things? We were talking about cancel culture because it became pertinent. We actually didn't ask about what different sorts of things we could do. We went to cancel culture. And then their argument tactic there was it doesn't exist. Then we're going to start arguing about no. Then they are given evidence of it existing. Then they argue against this evidence existing. Oh no, it's different and dodging, and then no, it's not. Wow. I love to he's driving a bop. I would love to make this look very pretty, but actually I'm blown away. I think maybe I could chart it in a so this is there in like collect a whole bunch of of blocks and say this is what they're doing here and what they're doing here and what they're doing here. But that's for me later.
Nebulous that it's the just like woke, the term has become a catch-all for, you know, basically like, oh, you fucking said something that criticized me, and now you're like, it's a way to avoid criticism in a lot of cases.
Well, no, I was asking specifically about how should society deal with the problem of racism. You're saying it's okay to be friends with racists, so shunning them, saying nobody should be friends with them is not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well,
what?
let me give you a couple of examples, please.
Okay.
If I am friends with people who hold some racist notions, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they said them to me, and sometimes it comes out, I would be like, dude, no.
Moving the goalpost,
you know, and then we're friends. So they will listen sometimes. A couple of them, you know, every once in a while they'll learn something and try to work on it. Because it's the essentializing is the main difference. Like, I'm not calling them racists as in like they're evil, terrible people. I'm saying they hold some racist notions. I do think, like I said at the beginning, that a lot of the ways that people go about, you know, just essentializing it on both sides is unproductive, to say the least, and creates a lot of fucking discord that doesn't need to exist.
So shunning them is not something you're in favor of. So what?
Well, I was going to give you another example. So if I have a friend who just comes out and says, you know, I thinks whatever race or whatever is just genetically inferior, and yeah, man, I'm gonna fucking not be friends with that guy, because that's like, just for one thing, it's not rooted in anything factual. You know, it's scientifically bunk, and yeah.
Okay, so
and it's morally bunk.
So it's the degree.
So you're saying
the
level of racism determines whether or not you're going to shun somebody. So I guess like some mild racism you're tolerant of. But if somebody
I disagree with the ways you're describing it. It's not a level of racism. It is a...
Okay. Wow. Okay, again, the diagram for today's debate, everybody, is a brick wall. Because he's going now. I haven't watched this part. So I'm not too sure. Oh, I have. I'm not too sure. With maybe I was paying or something. Because I remember I was at the store when we were in this area of the thing. That's easy. What about the friend who says She-Hulk is woke? Will he get the friend cancer? Ooh, that would be a good that would be a nice thing to ask, as well as what was the other one that I wanted to ask was why haven't you watched the show? It's the same sort of thing of like, come on. It's a very simple question that you can't really... Ooh, that's another thing. That's a way to go. Okay, Car. Wait, Carl. I'll do this for you just to say goodbye. Even though it says hi.
Hi, Car.
Okay, goodbye. Bye, Car. Thanks so much for reminding me to breathe. I'll try and stay alive. So yeah, that's actually quite interesting. Or maybe a way to argue with these people is to give them very simple questions, but when they are given simple questions, they just pause. Actually, the only difference is that they take a little while to answer. No, you. They take a little while to answer, and then they pick a word to run against, and then elephant. I have to catch some sleep. I'll be sure to watch the stream again tomorrow. Thanks so much, Scum! I also need to catch sleep in a very few minutes. But I think we can keep going. I'm not going to skip ahead like I did before.
To be friends with this person, can I maybe get them to understand things in a different way? And are they just committed to being a fucking ignorant piece of shit? And in that case, shun them is also another loaded word, because, you know, no, there's plenty of places that guy can go to have buddies and good friends. So shunning from society isn't really...
You pick your words.
The question I'm asking, question 3, how should society respond to racism, sexism, and transphobia?
Night, Aaron.
I'm throwing words out because you're not really giving us anything to go off of. Like,
it is a broad question that
you are making videos, and you are accusing people of being sexist. You are accusing
taking
people
part,
of being racist.
As usual.
You just did a debate with Eric July, and you accused him of being a racist. I'm trying to figure out, if you call somebody a racist, What am I supposed to infer that you mean by that? Do you mean that that person should be ostracized from society, that they should lose their job? Do you think they should get a slap on the wrist?
He's asking you
Do you
these
think they
questions.
should get
You pick the words.
a stern talking to by their mother?
I will give you 100% optimal best answer. So racism, sexism, transphobia, these are largely just like behaviors. Like, like you could argue maybe a person would qualify under those things if they have a lot of these behaviors. But in general, you're just talking about random behaviors a person might have. The optimal situation, if somebody like, says something racist, somebody pulls aside and said, hey, maybe you should think about this. Person goes, yeah, I think you're right. And that's it.
Well, what if they disagree with you? What if what they've done?
I mean, we can
they
have
don't
a
perceive
debate
as
or
racist.
discussion. I mean, it kind of depends. Like,
that goes
if
back
they're
to
really
this
like,
thing of if
it all depends on the
I
interaction.
will educate
These
them.
are all very nuanced things. But the main goal is just to point out, hey, this is a problem.
Okay, so you don't think any harsher punishment?
At
should be
least,
left, just
you know what?
affirm-
Wow, I actually can't believe it. Organized Chaos went a bit good faith there. Like, just think about it. Organized was like, okay, fine. You know what? I'm going. Let's follow Adam's questions here, and he's saying he's getting practical. He actually did a good faith thing. I'm serious. I believe it. I believe in you. See what a nice guy. If Absolute Fandom shuns his friend from 9 spaces, his friend still has one. Yes. There's a little board, and you have enough. You used up all your racist points. Oh God. So it's the level. The higher the level leads to shunning. I need to actually just go. I will go here. Maybe here I will say quibbles. Yeah, just point it out.
Friends should take them aside and say, "Look, it's not cool for you to do that."
That's what you're.
Well, I mean, there's
you're
lots
jumping
of
around,
nuance,
man. You're
there's
jumping
layers.
back and forth between
Yeah.
how would you handle it versus what punishment,
Well, look,
society handle it. Like, what are we talking about? Give us an
Well,
example.
wait a second here. I can ask you your opinion about how society should handle it. I mean,
Adam asked if he would shun them, and then AF says that's loaded term because they go hang out with other people. That makes no sense. Yeah, so he's saying no, shunning is not effective because that means that it's not effective enough because they'll have other people to talk to. They'll find other racists, and it's like, okay, maybe they will find other arseholes. Arseholes tend to just gather together. It is true that that's what people do. They find people with common interests and people that don't shun or say that's not cool, bro, or whatever. They'll find people that agree with them. Fine. But guess what? That group itself is also going to get shunned by the other people that aren't stupid and racist. But what we could possibly get to here is also that Harvey Weinstein versus being told your ideas, being told off at work because you're a woman. So you can go, okay, my friend said a joke that used a racial stereotype to make the punchline, versus my friend literally said that all of this race should be taken out. Like, let's we could go into that level of nuance, and that's okay. That doesn't negate the entire argument. That doesn't make it irrelevant. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. You can go hang out with
I'm
other
sure
people.
you could give me both, right?
I'm not going to say that I'm an expert on how exactly all of the ways society should.
I'm not a
handle it.
biologist.
One person should
So
answer
you
that.
don't have.
I don't
an
think any
opinion on
one
it.
person should answer that in any kind of like just in a debate format where it's like, here's a quick answer on how this is how we solve it, guys. I think that's
What the fuck? I didn't. Sorry. Okay, you know what? Sorry, everybody. Zoom out. We're done. Sorry, boys. Nobody can answer questions. Don't answer questions. I mean, they've done a very good job about that. I commend them. Pack it up. They're just, oh, that's not a good shape. There we go. Okay, there we go. We'll just, that's just what we're going to do. I'll just put this over the entire diagram. Just shit all over it. It's cool.
A quick answer. You can talk as long as you want.
Yeah.
I think it's going to take a lot of time, and we're still in the process of learning how to communicate these ideas of like trying to get people to understand that this is factually incorrect.
Okay, well, maybe here's a way to phrase it, because we're trying to get specifics, and I feel like we're not getting them.
I know so you are. You're trying to get specifics so that you can kind of create a point to argue against.
Yeah, it's a very broad question.
No, I'm trying to understand.
Again, this is all the way back to that. You're going to lay a trap, because I would lay a trap. That's how I would do it.
Do this all the time in videos. We just want to understand it.
It's interesting that so much of this is about, what is cancel culture versus accountability culture. And I guess that's really what we're trying to hone in on here. Like, for example, like if you, if both of you, if either of you, you say, Rags is a horrible racist, sexist, right? And you make a video, accusing him of being a racist, sexist. And then someone at YouTube says, oh my God, I watched, Dane and Bob's video, and I think this dog is very racist and sexist, and he gets booted from YouTube. Is that a good thing? Or you say, wow, I didn't mean for that to happen. That's a bad thing.
Yeah. It's a great question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd have to think about it, honestly. It is a good question.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Why don't you think about it before you make the video? Why are you thinking about it now?
That was,
because it should be called out.
Hold on, Bob, real quick. People have been kicked off of YouTube for way fucking less, so honestly, I wouldn't feel that bad about it.
Okay.
I really wouldn't.
Okay.
Okay, let me throw an example at you, because I know there's a specific YouTuber. There's probably more than one, but I can name you one specifically, who will go out of his way.
YouTube for way fucking less, so honestly, I wouldn't.
Now.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Racist and sexist, and he gets booted from YouTube. Is that a good thing? Or you say, wow, I didn't mean for that to happen. That's a bad thing.
Yeah. It's a great question.
Yeah.
You know what? It's not one of those great questions. That's the thing. Yeah. It's not one of those great questions that can, you go, that's upon, one that everybody can agree that is very difficult to answer, and that we'll see in the future, that sort of thing. That's a very good question. Here, it's a good question, and it's actually a question. It's a very simple, a very good example. You should be able to answer it right now, because it's a logical answer. It's a very specific example. And guess what? We're formulating your argument for you as we go along. So they've given you an example here. And they've given you the parts that you're supposed to use to make your own argument from. All you do is just go along with it and make your argument's too weak, so you're just going to ignore the example. No. That's a good question. Over to you, Bob. Okay. Just admitted that he's scared to give definitive answer on anything because he's scared of being pinned down, and say, exactly. It's all the way back in the beginning of the debate, somewhere down here, where it's basically, if you don't agree on a definition, then you can move the goalposts. That's it. You don't need to not agreeing on definition, so you can change the goalpost. That's it. You never ever just never agree to anything. That's what debate is. And it won't even be I can't even say it's debate brain. It's just debate existence. It's not this is this is not. I don't know. I can't imagine such people engaging in argument the way they're supposed to. I don't know. I'm getting tired here, but we're gonna get through it.
It's a good question. I'd have to think about it, honestly. It is a good question.
Yeah.
I'd have to
Well,
think.
I
I love
No,
Why
this.
don't you think
Let
about
me-
it before you make the video? Why are you thinking about it now?
This is one of my favorite lines of the whole fucking
Because
thing.
it should be called out when it happens. But let me throw an
hold
example.
on, Bob, real quick.
Let's say,
People have been kicked off of YouTube for way fucking less, so honestly, I wouldn't feel that bad about it.
Okay.
There we go. We got an answer.
Okay.
okay, let me throw an example at you because I know there's a specific YouTuber. There's probably more than one, but I can name you one specifically who will go out of his way to comment negatively anytime a woman does something in anything, whether it's a writer or a character. They will call out that woman, think of some way to make fun of them. Now, when a person constantly does that over and over again, what would you call that person?
Well, it depends upon the criticism. I would have to look specifically at the criticism.
No, they're always calling out a woman. They're always calling
Just a
out
woman
women.
existing, man. Just a
Yeah,
woman
just-
existing.
Oh,
Well,
just a woman existing.
Yeah, obviously, if under
The
so
beacons
I
are
don't know
lit.
who the YouTuber is that you're talking about. If I was
Does
watching
it
a YouTuber,
matter?
well, I'm just answering your question because I could say yes or no, and then they're gonna say, well, I was talking about this person, so you're saying they're sexist. That's what I'm trying to address here. So if I saw a YouTuber and it's like, this is really weird. All they do whenever a woman enters the
See-
screen, they go, oh, boo.
There, Sitch did one thing of showing them what they would do with his argument, but it was not in the same. I don't see it in the same vein as refusing to agree on something or refusing on a solid. It's like no. He's actually making them by doing that hedge of no. You're gonna say this and this and this. He actually is trying to bring them back into a solid definition with that. Culture doesn't exist. Cancel culture doesn't exist. Videos from my side getting downvoted is the real cancel culture. I'll have to think about whether or not Rags being deplatformed is cancel culture. Oh wait, he also needs to think about. Wait, no, actually, he wouldn't be that upset if Rags was cancelled off YouTube because I don't see how one goes to the other. Because I'll put it here the way he said it. People have been cancelled for less. People have been cancelled for less. Therefore, Rags getting kicked would be fine. Are you asserting something about YouTube standards? I think you just put two sentences together and then thought, that's pretty good. I don't know. Am I not seeing something? Somebody tell me. Am I just being so bad faith that I can't understand? People have been cancelled for less. So yes, getting would be fine. Like he wouldn't be that upset. Well, people can be cancelled for less, and you can be upset about that. You should be. It's the whole free speech argument of, I will defend to the death your right to say it. That whole thing.
Boo, hiss, woman. You know, they start shaking a little rattle thing whenever a woman appears. Like, I'd be like, that guy seems pretty sexist, right?
It'd be
So-
pretty entertaining, really.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Oh my
don't
God.
understand. So what is the
Let's do
deeper
it.
question here and related to how you think
Boo,
that,
hiss, woman.
YouTube or society should respond to this stuff?
Yeah, and how do we know you're not just cherry picking? And they have, great criticism
Mhm.
that, of movies that involve.
Okay, we're going
female
back to question
protagonists.
two
You
now.
just have never seen them.
Well, that's exactly how we've been feeling with a lot of the questions you've given us, by the way. So you're welcome.
What?
Yeah, it's it really is a case by case basis.
What is he
and I
saying
can't-
he's feeling because of the questions? Okay, we're talking syntax now, right? Syntax where you've got your object, and your subject, and your object, and your verbs, and your whatever. He's saying one thing is equivalent to another, and I'm not understanding.
Yeah, and how do we know you're not just cherry picking? And they have, great criticism that, of movies that involve female protagonists.
Well-
You just have never seen them.
Hmm
Well,
Yes, which is actually it's not even that they haven't seen them. Well, actually, they haven't seen them because actually, EFAP example, they are in their EFAP and they'll give you an example of someone who did it better, who did it right. And usually it comes from the early 2000s because people went obsessed.
that's exactly how we've been feeling with a lot of the questions you've given us, by the way. So you're welcome. But yeah, it's it really is a case by
We're cherry picking. Okay, he's saying that they're cherry picking. It's cherry picking. And you haven't seen our you haven't seen what we're saying. No, they're not once have they attacked these two for their for their videos. They just actually kind of ask them questions about them, or try and use a hypothetical other person for it. So this is nothing to do. Of course, everything that they say is going to be an attack on you. So whatever.
Case basis, and I can't tell. YouTube does a lot of shit that I wish it wouldn't. A lot of companies, corporations do a lot of shit that I wish they wouldn't, man. And like, I'm not gonna sit here and go to bat for them. But I think that
I'm not asking you. I'm asking you if you guys put out content that got Rags canceled from YouTube, would you say that that's a just thing to happen to him?
I mean, we would have to look at, but honestly, I won't be crying any rivers for him. To be frank.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't feel bad. I don't think that I don't think it's gonna happen because I think that
when we're
YouTube
dealing with somebody who frequently tells people to kill, when we're dealing with somebody who on the regular platform tells people to kill themselves, I'm not crying a river for him.
I think that's fucked up. I actually think that's the most fucked up that he repeatedly has said.
Debates often have both specific and broad premises. Cherry picking is going to happen. It's not a bad thing. He just strawman to dodge the accusation that they were cherry picking. Yeah, exactly. You need your cherry picked examples because they are picked as illustrations of certain bits of logic, certain applications of principles. You're going to need your broad and your specific premises. I agree. You have to weigh them differently, I suppose, but a lot of the time they are functioning in a conversation. They most certainly function as a mechanism to show someone the way of show someone down the path how this reasoning occurred. It would be great if we could all just write, this is my premise. It would be great if we could all do that. But yeah, in a conversation thing, it's very difficult. But I think even in a mapped debate or whatever, you could have your cherry picked. You have to cherry pick.
And I think it's not good.
But you need to be prepared for the cherry picked arguments against you, which is fine. You should be able to argue against things that are against your premises. If you haven't considered those things, maybe you have to go and think about that, I suppose, which is what they say.
So if you, hypothetically, I know we have some issues with hypotheticals, but hypothetically, if you are Susan Wojcicki, or you two are in charge of YouTube, and you have a button that says, I'm going to cancel this person.
I think he was saying what you've said about them, that they have been obtuse and vague for fear of being tracked. Yeah, exactly. Or there's just a blanket. I didn't really have to go in depth into this debate at all, because a lot of the time, I would like, I know it's super autistic, but like I would love to, or nerdy, let's say, but I would love to go back into this that I've done here, and as an output, I won't do it on stream or anything, but basically like list all the things that they didn't allow, like all the definitions that they wouldn't, they cut off before there was a trap, and that is what caused all of these side quests. Every time there's a side quest, or every time there's a dodge, we have to go and have another argument over here and have another argument over here, and then Adam's putting corn on his face.
And it's going to cancel Rags.
Being a corn.
Would you say, I'm pressing the button?
No, I'd cancel first I'd press the reprimand button. Here's why you shouldn't do this, man. Like, we really appreciate you not fucking using, this kind of language, because it's just shitty.
What does the reprimand button do? Is it like a public lashing, or?
No,
I
don't think.
Most of the time, these social media sites.
If it was me in control, I don't think calling people out publicly ever, very rarely contributes to, productively, honestly.
I mean, a public lashing of Rags could actually be pretty funny,
but yeah, I mean, it would be something like honestly, any kind of system that would let him know that, hey, this isn't ideal would be great if YouTube had that, but
well, they do. I mean, they give people warnings and strikes and stuff.
Not for a lot of shit though.
Oh yeah, I don't want him to be cancelled. Also, cancel culture doesn't exist. Just a harmless struggle.
Yeah, no, they let people get away with a lot. Yeah, like most social media companies, like Twitter, for example, essentially, say, hey, your account's suspended for 30 days for X violation done on this tweet or whatever. That's a standard thing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think YouTube should be more. I think there's a huge problem with YouTube that their terms of service are very vague, and if you violate them, they give you like this generic form letter.
Oh God, it's all over social media. If your ad
service, blah 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 blah. So I agree with
terms
that.
of service,
yeah, it's very frustrating.
Oh, this is the policy.
It, like what you're saying.
It doesn't match.
So you're in charge of YouTube. You're gonna press the reprimand button. You're gonna say, Rags, we're reprimanding you for whatever. Here's a reprimand. And then if Rags continues to behave the way he's behaving currently right now, do you press the cancel
if
button?
it's just an email, why he's not going to do anything?
Let me answer because I think that there should be a series of things like potentially warning, then maybe demonetization or something like that. Just I don't know. I don't think that people should just you said some shitty things and now you're gone. I don't agree.
Okay,
with that.
so there's got to be levels. He's literally talking about levels
also,
again.
If you're reprimanding him though, you are in the censorship position because you're the one saying that what he said is so egregious that he should be reprimanded. And you're trying to stop him from saying that in the future, which is
I thought
the whole point of doing
I'm sorry, Sitch said earlier he's not a free speech absolutist, are you?
Yeah.
Well, oh my God, we're not going to get into
this. You weren't
this.
trying to censor them. I thought you just said no. Or
Well, that's a form of censorship, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Sitch talked about censoring things like pedophilia and necrophilia and bestiality.
Well, in the example
you're talking about,
he was just talking about Jen Walters talking about her feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're conflating those things.
What I call subversive political message in popular mainstream.
Well, then, see, that creates a whole fucking problem because then it's like you and I don't agree on that being a subversive.
I understand that, right?
Yes,
so
please, can we not go back to that?
A specific group of people deciding just kind of nebulously based on criteria that I don't agree with and that a lot of people wouldn't agree with. That something could be,
coming back.
And that's a fucking slippery slope, man. Like that is not a great way to go.
We can do this.
But here's the problem: is that when I look at my reading of the situation. Of the scene and of She-Hulk in general, and it basically seems to conform with everyone's, even people that agree with its view. And I'm not familiar with yours specifically, Dane, but it definitely contradicts Bob's point of view. Then I think I'm definitely more right in my interpretation of She-Hulk as a series and of that scene particularly. I mean, especially when like the main villain of the entire series is toxic males on the internet. Like it's just I don't see how you could say that scene was supposed to be like Jen wrong. It just seems so.
They're literally down here. They're over here.
Yeah, of course they are.
They went all over here. They're down here now.
So you're arguing that She-Hulk shouldn't have toxic males on the internet being the villain. So yeah,
I'm saying
here we are.
That's not what he was arguing about.
I'm saying that there's a specific
context he's applying to his read of that first.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a specific political message in the show. That I don't think should be in these kinds of shows. I don't want fascism. I don't want Disney.
Kind of hidden though.
Yeah,
only the people that they want to get
because the whole concept is maybe this will be. I'm sure you guys
Until
agree with this because you don't agree with sort of wokeness or cancel culture. I mean, the whole problem that I see right now is that essentially, the left is basically being subverted by wokeness, and wokeness is, as I said in the beginning, how I define it is to wake up to the idea that liberalism can't solve societal problems. And so to me, that's an incredibly dangerous idea for our society. And so no, I don't think things that kind of parrot that or that harken to that should be in, mainstream television shows.
I think that talking in these conceptual terms really doesn't get us anywhere in most cases, and that's why, kind of connecting what is said in the show to...
Okay. We're too broad. We're too specific. What do you want? Tell us what you want. What kind of woman are you? You're one of those. Actually, all of them don't know what they want.
More conceptual, abstract ideas is where the problem comes in for me. As opposed to, just what was said in the show. Yeah, I don't know. It's
we just tipped into like the 2-hour mark, so I want to give you guys a chance to
these ending statements are
basically wrap up your thoughts and have somewhat of a closing statement if you like. Sitch, I think we should read like the $20 and up super chats and any super chats that are relevant.
There's a killer question here.
So if you want to look at those,
wonder if it comes from one of you guys.
Do you have any closing thoughts that you want to say before we move on?
No.
Okay. Dane, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. And then I need to feed my cat. What should I guess a lot of the problems that I see with online discourse we kind of touched on them today, and this isn't saying anything about you and Adam and Sitch in particular.
We
just
have
more
gone
that
over this in the
is the
previous
result
video.
of the culture.
But I just want to see
that
if there's anything I can...
We're approaching ideas from kind of different angles. A lot of times the words that we use, the language we use, are very specific in a person's mind, but kind of different from what other people think of it as. And that's why it's important, I think, to get into, defining terms and stuff like that. So, yeah, and that's, maybe frustrating that's why we didn't, cover too much today. I don't know how much you guys wanted to talk about, but yeah, I do think it's important that we understand the words that we're operating from and the definitions and stuff so that we can actually kind of get to the core of it. So there's actually, in a way, one of the more productive discussions I've had.
Well, we kind of jumped into the middle here, but if you want to think it through,
This is
and
my
maybe,
favorite as well.
formulate some arguments or whatever, we're happy to do it.
Formulate some arguments.
Bob,
Listen back to yourselves. Have a
I don't have any arguments.
Look at a diagram or two.
I was curious what you guys think. That's normally what my position is. You explain why I should take any of the stuff you say seriously, but yeah, I still don't.
Well, I do have a closing, but there's one question I really want to ask you guys. And
this was great. I love this
great
one.
Question. What is your thought about the political messaging in the movie Starship Troopers?
Oh, He thinks he's gonna do this Starship Troopers.
Well, it's hard to say because it's like a parody. Well, I know it's weird because now, it was obviously a parody. It was the guy who did
there's
RoboCop,
lots
right?
of messaging in that, though.
He's
supposed to be a slam dunk.
It's the same guy that did RoboCop, right? That did Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think his intention was obviously to satirize sort of this, overly militaristic, jingoistic society or potential society. Now, obviously, some people have sort of tried to reinterpret it like being pro those things, but I don't think that was the intention of the movie.
You think it's all tongue in cheek? You think it's
things?
Yeah.
I think it was 100% tongue in cheek. Yeah.
So do you think that should be allowed?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second.
That doesn't violate liberalism.
Yeah.
So
I'm not
is
against politicized movies. I'm against people who criticizing politicized movies as sexism, racism, or transphobia.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
You make as political a movie as you want, but people
funds
should be
out.
able to criticize.
They aren't arguing.
Pushing some ideology subversively into the movie. I should be able to criticize that. Like if you're sneaking Christianity into the movie. Well,
and people can criticize you for criticizing that. Why do you think your criticism should be
Well, it's not fair though to call somebody sexist, racist, or transphobic because they're criticizing the ideology.
He thought he's not even fishing. He thought he was fishing. He was shooting fish in a barrel, man. He thought that was there. It's gonna come out. Hey, man, I used man too, so I guess I can't be upset about them using man. But yeah, he can I ask you a question? Oh, you can hear it. But then he's actually, I think he genuinely is, he genuinely is like, wow, they admitted that, and then it's like, no, yeah, you're finding out that this is exactly how we weren't talking about this. We were talking about being able to criticize something.
Not fair.
Because the problem is that
also, what is this?
Well, it's not fair.
Like, okay, Adam says it's not fair to not be able to criticize, which is absolutely true. And then Fandom just goes, it's not fair. Okay.
Fair though to call somebody sexist, racist, or transphobic because they're criticizing the ideology. Yeah,
it's not fair.
Because the problem is that
he thinks that Adam saying it's not fair is an own. A self-own, because he thinks that Adam being upset about being called an estorophobe or whatever, that means that he shouldn't go and criticize others because that's a criticism being levied at him. But that is not what they're arguing.
So if I say, I don't like Starship Troopers because I'm very favorable towards, jingoism or whatever the movie's parodying. It's like, okay, that's fine. You're presumably not going to receive, and if someone criticizes you for having that opinion, and they just say, I think Sitch had a bad take on this. He's wrong about that's what the movie's about. It's like, okay, fine. Maybe people in the comments harass me or whatever. But the difference when you start loving these accusations of like this person is racist, this person is sexist, this person is transphobic, because that has a way of materializing into getting people canceled, into getting them barred from speaking.
Have you guys
and I
been
think that's really
before?
Adam and my contention here.
Have you guys been canceled before?
No, not yet.
Oh.
So.
Well, I mean, I've seen some of the associations you've got. At least Adam, I don't know much about you, Sitch. I would think that some of the people and positions I'm sure you've defended or at least advocated.
You know nothing about any of our positions.
Well, I know that you at one point were cool. I know that
That's a long. This is like 2.5 hours.
Look,
It's
what's
good.
my position on voting?
Well,
one position. What's my position
not
on
what I'm
voting?
saying.
You can't ask that question. No one
You
understands.
want to
did
let me
discuss
talk,
voting.
Adam? Are you afraid of letting me talk?
No, go ahead. You have the floor.
Adam has
I know
said
that
like
you
fuck
early on in
all.
my
Look, I
channel,
promise
For a
when I
long
had
time.
A couple of hundred subscribers, and I made a video about Ethan Van Sciver. You showed up to fucking talk shit in my comments about that. So Ethan Van Sciver, who has, let's just say a few problematic views, you were willing to defend him.
Well,
and you haven't been canceled
Ethan
for
Van
that?
Sciver is like a sexist, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being a sexist.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
far
this
more
is-
going on with
wait,
Ethan
there's
than just
nothing wrong with being a
sexism.
sexist?
No, of course not.
There's-
So
And
you think
Adam-
You've been
fine?
canceled, Adam. Why haven't you been canceled?
Why haven't I been canceled?
Right.
I guess.
You just said there's nothing wrong with
luck.
sexism. Why haven't you been canceled, Adam?
Luck.
Luck.
We're not popular enough to be canceled. I think
Oh,
that's the
okay,
answer to the
gotcha.
question.
The parents should get one vote per kid.
Ethan has very much been canceled.
Because
has he
you're
not?
affecting the future.
He's making
Ethan
a lot
lo-
of money. He's got a whole
Ethan-
thing
He's
going
making
on, bro.
millions on
making-
Yeah, but he
comics,
lost.
man.
He
He's made money
lost
for
his.
comics that
I
he
have
hasn't
no
even
votes.
gotten out yet.
He
I've only got
lost
2
his
cats.
job at
Do I
Marvel,
get
though,
maybe half a
because
vote?
You think he was
because
entitled
he's-
to keep that job?
Wait. Stop. No
Yeah,
one is.
we're supposed to
Okay,
be
listen.
doing closing statements. So
First of all, wait.
Let's
Clean up some of your
wait.
associations.
We had to address this. Okay. Unless you're suddenly going to say, I'm a super conservative libertarian, no one is suggesting that anyone's entitled to a job anywhere. That's not what anyone is talking about. The question is, should social pressure be levied against people to get them fired from their jobs?
I think that each is a case
It's
by
not a
case
question
basis.
of being entitled
I
to
think
have
that
a
each
job
is a case
somewhere.
by case basis.
Ethan
In his
was
case,
fired
he
for
had
voting for Trump.
several times that he had said some really
Wow.
fucked up
Ethan
no
was
way.
fired
He was
for
fired
voting
for
for
being
Trump.
No, he
That's
wasn't.
his
That's a
story.
fucking bullshit.
He was
That's
fired
bullshit,
for being
dude.
an asshole.
That's
He was-
complete bullshit. You can look at the track record of the things that he's said and was probably reprimanded for
Do you think
privately
people should
several
be fired
times
for
before
voting
they
for
finally
Trump?
fired him. What?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No, he wasn't fired for voting for
Bob-
Trump. There's lots of fucking
Bob,
Trump
I interrupted-
voters and Republicans that work in comics, man. There's
Bob,
lots of them.
Dan and I both interrupted your closing statement, so Bob,
Sorry, Bob.
we'll give it back to you.
Well, essentially my point is to and it started out very simply. These guys are very bad critics. They're pushing the wrong ideas.
Very bad.
And I don't like the idea that when people want to look up
Wrong
nerd
ideas.
culture stuff, they get these ideas. And obviously, we're not going to agree because obviously you seem to be thinking that, sexism and racism and transphobia now are fine.
I said
Then,
sexism.
you piece of shit.
Fucking shit. You
So
piece
what,
of
sexism-
fucking shit.
So sexism is fine, but the other stuff isn't.
Why are you so
The
triggered,
racist-
Adam?
look,
Why
Was
is
it
it- he
something I
thought he
said,
was
Adam? Don't
great.
take it out on Bob,
Listen,
dude. I'm the one that
it's-
said it.
Wow,
Yeah.
people
You know,
just
when
love
I
saying
have
Adam's
liars on
name,
the show,
don't they?
when I have
Oh.
bad faith people on the show, I tend to get a little triggered.
Yes,
okay?
darling.
Projecting.
Okay,
Of course.
so
You project.
So you're
look,
cool with sex.
Boom, what a
said in the
zinger of an
very
argument.
beginning of the debate-
Adam,
look,
your
okay.
entire fucking online presence is bad faith, dude. You're all of it, and I knew that going into it. We knew that going into it, and honestly,
How is his presence bad faith online?
He knew
We-
that
we
going
had-
into it, so
we
he
had a
put on
slight
his bad
disagreement.
faith
Don't
pants.
all just trust me
Okay.
that I've looked into it, man.
I
It's
will-
pretty
I
obvious.
will listen
Anybody
and
that's
believe
It is
obviously
Moskov. I was
Obviously, we
just
believe
thinking
you, okay.
Moskov moment.
We had
And
a
it's
very-
like, you know
we
what,
had
just
a
say
very
so.
That's what you're
vocal
about, Adam.
disagreement at the beginning of the show
Why haven't you been
about
canceled?
me
Adam?
calling something
Everyone's
evil.
just, Adam,
What
go.
did I call evil?
If you're
Look-
sexist, why haven't you been canceled?
Please,
If sexism
please,
is okay.
turn your brains on. We've had a
Okay.
2-hour discussion. Obviously,
Trust
I
me.
said in the
I've
beginning
looked
of the
into
thing,
it. I've looked
in
into
the
it.
very
He's
beginning
looked
of the
into it.
debate, I said,
Where's your citations?
please, anyone remember?
You said racism was evil.
Racism
You
is
did.
evil, right?
That's what you said.
I wrote it
Okay.
down. It's in the diagram.
So, Bob,
But you think sexism is
Bob,
fine?
well, Bob, are you a groomer?
What the hell?
Do you
what the
groom?
fuck does
There's
that
that
even
again,
mean?
man. You
What
know
the
that's
fuck?
honestly a sign of desperation.
You like
when
No,
you're
no,
using
wait,
your
wait.
arms
around, man.
Okay,
It's a sign
It's a
of
sign of
desperation.
not
why did you just
understanding
get
social
angry?
cues.
Wait,
Arguments
why
whenever
did
you
you?
reach
Wait,
Oh,
why
this
did
is
you
a
both?
this is
Because
a
get
you
angry?
know what
nuclear
that
bomb.
signals
Yeah.
to your audience, and it's complete bullshit.
Oh, so maybe that's why Adam got angry. You said he was the.
When Sitch goes oh, then you like Sitch hasn't said oh for the whole stream, and he could have because there's a lot of owns, but the self-own that just occurred. It is the best moment, right? Hey, Bearcat, welcome back. It is on. Shall we replay? Let's go through it again. This is probably the 5th or 6th time I watched this.
Racist. Wait, why did you
Because
both?
There's
even
that
mean?
again, man. You
What
know
the
that's
fuck?
honestly a sign.
So
But
Bob,
you think sexism is fine?
Bob. Well,
Groom-
Bob, are you a groomer?
What the
What the
fuck?
hell?
Do
what
you
the fuck
groom-
does that
There's
even
that again,
mean?
man. You
What
know
the
that's
fuck?
honestly a sign of desperation.
You like
when
No,
you're
no,
using
wait,
your
wait,
arms.
wait.
around, man.
Okay,
It's a sign of desperation.
why
and
did you
lack
just
of
get
confidence
angry?
in your
Wait,
arguments
why
whenever
did you?
reach for
Wait,
that.
why did you
Because
both?
Right, you're
because
triggered.
you
Angry.
know what that signals to your audience, and it's complete bullshit.
Oh, so maybe that's why Adam got angry. You said he was like a racist.
Someone gets
said
it
he was a
now.
racist?
Someone figured
Dude,
it out.
he just
Who
said,
said
he's
he was
cool
racist,
sexism.
dude?
He
You
literally just
said
said he's cool
Bob,
sexism.
that's what Bob said.
Bob
No,
He
just
said he was
Literally
totally
just
fine
said
with
he's cool
racism.
sexism. Literally.
Literally.
No, you said I was fine with sexism, racism, and transphobia.
You
which
said you were
that's
fine
not
with
It
my.
sexism.
usually all goes
It's
together.
reasonable to assume that if
Does
you're
it?
anti-woke and sexism is considered
my
a thing
God.
that's, you know,
Okay.
then you would. You're
Bob-
so bad
Bob-
faith, it's
Bob-
disgusting, dude.
Bob,
you
would you
are
like-
human
These-
garbage.
Not
You guys are
ridiculously bad
fucking
faith,
trash.
this
Bob,
Thank you.
You
Bob.
can fuck off, you. You're fucking
Would
disgusting.
you like to
human
finish
beings,
your
man.
closing?
You're
Yeah,
almost
without-
worse
without-
than anti-woke people. Like you're almost
Without
worse than
calling
sexist because
anyone
you at least
racist,
at least
would
they're
you like to
open,
finish
generally.
your closing
Wait.
statement?
Why are you? I'm so confused as to why you're so incredibly triggered, Dane.
Because
Wait,
because
he's
fucking Adam
triggered?
call my friend
Have you
a piece
heard
of
Adam?
shit, dude.
I mean-
That's why I got
Okay,
mad when
fair
Adam
enough.
called my
Yeah,
friend
he
a
calls
piece
you.
of
Okay,
shit.
I understand.
He
That's
broke the
Okay.
passive
You
aggression.
know,
Finish-
it
He
triggers
broke
people,
it.
I know.
It's been
Right, I
passive
understand.
aggression for the
Did you
past
wanna
2
finish
hours.
your,
Racism is evil. Let me just make that clear here.
Oh,
I don't like
the
racism.
The
I don't
beacon
like being called
is
racist.
lit,
I don't like
Adam.
racists, okay?
Right.
I don't like
Mhm.
racists on the show.
Well
I
done.
don't like to debate racists, okay? So,
Well done.
please, finish your closing statement, Bob.
He's cleansed.
Okay, but let me just get you on the record.
You
right
may
now.
now
You're okay
be friends with
sexism?
him.
Sexism is fine, yes. I have no problem
No,
with sexism.
damn it! Now he's gonna be shunned.
Okay, I
And you hold
Yeah,
on, you were
so-
equating.
He
earlier,
couldn't.
Harvey Weinstein was equated with being sexist, right?
Look,
Mhm.
look.
Just
now you're going to say
Are you?
because
Are you
because
meaning,
I'm
Adam? What's happening with this sexism thing?
well, I feel like when these guys say sexist, what they mean
Right.
is like sexist jokes. Like
Mm.
we
Oh,
make
is that what we
sexist
mean?
jokes
Is that
on
what
the
we
show
Yeah,
mean?
no,
all
that's
the
not
time.
what I
Is that
mean at
what
all.
we mean specifically?
Because
Okay.
you know that earlier in this conversation, you asked both of us. You said, "Do
Um,
we believe that men and women should be treated the same and not be judged based on their gender?" And we both
Bob,
said,
Bob has been against clumping conclusions together. I think like you take one and then you associate it to another. He had prepared for this moment where everything goes nuts. He had prepared. He just waited for someone to throw a punch. Is that what you're saying? Like he waited for like I the first time I watched it, or like if you go to the previous video, I think I did go over this, and I did think, whoa, did they fucking stage this or something? And because it was so beautiful, and it just it came into this huge crescendo, but it's literally that point where Adam just went, okay, that's it, we're done here, and went, instead of saying passively aggressive things, which is how we are communicating, he throws the punch of just shut the fuck up, you little fucking piece of shit. And then because why? Because up until now he's been using facts and logic. Oh, and reality. Wow.
yes.
Yes, totally.
So when your contention is that you think that when people are calling Ethan Van Sciver, because that was kind of what brought up this whole thing. I'm not super familiar with him whatsoever, That it's just that he's levying sexist jokes.
Yeah, all he's doing
that
is
are just jokes.
But
and
that's
all
what
he's
Adam
doing
says.
is making
and apparently he
sexist
doesn't
jokes.
know about or is playing blind to the
Look,
many other examples of
look,
things.
I've watched
Okay, well, that's-
She-Hulk.
wait, okay,
According
so-
to She-Hulk, if you don't like the show, you're a sexist. So
Right.
guilty. I'm guilty as charged.
Did She-Hulk say that? When was that said on
Yeah,
the show?
I
Did
missed
DC say
that.
that? Did Marvel
We
say
go back
that?
to the old
the
argument.
show
Be good faith, Adam. Can you
itself said
please
that.
Kevin
engage
Feige
with
called
good
me up
faith?
and he said, "Listen, Sitch,
Yes.
I don't want Doctor Strange to show up in WandaVision.
Uno
and She-Hulk
reverse, that
because
was
he's
the
a
one.
white male."
Well, what role would Doctor Strange even have in WandaVision?
This mind reader, yeah.
It's just a
To be a white
cameo?
male. What do you mean? That would be his role.
So
There's
do you
white males
just?
in that show. Vision's in that show.
Oh my! We need to. We're closing statements here. Sitch is.
There's no closing
Bob,
statements
I'm gonna assume
here.
You're done with your closing statement. Do we have any super
We've
chats?
gotten a lot from y'all already, so.
Gorosero for 10 months says, thank you for being Free Will Seeker. Says, I just want to let
wanted to
organized
get
chaos
you
know
on-
that
on
I
the-
am a racist reactionary.
I wanted
and
to
I
get
owe
you
my
on
political
record.
transformation to
That
Sitch
you're
and Adam.
sexist.
Thank you, Thank you.
Oh
Goro.
my
Okay, I'm gonna to be
Cool.
good faith
Which-
to make sure
hold
that
on.
nobody is going to
Which
be
way-
saying I'm not saying.
Which way have you gone?
not
Are
writing
you
down
like less
ugly
He's saying
things.
we've
more
made him
racist?
racist. We've made him racist.
Dang.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
All
I'm
right,
going
we need
to
work on
somewhere.
Grosero.
but-
Let's get our.
I know.
act
I'm so
together.
sorry.
Sexism is okay.
A lot of people were asking, could you explain the arc? I don't know if you have time for this. Can you explain the arc of Jen learning to control her anger in the TV show?
It really didn't. That's the point. That's probably going to be
yeah.
something explored further. This arc was that part of her overall arc was that she was overconfident and she was proven wrong at the very end of basically the end of the season. And I
Proven
imagine
wrong
season
at
2 or
what?
whatever, well, it's
She
the
never
Hulk didn't
realized it.
overcome his anger in the first movie or second movie or third movie.
So you could actually provide that evidence that she was wrong. Okay, even though I don't think that you are. But if we're going to say narratively, that she's proven wrong. Being proven wrong does not mean that she accepts that or she notices. Objectively, us on the outside could say that, but she hasn't gone through. She herself has not changed. Therefore, no arc.
So
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They just
Andrew
say
High
okay
Flat
because they're like,
says,
oh, fucking.
how can you judge YouTubers by a pattern of behavior, but then not judge? But those YouTubers cannot then judge patterns of behavior from specific production companies in terms of their media.
Oh, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the patterns behavior of essentially women are equal to men. I don't have any issue towards that pattern behavior. Do you?
No, so they're saying is how can you?
Yeah, he
judge
tried to make this. He tried to bring it to the haha, you're sexist, and Sitch has to reframe the question. So what is the order? It's supposed to you know what? Headcanon all the time.
YouTubers by saying, oh, they're sexist.
You have to good faith yourself, good faith Gary yourself into the next dimension to find the story that should be there. It's there. Don't worry. Just follow your heart, and you will find the magical empowerment.
Because they have a pattern of behavior where they make jokes about women or whatever, but then if a bunch of Marvel movies seem to having similar patterns, only levied against men, why is it not okay for them then
so
to
I'll just
call out
have
Disney
to make
for having,
another.
that pattern of behavior?
I mean, I haven't seen them levy anything against men. Well, all I've seen is essentially the idea that women and men are equal, and guess what? I don't have a problem with that.
Right. So you just disagree with the perspective, essentially. That
Yeah, I disagree. If somebody's gonna always point out when women, always make fun of women whenever they're on screen or whenever they're part of the staff, then yeah, I'm gonna have a problem with that.
Gotcha. Someone asked, Sitch, please ask Chaos why he skipped through Mahler's video to see if he said anything about
There it is.
the parents in Doctor Strange 2. I'm not sure. What is that about?
Oh.
So it's the 6-hour video. I was just curious because he hangs out with lots of sexist and racist people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering, if he'd mention it. And to his credit, he didn't.
Do you think Mahler is sexist and racist, or he just hangs out with sexist? And
Wait.
racist people?
Why are you?
I don't know
why
his
are you
ideology. Why are you
tarring
asking me to explain his
sexism
ideology?
with racism?
Yeah,
The
sexism
war
and
of
racism
sexes goes on forever.
They do go together a lot.
Racism and
I'm sure
sexism,
I necessarily agree with that, but it doesn't really matter.
That's not the question. Please, can we not go there?
Let's see. What else? Someone want to know why you called Eric July a chunky monkey.
That's funny.
Oh, that's me.
Ooh, that sounds.
Because it was
yeah.
That sounds.
I was referencing. I was actually
sexism.
quoting Iron Man 3 whenever I said it.
And
yeah, I mean the presumption there is that it's a racist term. And it's not. You can look it up.
You can look it up. Look it up, guys. Look it up. Look it up. Find your citations. Go and think about it. Look into it. All of the taglines. So I would not want to jump on him for this. Of course not. But you know what's interesting? Is that he says that was not his intention, the racist thing. So you're telling me, which if they had energy, maybe they would have gone into it. But it's like you're telling me, you're saying that the intention, you will agree that the intention of something matters? Yes. Okay, cool. So if the intention of EFAP is to just look at something and point out their opinions and not destroy anyone's life, and if it somehow does, it's not their intention. Should it matter? Should it not? But obviously we're not going to go there, because what's the point after seeing how this would end?
You're saying calling a black person a monkey is not racist?
No, Adam, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that just blanket calling a black person a monkey is okay. I'm saying that particular context matters, right? Yeah? You guys agree with that?
I don't understand. What is the context where it's okay to do that?
The context is that, it wasn't a racial remark. I was very clearly talking about he used to be a little bit thicker in the middle, and he'd been talking shit on Bob's, shape that he really doesn't know anything about. The bigger question with the chunky monkey thing is that why are the people that are bringing this up so desperate to mention? Hold on, why are the people that bring this up so desperate to mention that, but they won't point out the very obviously fucking racist and bigoted shit that Eric July says and said for, I don't know, half-hour tantrum after his debate with Bob?
Well, no, I just want to get this straight, because it sounds like you're saying it's okay as long as the black person is fat.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
We need to spec.
Oh, damn, yeah, Nico. They could have gone and they didn't, did they? They didn't. They didn't bring up the fat thing. Or that maybe they did, it was just like in their comments that was happening. But yeah.
You're a bad faith fucking piece of shit, dude. And you know you are. You're a fucking idiot or you're a bad faith piece of shit. One of the two.
What did you just say? You said the context was that he's fat. That's exactly what you said.
Yeah, I don't. Let me try to defend you a little bit better. Dang. I think what you're trying to say is, when you call him a chunky monkey, you literally just meant he was fat. You were referencing Iron Man 3. You didn't mean it to have a racial implication.
And in the moment it happened, anybody that saw it and it's still available to watch, you can tell what it's about, right?
Okay.
I have talked about.
Listen, I understand. I understand. Yeah, I don't think I agree. I don't think you meant it in a racial.
And also,
I do agree.
Why am I being canceled for that? Right? You know what I mean?
Well, but see, let me.
Cancel culture doesn't exist.
People fixate on it. I think people fixate on it because they feel like that you do the same thing where you see someone say something that's a joke or they make a comment and you assume a sort of negative racist.
I'll put it this way. No, you're okay. That's fair enough. But yeah, that's being charitable. I'll tell you this. Once it was said, well, the person that brought it up in my chat is my friend, and I hate to do the I have a black friend thing, but he was jokingly pointing it out because he knew that it's not racist. He said, "Oh, you better not." And I said, dude. And then I was like, later, I was like, I bet somebody's gonna fucking. Anyway, whenever when someone did mention it in like a accusatory way, I looked it up. If I had found that was a racial trope, I would have fucking apologized for it.
For someone who looks shit up, he doesn't read a lot.
Wait. I mean, calling a black person a monkey is a racist trope. I mean, not the combination of chunky monkey.
Right, and if I had found out that chunky monkey, if I somehow misunderstood my understanding of where I'd heard it, and that it wasn't as much about weight as it was race or something, I would have said I should have fucking said this.
Think you
I was
would have
ignorant,
said
and now I learned that I'm gonna
nobody
do
would
better,
be that
I
stupid.
think generally, society should handle these things.
I'm really confused by what you're saying. Okay. So wait, you didn't say that in regards to the chunky monkey comment, and you're saying you didn't say that because chunky monkey specifically,
if anything,
doesn't have historical. Those two words combined doesn't have specific.
He is an example that could have been used
the term
in our
monkey
argument
is used
below.
to describe somebody who's mildly obese or an ice cream flavor.
Okay, I'm okay, but I'm asking. I'm confused by Dane's answer now.
I'm confused by why you're confused by it. Please.
Okay, you said if you looked up the term chunky monkey,
That's just.
and it turned out that you didn't. Obviously, and I ascribe you didn't
Why
mean it
did
in a
he
racist
look it
context.
up?
But if you said it and then you looked up
Like,
and
I
said,
don't
"Oh,
give a
this actually
fuck.
has some very
I
specific
know how
racist
I said
connotation,"
it.
you would have then apologized, even though you didn't mean it in that way.
Yes.
Okay, but so.
Why is
Okay.
that confusing?
Except when it's rags, his source of income should be taken away from him. Yeah. That's fine. He wouldn't cry a tear. He would have no problem with it.
Well, no,
there's,
it's confusing
there's
to me
nothing
because,
really
like,
wrong with that, is there? I mean,
well, no. What's
even if
confusing
it's
to me is that
unintentional.
the thing that's confusing to me is because I would just say, well,
Yeah, saying sorry when it wasn't your intention to insult in that manner, that's fine. But I think what you're doing when you say the sorry in that way, you're saying, I see that you saw it that way, and sorry that occurred. But you don't go and backstep and say, oh, I'm so sorry. I hurt your feelings and whatever. No, you say, I did not mean it that way. And yes, your apology will be one of those, I'm sorry you feel that way. That was not my intention, therefore please do not feel that way, because my intention was not to make you feel that way. If you feel that way, still, it is up to you to get over yourself.
well, listen, I obviously didn't mean it in a racist fashion, and that would be all you'd have to do. You wouldn't have to apologize for it and say that you're ignorant. But number two,
it's not like making an apology is some like terrible thing. It's
wait.
like,
But number two,
it was possible that
wait.
somebody
Let me finish it. Number two,
Yeah.
it doesn't even makes even less sense to me because just because the combination of the word chunky and monkey doesn't have a specific racial connotation is irrelevant to just hearkening black people to a monkey is the racist trope, regardless of whether you add a modifier to it or not.
I don't, I don't necessarily know that that's the case.
Honestly, you
okay.
You wouldn't do it again, right? I mean,
well, let me put it this way. So whenever I was looking it up, and I did, I looked it up to see if there isn't, because I like to look for learning experiences, whether that's for me.
Oh, okay. I hope this stream was a learning experience. This man is gonna come out a different man after this. Oh wait, no. Considering the clip I saw about the trans people,
or I
didn't learn much.
My audience or whatever. If I, the only thing that I found was a Reddit post with a woman who has a half black, half white daughter, and she would call her daughter Chunky Monkey, whatever. And she did that once in a grocery store, and the mother is white, by the way. And some, fucking screeching liberal woman, I guess, came up. You can't say that. You can't. It's like it was a term of endearment. She called her kid that for a long time.
Yeah, there was an ad from Gap or something.
Or woke or whatever are saying, yeah, that's not a problem. Like
you call children monkeys, little monkeys.
Matters, I'm not here to explain how.
And there was a black kid in the ad, so they're like,
it doesn't make sense to me.
Don't we have a monkey emote?
Have you guys heard of the expression grease monkey?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. What does it mean?
Someone who works on cars or engines or something.
Yeah, a mechanic.
Right.
So what if?
But if Eric July was working on his car, I would not walk up and call.
Yeah, I wouldn't try. I would not call black mechanic.
And if I had...
We can all agree that it was a poor choice of words and probably said in the moment. I hope so. But then again, he has said that he was previously racist. So maybe it's just a residual racism that's left in there. I don't know. I mean, like I've said oy vey in front of Jewish friends of mine. And I thought, oh, that's probably not the best thing to do. But they don't give a fuck, number one. But I've noticed it. I know that feeling of saying, oh, you stupid. Don't do that. I remember that feeling. So I can imagine him going, oh shit, that is not what I meant. Oh my god, take it. I do it all the time on stream as well when I say something that sounds so sexual. It's hilarious, at least, when that happens. But you can't take it back. The only thing you can do is just say, that's not what I meant. Please believe me. If you don't, see, the thing is, you should be able to say, my intention was this, and be believed by some at least. And also, if you're not believed, the people that believe you, as in life, in a normal small scale, like earlier on, what I spoke about was cancel culture occurs on a larger scale now because there are so many more people which I did not enjoy that grammar, you are exposed to so much more criticism. So you're going to cancel culture becomes an exponential. It becomes more. It's more accessible to cancel someone than it was before. Before times where it was like, okay, I suppose you could just move to another town, or just, you know, people get over it and they think about something else. No, when you're fired, that sticks with you for a long time, and all this publicity makes brands and makes companies very scared.
If I had any thought of him being a black guy in my mind at the time,
I'm not accusing you.
That is one thing as well.
I don't think you would. I'm just saying I would not call a black mechanic a grease monkey because of the connotation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Okay.
We would avoid that. Yeah.
If for no other reason than having to deal with shit like people bringing.
Now, if it was a woman
Yeah.
working on a car, I'd say, listen, why don't you make me a sandwich and I'll fix this up for you.
There you go. Britt Cormier.
Did somebody laugh?
$100. Thanks so much, Britt, for the $100. Says EFAP reviewed Pillar of Garbage's video about critical drinkers video. They claim if the claim is EFAP targeted a single creator, but Garbage also targeted a single creator. Are we saying that just because the channel's small, you cannot criticize them? If criticism is valid at size, should not matter.
Exactly.
The criticism isn't valid for one thing. The criticism that Pillar gave was spot on. I just watched the movie and then I hear about Drinker's Take and it's just like, and the editing
You could
is
say
so
I'm now
fucking
being
deceptive or lazy,
critical.
I don't know which.
I'm being critical of actual fandom and organized chaos, who are way bigger than I am as channels. So it doesn't matter that the criticism, the arguments, the conversation that occurred still occurred. My opinions are still opinions. They can still say, "Oh, that little bitch, she doesn't understand anything," or "That little bitch is so bad faith," or "Oh, why did she make us blue and make them pink," and whatever. Like, they can do that, and yeah, they bigger, but they are not. They are still just someone on the internet, and
I'm not gonna pretend to know what's in his head, but it was not
What
good.
did he review? I'm not familiar with it.
Glass.
Oh, who is he to say whether it's valid or not? He is actual fandom.
Onion.
It was Glass Onion.
Oh, okay. I don't think
It's
I
like
watched
I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
sit here and
God,
defend
Glass
everything about
Onion.
the movie. There's stuff you could criticize, but the way that Drinker went about it is just almost willfully, or I don't know. There's some
Right, but I think the comment or the question
Speaking of
Britt was
willfully.
asking was about, and I don't remember exactly what they said, but you were calling out EFAP for targeting Pillar of Garbage, which would then, because they're targeting a single creator, then some of their fans would go over and attack them.
Well,
Pillar of Garbage
I'll
is
put it
attacking
this way: I
Critical
don't
Drinker
cover
in the
channels
same
that are
fashion.
smaller than me, and I'm just because I don't. There's no point.
Listen,
There's
so
no
many people
point.
with larger platforms. I believe in what they call
There's no
punching
point
up, so to
because
speak.
you don't
Right.
you don't get
There's so
you
many
don't get
people with
anything
more of
from
a position
covering
of,
them.
I guess
small people.
insulation from criticism. Whereas if my 6,000 subscriber channel and I started talking shit,
Yes, that's true, Bearcat. It's not the validity of the argument; it's how much harm you cause. So because it is a higher, there are bigger channels, they have higher reach, they will cause more harm. Therefore, it's then it's legitimate, it's fine. Whereas, even though my little video could cause, all it has to do is that that individual has to watch it, and then they decide that they are absolutely devastated because this random over here said this, and then they go and harm themselves because of it. It still occurs. It doesn't really matter about the size. I understand you could have more harm because you have more reach, but yeah, Pillar of Garbage video attacking Critical Drinker was very bad. Oh yeah?
shit on a channel with 100 subscribers, and I probably, I don't know. I would just feel like an asshole. That's
Jay, what
probably-
if somebody was
fair-
overtly racist and they had a very
And actually, being criticized would probably, yes, you would probably get a lot of people coming to watch the original video. So maybe you'd get that. Maybe you'd probably get some shit in the comments, I'm sure. But hey, you got views, I suppose. Some of us only upload every 4 years.
very small channel, but they were like a neo-Nazi.
I don't cover them either. I don't cover channels.
Yeah,
would it be-
I don't
would it-
call
would it
cover
be-
smaller
but would it
channels
be-
in general.
Okay, so you
Well, but wait
think
a minute.
if somebody covered a literal neo-Nazi and addressed the issues that the racist ideology that they were spewing.
Well, let me
out on
explain.
YouTube,
Let me
that
explain
would
what
be
my goal is
bad.
when I cover stuff. Right? Is not to go. This goes back to earlier. You asked about what we want to happen to rags as an example. I'm not worried about rags in particular. When I cover a content creator who I think is saying some shitty things, my point is to look at the ideas and to explain why they're not good ideas. Not to say this person should be the target of punishment. Yes,
that's plainly not true. Whenever you call somebody a racist, you are making them.
Is that not something you can do? So he's now saying
A punishment. You are not just criticizing.
He's saying I can do it. I can criticize because these are the ideas that I'm not in favor of. This is why their ideas are bad. He's literally saying what I don't even want to map this. I know I'm just doing now a reaction.
Their ideas. You are literally calling them racist and transphobes.
When are transphobes or racists getting punished on YouTube?
Oh gosh, here we go.
That makes them a target. We all agree. Racism is
what's
wrong.
happening?
It's evil.
It seems to be incentivized.
We are doing the same argument. It's Martin Bailey, isn't it? They are pretending that they have an in with the quality of the critique when it is actually that they don't like it. Yeah, when their side is being harmed, they don't like this exposure of, oh, that's actually that's a bad idea. Why don't you do your own response video, but also do it in such good faith and just say which, because eventually you do get to the point and you just go, yeah, I disagree. I think that there is an arc in She-Hulk, and these are the and I suppose clearly people didn't pick this up in the way that they were supposed to, or something like, I don't know. Or you can just swear at people and say ugly things, and it's the internet, and then we all move on.
Seems to be fucking, rewarded.
They're making a lot of money off this stuff.
That seems completely dishonest.
No,
I'm not mapping this again.
I think you kind of normalize these ideas. And play devil's advocate.
Whenever I would make video, back when I used to make videos, and I would make videos that were not, that were going over gender dysphoria and the DSM-5 and just using, very plain language about statistics and criticizing sort of the way in which it's been, shifted into an identity and all these sorts of things. All those videos instantly demonetized by YouTube and instantly shoved down the algorithm. And then you'd have, people that were saying, oh, you don't need gender dysphoria to be trans, and they're getting hundreds of thousands of views, and YouTube is promoting their content. So I don't think it's fair to say that.
And also, the Fandom is doing pretty well, man. Eric July is doing pretty well.
We would not be having this debate right.
Sorry, I thought that the woke media was the woke media is the thing that's more successful. But now Eric July is successful. Oh, that's just the algorithm. It's not actual people.
Right now, though, if you were just levying, innocent criticism at other content creators, you were calling them racist, sexist, and transphobes, and I feel unjustly.
Dude, it's a pattern of behavior, dude.
Well, I want to go back because I looked up the Pillar of Garbage thing. So first of all, he's not like a small channel. He has 60,000 subs, so he's larger than our streaming channel.
Damn.
And this video he put out has
a lot smarter than EFAP.
Sure, but his video has over 300,000 views. So it's not like he's some like
and a lot of those are from EFAP people, because any video that covers EFAP any effectively is going to get a lot more views.
I mean, all the comments are positive that I'm saying at the top, so I don't, unless he just pruned them all, I don't know.
I mean, good for him.
I'm just saying, to me, when you say you shouldn't go after smaller YouTubers, because if someone has a video and they have 100 subs and 10 views, maybe I'm not going to cover it, right? But I think having 60,000 subscribers and over 300,000 views, I think that's a completely fair game to talk about.
But that's only after the fact.
What were the views before? Do you know?
I don't, but you don't either. So just say,
assuming that
the
Social Blade show
views, and therefore it's okay.
I don't think it shows.
Well, okay, so if they had 100,000 views before EFAP covered it, wouldn't that be fine?
If you had enough of a thing with somebody, a small channels, and I don't know what it's like to be a big channel, but if you have an issue with someone, I can understand how, say, a content creator has to choose what they talk about according to their audience. What is the audience going to want? What is relevant to the audience? But at the same time, they also need to make their own decision as to what is relevant to them. If they decide that this small video over here, just because by virtue of it not being viral, it doesn't actually mean that there aren't points that are being made by other people there, or they haven't been made in this exact way. Covering it is still something that you might want to do. If I go in now, I went for a Sitch and Adam debate because it drove me insane. But if I go and I see a smaller debate that it was between two Twitch streamers and it was 50 viewers and whatever, I'm still engaging with it. It really is. It depends on the content creator, but nobody gets to make that decision. The only thing that we can really ask is people don't go and harass people. All you can do is ask, hey, this person is a smaller channel. I think V has even done that. Lots of channels have said this person's got a smaller channel. Please don't go to them. I'm just covering the content. It's the internet that, again, with the reach. The reach is so big. There are so many different kinds of people. You're going to find an asshole, and an asshole is going to go to someone and give an asshole comment. It's the internet.
No, because look, even if one example is a certain thing, I just generally am saying that my view on it, my criticism of that type of content is just that there's other ways to do it that aren't so potentially harmful, right? Like, I'm not saying that every single example results in harm. I'm just saying that there's a fucking culture on YouTube that has become, almost like a bully culture, using audiences.
You are bullying people when you're calling them racist.
No,
Yeah,
no,
You
yeah.
are.
Yeah.
You literally are.
I'm not.
How are you
Look,
not?
people get fired every day for being racist, okay?
Good, I guess. I don't know. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do? To, like, just defend every single example of someone?
Maybe
Your-
maybe
your-
it'd be nice if these
your
guys
response
actually
to that
levy
is
good criticism
perfect.
instead of always
It is perfect. It is mask off.
about women and
I was being
minorities.
glib, Adam, like you have been several times throughout this debate. So,
No, I don't know.
Wait a minute, wait,
You
but that's the
exclaiming
problem.
good is a perfect example of bully culture.
But that's the problem. Is, well, first of all, I think Bob and Dane have different views on this, and I think, and it's what Bob just said right there. You're accusing these people of just basically being either explicit or secret sexist racist, and that's sort of the genesis of their, not liking social media.
I honestly don't care if it's secret or whatever. They're constantly complaining about women or minorities or trans people in the media. Always, every time it comes up. Every time it comes up, they don't analyze it. They just say, "Oh, this is bad. Oh, there's a woman involved. That's bad."
and even
That's
more
all
than
they
that,
do.
they're lying.
How's about no? That is not the way it is. You have decided that that's the way it is. So you yourself are applying the reasoning, the mechanism that you're accusing those people of doing. You are seeing somebody criticizing somebody who's woke, or something that is woke, or that has shoehorned in a stupid message. You're immediately deciding that is sexism. You're not going, actually, yeah, they could have done this, which is what EFAP does. They're like, oh, maybe they could have done this, or they could have made this character do that. No, we're not going to. You're doing exactly the same thing. Why am I even making this point?
Some of them lie about the media, lie about certain aspects of the production. They focus on the production instead of the media itself. They start calling it this and that before it even comes out. Like, that's when it becomes very obvious to me. There's a lot of content creators that are saying and doing shit I really disagree with that I will probably never cover, because the ones that I tend to cover are the ones that are just so obviously cartoonishly doing it in bad faith. And whether or not they are using racism and sexism and bigotry because they are that.
So you have to go after the bad faith ones. You're not just going to go after the idea. You're just going after them because they are successful, and you want to tear them down. Or and I guess you're going to go for the top of the. Like us, you're going to go and look at the most popular stuff. I understand that, but don't try and act like it's just, oh no, it's because they are the ones that need to be. They need to see justice the most. It's like, no, they're successful, and you don't like that.
Or they're just using it because it gets them clicks. I don't fucking care. The effect is what they're doing.
So I guess I'm not familiar with the YouTubers you're talking about. I'm just really familiar with EFAP, and I know that the very first episode of EFAP that I was on, we covered a no BS. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him.
Yes,
no BS.
Yeah, no bullshit. Yeah,
a no bullshit video where he was criticizing Avengers.
Strawman. He's either cherry picking or he's so blinkered that he cannot look past their sexist, racist. He literally did that with the Mola video. Yeah.
For being too.
Or he didn't even watch the whole thing as well. He just was looking for the part where he could go, haha, here's my cherry pick. There you go. He did actually, some of them he did agree with. Some tiny little things we go, and he did not like that he agreed. It's because people just can't go, hey, if I agree with this person on this thing, that means that I support them and everything that they've ever believed in. It's like, no, you can agree with someone on something. You don't have to hate them because you disagree on something else. It's honestly, I would watch no one then. Nobody would watch anyone if they, or even know anyone, because people are always going to disagree. And then as soon as you disagree, you're going to kick people out of your life. Good luck. Jeez.
Woke. And when I was on EFAP, all we were doing was making fun of and criticizing OBS for being overly critical of what is woke, and saying how ridiculous it was that he was seeming to levy all these complaints. So to me, I don't think it's fair to paint EFAP, who I'm familiar with this brush of like whenever a woman's on screen, there's criticizing.
I don't think either one of us have done that.
Well, I'm not even talking about
we do have very different
specifically
criticisms of EFAP than we do of like the Fandom Minutes largely.
Yeah.
Adam's just getting over it now, even more.
Let's see. Any other questions here? I'm not asking that question. All these questions up.
So let me ask you guys something. When Ryan Kennel's in his car and complaining about Commissioner Gordon and Catwoman being black, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Who's Ryan Kennel? Ryan Kennel?
Yeah.
RK Outpost. He's
I mean, I've been on a show. I was on Friday Night Tights with Ryan Kennel, but that's really the only time.
What was his? I'd have to see what he's really.
Oh, Ryan can
he
lose
said,
his
they made
shit.
Gordon black, and I don't like black people. Like, what did he say?
Well, if he said
The joke is that he's the most
Gordon
racist on
that would be pretty bad.
FNT.
That would be pretty bad, yeah.
Wow, you guys are outrageously bad faith. This is ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
I asked you what he said. What do you mean?
They're joking. Bob,
Look, we have already
joking.
look, Dan. We don't believe Dane is a racist.
The Batman.
Right. Whether or not you guys don't believe we're racist, that's like an open question.
I kind of think it's a no. I wouldn't
Ryan
view it as just a racist. I think that
on-
some of the ways that you go about analyzing this stuff and your conclusions about it, they can be beneficial to people that.
You did call that out. Nobody got cancelled. It's great. It's cool. But that doesn't mean you need to support people getting obliterated.
Are openly racist. Yeah.
Oh, and also just in terms of you cancel people yourself. Cancel culture doesn't have to be practical as well. You don't have to. Of course, you don't need to go and watch content that you don't like. But what happens with this sort of cancel is that you find something that you don't agree with, and then from there, like you said, the blinkers, you put on the blinkers, the cancellation blinkers, and it's like, okay, boom, I'm only ever going to see what you said here in everything you say going forward. Unless you grovel, in which case I'll be like, yeah, right, good. But then I'll still believe the same thing about you and believe that you're not capable of change.
That they might use those arguments, your arguments or some of your,
Well, people might use your arguments to like groom school children too.
Oh,
Whoa,
Jesus.
Hold on. What?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Jesus, Adam!
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well,
What are you talking
you're
about?
promoting an ideology that's being put into these
Your
movies.
arguments might have people are just like,
Okay, so wait,
Where does that?
yeah.
Whoa,
what is
yeah,
grooming
exactly.
to you? What do you think grooming?
Yeah,
is?
this is a huge jump.
Oh, I should have been paying attention. I was totally watching
You
this
know what,
Ryan
man?
Kennel video. I don't know what you guys are
I can
talking
tell
about.
that this is just fucking. It's getting absurd. It's been
It is absurd.
It's
It's
getting
like,
beyond now,
I
because-
haven't
looked
put
up
anything in this
Someone
map.
clipped the segment you're talking about of Ryan Kennel and the Batman thing, and I don't think you were being fair with his complaint. He didn't say, "Oh, I don't like that Commissioner Gordon and Catwoman was black." He said, from his perspective, that he thought that like they had them that there were too many characters that were white that were showed as like being immoral characters, and that the only characters that were shown moral that were white was Alfred and Batman, and all the other white characters were bad. And then he was saying that he thought all the black characters were portrayed as good, and he thought that had a racial messaging to it.
Yeah,
Now I don't
that's
necessarily agree with that
quite a bit
messaging, but
different.
that was what he said. He didn't say
Was he in a car when he was saying that?
Yes, he's
Because
in a
that's a
car.
different video. There's a video where he's talking about it has points against it.
I don't know. This
That is I don't understand. You can argue with him there, and then you've just decided you're actually arguing about what is racism and what isn't. He is arguing that his intention is not about racism, it's about this. Oh God, all of the arguments, all of the cancellation, everything, just nobody wants to agree on anything, what anything means. And I would like to know how people change their minds. What happens? I can't remember what changed my mind about Trump being all evil. I think it might have been because I remember he fact checked him live. Yeah, you could see that. And they couldn't say anything. He was like, "Oh, this is a different video." No, it's the one. And he was paying attention to it. It's not that he just went and saw it. Yeah, I think what changed my mind was I just I was presented with undeniable facts. I think it was just like I remember Trump in a debate saying, "Oh, they want to terminate pregnancies at 9 months and whatever," and I was like, "Oh, that's fucking ridiculous. Who would say that? What bullshit is that?" Obviously, he's painting the Democrats with that brush, but there were people doing that, and I think that I found that out, and that just made the record just tripped there, and I was like, oh, that I suppose then there's things that I don't know and that I should probably look more into, and maybe I should not think this way anymore. So this should change their mind. I don't understand. Mind changing is a slow process. I would say it depends on the person temperamentally. Yeah. I mean, and the experience of, having arguments put into your face that you're just like, oh, I can't fucking get around that. And I suppose, you get into these, you if you allow the external stimuli or whatever to challenge your views, then eventually they will change. But yeah, I think you're right. It's not like that. That was just one example that I could really remember, but I can't say. I just emerged from this fog of finding everybody racist and everything sexist, and just being angry with everything.
He's in a car, so
he might have said it again in a different one.
I think it also had to do with just getting over the fact that I'm a woman and men are different to me. It was one of the things. Because it's just like I kept trying to be. Actually, yeah, I went through the MCU. I was trying to be like a guy, and then I realized I'm never going to be like a guy. I'm never going to think like a guy or emote like a guy. So stop measuring myself against that. And then So anyway, moving on.
I mean, that's the one that I saw was the car one, and like that's the kind of thing that just obviously there's shades of things, right? We're not just, and that's where it becomes a problem, because you're saying that any criticism of some criticism being having racist elements to it, right? And this is the problem with arguing in favor or against very broad general ideas.
We all admitted, like the chunky monkey thing, like we're just joking around with you, but we don't think you're a racist. Like obviously we think, it's just, something said offhandedly, you didn't quite understand the connotation. People on the internet tend to be a-holes, and they took the clip and ran with it, okay? But the same thing is going on with the Ryan Kennel thing. Like he's making a criticism that, I mean, you can agree with it or disagree with it.
Of me making a comment kind of like the chunky monkey thing, then you could call me a racist, and you might be right, or you say that I could be right.
The difference is Ryan Kennel's statement is like a criticism that's not racist. He didn't go out calling anyone chunky monkey. Okay?
Yeah.
He's saying,
let me ask, what do you propose?
The nature of
we should just ban calling people racists on the internet?
No, please look.
Well, how do you control for this? Is what I'm saying. How do you control for just
do you care? Dane, do you care about making false accusations? Like if I got done with this live stream and I decided to have a change of heart and said, I don't think Dane treated me fairly on that live stream, and now I am going to go out and tell everyone he's a racist because of this chunky monkey comment that he made, I would say that would be bad faith. I wouldn't do that. That would be something I would not do.
That's as far as you could go.
But it appears to me that that's something you might do, and I'm just trying to discern if it is.
It's not. No, I would not go around making just false. I mean, for one thing, false implies you're talking about in like legal terms. I can give my opinion the same way that I can say that you guys have a false accusation towards Disney or whatever, and that's
but calling somebody racist, sexist, or a homophobe.
It's not even about calling them. It's actually something that you interpret absolutely every action and every word of that person.
I'm saying
through that lens,
it's a false accusation. I'm trying to figure out if you
group them immediately.
Okay with these behaviors.
Just admit that that's not
completely bad.
Cool.
We can just
that it can be mistaken.
Are there any racist, Bob? He just he's gonna get mad and tell everybody I'm racist, so don't do that.
I'm not. I know. Dane. Even if Bob goes straight to his Twitter and starts tweeting out Adam is a giant racist piece, I wouldn't do that to you, Dane, because I have my own principles that I like to uphold.
Well, that's good to know, man. And I think that maybe I don't know. I would love to know examples of, and I know you weren't necessarily prepared for me to be here, but like if you knew of me just straight up calling somebody a racist, with blindly, like based on one example, I would address that myself.
Okay.
And correct myself.
Okay.
And
that's cool.
Even
That's
on
okay.
the internet, because I believe
we're making progress.
Okay.
So
He's opening up.
So you're saying the pattern of behavior is what gets someone, called a racist or
not
sexist.
always.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, I think a lot of people handle shit poorly. But
I understand that. But so the example was Ryan Kennel. I went to his exact video.
And
I don't
that
agree
was
with
the
his criticism,
difference.
but I don't think it gets him labeled a racist. Was there another? What is the pattern of behavior for him that gets him labeled a racist?
Saying
we'd have to be
it
here
several
an hour,
times.
But basically, my question is
you have like a notepad document somewhere of like the racism by Ryan Kennel.
Well, maybe we can make that a part 2. Okay, it seems like
I don't really want to. I don't want a part 2 where I have to defend other YouTubers. I'm just curious if this is sort of living up to the standard.
You're here defending other YouTubers right now.
Well, I wouldn't mind a part 2, but I would need.
Yes, your perception of these other YouTubers. We're not defending them.
If I was prepared to discuss why
filled
Ryan
with
Kennel was
vodka.
racist, I would have prepared some notes on that. But
well, maybe we can get Ryan Kennel involved in that debate.
Oh my God! Don't get Ryan. Ryan is angrier than.
I don't know if you have a line into like Jeremy Griggs or anything. They don't seem to want to talk.
Yeah, they don't seem in debates.
Well, I mean, that's their jam. I know Gary. I mean, Gary's like no drama. He doesn't like drama. So
Oh,
and good
Gary.
for him. Like
One question I'd like
that's
to,
his prerogative.
I wonder if Gary does Gary
if so many people are calling Ryan
debate.
Kendall racist,
I don't
and you know
think he
Jeremy
would.
Griggs and a lot of people are. Why are they so successful on YouTube and have not been?
Like
You know,
Well, maybe
canceled
they're
by the channels
wrongly
later?
calling them racist.
Because
Well, we
maybe-
live in a society where
when
racism
people,
is
I thought when
so
being wrongly called
prevalent.
racism was a problem. If it's not a problem, then
Yeah, but no, but this is okay. Wait, this argument to me is not a good argument because you're basically saying, well, because the attack that tried to get them canceled
Yeah, it
failed,
doesn't work, yeah.
then therefore it doesn't exist. Like, well,
Yeah.
no, it means
Dude,
it
they've been
failed.
sustained for at least 3 years that I know of.
That's
I've
like-
seen a lot of people.
One
daily calling
example,
these people
because
racist.
That's like-
not
that's
even
like-
one example.
That's
You
like when
need
people
to
say, you know,
prepare.
Brett Weinstein
Yeah.
wasn't canceled because he ended up getting like a better career out of his canceling than being a teacher. It's like, well, no, he was
No,
still
this isn't
canceled.
like that.
It's
This
just
is
he
this is
able
like
to
it seems
transform
to
it into
be.
something.
It seems to almost benefit them to be constantly called racist. You know.
Well, what is that? Then that tells you that there's a large contingent of people that feel the same way, that feel that wokeness is out of control in our society.
No, I mean, yeah, okay, there is a contingent of it, but a lot of it exists.
This just makes me get to just the same conclusion that I basically got to at the end of last one, which is everybody just is it's such a culture war now that you can't avoid being called this or that. You can't. I mean, we've never been able to avoid it, but all you can do is explain yourself to the best of your abilities, and people who will and there will be people that disagree, and they will disagree in the most asshole-ish way ever. But you gotta hope that the people that are good faith and the people that are the people that are intelligent enough or just have enough restraint to not hate a person and just ignore them, then if there are enough of those people, then you're good. And that's usually why people can survive cancel culture, is because they have these audiences that support them because they share those values. Even though there's all this crazy shit, you've got your Hogwarts legacy people, that's canceling benefits him, yeah.
It's on YouTube specifically. There is a certain
right, because
algorithmic
and
issue
why?
with YouTube.
Right. Well, here's a question: why is it that YouTube, when you look at the political sphere of YouTube, it seems to be dominated not by sort of mainstream ideas? And the reason is because that's the only place you can go to get non-mainstream ideas. That's why it's on YouTube. That's why YouTube is dominated
It's a
by these ideas.
self-perpetuating culture. It's created its own culture of
No,
YouTube.
no,
because
because
it's been canceled by the mainstream.
Oh my god, he's just up and down about who we can blame. Do we blame the algorithm? Do we do this? Do we do that? He's up and down with that. Oh god, it's huh?
No, have you not seen the studies that show that like right-wing radicalization, a lot of it happens on YouTube?
So have you been right-wing radicalized? Oh, my position on race has just changed completely. I've just suddenly become such a racist. My entire upbringing has been reprogrammed within me. As that person said in his super chat, Sitch and Adam made him racist.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
well, first
yeah,
of all,
we've
wait,
seen
let me say two things. First of all,
That's a complete.
I think you have the well, I'll let you feed your cats because I want your cats there. I think you have the order of events incorrectly. It's that basically the voices that are saying things that are not acceptable to the mainstream get pushed into YouTube because that's the only place that people can say those things.
Yes.
And then people tune in and watch them because they say, hey, I feel this way. No one in mainstream television is saying this,
Yes.
so I'm attracted to watching people on YouTube. And then the second
Or
thing
around
regarding
2016 or so.
Hold on, let me
Ghostbusters
finish.
thing
The
kind of
second
created
thing.
this incentivized
But let me just finish.
culture
The
of,
second
like,
thing
saying
regarding
online and
talking.
get
The
ad
second
revenue.
thing regarding those studies that you talked about. A lot of those studies, I don't remember the lady who did the main one. I mean, her study was like completely batshit insane, and she basically just did 6 degrees of
not just one
separation.
study,
I know that I was thrown under the bus in that study.
Oh, that study with the intellectual dark web.
For radicalizing right wingers, and that when we had someone that actually did a fairly neutral study named Mark Ledwich on, and he actually showed that if you actually do look at where YouTube is routing people, it's routing them not to radicals on the left and right, but just to whatever they consider mainstream, whether it be on the left and the right. So it's just pushing people into mainstream networks. Now this was a couple years ago. So
It's also your personal prerogative or whatever to watch things where the two sides are interacting, like what we're doing now. You need to make sure that you aren't in an echo chamber and that your opinions are being challenged. I wouldn't recommend arguing on Twitter. I used to do that. It's just stupid. But it sometimes gets interesting, and as long as you keep it civil, and you admit when somebody actually has a point on you, it's good. I think you want to seek. I'm not saying you have to go and watch organized chaos and all of that, because you don't have to like them. But as long as you keep testing your ideas against other ideas, I think it's a personal thing. If you're just gonna sit in your algorithm, then fine. It's up. People have a responsibility for themselves.
It's possible the algorithm has changed, but back then that's what it was doing.
So are we done with super chats? Can we say goodbye? I don't want the cat to have a look. I'm a cat person myself.
He's mad at me.
Yeah,
it
want
was
to
fun.
scratch it.
Thanks for
Yes,
having
we
me
can
on,
all
guys.
agree that cats are
Thanks for
amazing.
having me.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks for coming on.
Take care, guys.
Take care. Let's see. Was there another one?
Wow. Okay. I got to the point where they say goodbye, and obviously it was sped up, so it seems like it was very short in terms of like, okay, thanks, bye, just get up, bye, cool, get the fuck out. Yeah, I've seen worse debates. I've seen more unhinged debates. I'm fairly certain, but I think Sitch and Adam did really well to keep their cool, because it's just so frustrating. How do you? It's just frustrating when every single thing that you say is contested. You could just. It's not fun. To interact that way. Anyway, I genuinely, in just thinking of the format going forward, I would want to like do a summary kind of just discussion quick at the end. But a lot of the second part was whoa. That's why what I was thinking of was eventually doing this as just a video, but it does take a long time, and I like recording through a stream anyway, and I like interacting with people, so doing it live is cool for me. And also putting everybody's comments in is great. But basically, the two arguments, they were up against Sitch's law, because it was cancel culture's definition and woke's definition. Both of those definitions form the basis for opinions that differed later on. And just the bad faith of it all has been very hard to follow. It's been very difficult, I think, because it's I would like to, yeah, I want to go back and also just think about the terms that are quibbled on. It's just absolutely everything. When I look at these things that what I've got here, I think I'll be able to pair them off into. And I mean, they hardly ever spoke about what you could do to do this. I mean, it could have been such a great discussion, but it did become EFAP versus the world thing. So hopefully they come back. Sitch and Adam definitely did, yeah, really, especially considering they had to put up with it for a long time as well. And great job with this. Brought to you by Adam. Shout out, stayed the pictures and comments. For the pictures and comments, like a slap. Oh yes, that's it. That's how you say it, like a slap. Thanks so much, Morten. I really appreciate it. So that's it, guys. I think it's time for bed. I've gone an hour over what I was supposed to do, but thank you so much for coming by, live or afterwards. I really appreciate it. And hopefully you'll come back for the next one, because what we're also wanting to do, if you weren't here earlier, we're looking at a debate that wasn't so bad faith. What would it look like? Would it be nice like this? Would it be make a lot more sense, where you would just have, here is my statement, here's my conclusion, here's the premise supporting, so maybe there, but I could probably map, that's what I'll do, map this entire argument into, I won't do it now, don't worry, into this and this picture, basically. One of these pictures, there's two of them. Woke is the conclusion is I'll put the 2 questions. I'm so tired, I'm not going to do it now. I refuse. Okay. Maybe I'll put it, I'll put it in the link that I then put in the description of the diagram. I will put that summary page in. I'm losing track of my sentences now, so I think it's best we all just say goodnight.